8 competitors remain to see who will be the ones representing America at the Summoners War World Championship 2020 World Championship. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, here to welcome you to the SWC 2020 America's Cup Finals. We've got 8 guys vying for those final spots, but only 2 will make it on through. I can't do this alone, though. It's the faces you know, the faces you love. It's Make It a Bud and Stoic. Guys, welcome back. How are you doing?
Great to be back.
I'm excited. I'm happy to be here. Can't wait to see who wins $10,000 today.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line and those 2 bids to the World Championship starting things off here. It's going to be such a great event. But first, let's take a look at the overall overview of the event reminder. But of course, we want you at home to participate on Twitter. We got an event for you. Use the hashtag of your favorite player that who you think is going to win. So, for example, hashtag HEVES win, hashtag DRMZJOSEPH win. And after the event, if they select your message, you at home will win a prize. But you got to do that on Twitter. Make sure to do that and tweet at the Come To Us official account. All right, let's take a look at the overall format of the event to kick things off. The America's Cup has 8 players from the preliminaries that slugged their way on through and earned their spot to the America's Cup. And only 2 members after a single elimination bracket will move on. And one of them will be playing for a $10,000 prize pool and title of the America's Cup champion. And you can see the schedule. You had the China Cup earlier, then you have the Asia Pacific Cup and the Europe Cup before we head to the World Finals November 20th, where the world's best will participate and play at. And of course, the overall total prize pool of the tournament is $210,000. That's a lot of crystals, I've been told. A lot of crystals that you could buy with the $210,000. All right. Up next, though, is the big prize that all of them would be playing for, the medals. Look at these beauties. Guys, you were saying earlier, this is quite the prize.
I mean, this is amazing. You don't get to see this type of swag often at all. I mean, year 1, we had the Fermion statues that everyone's been screaming for. They're out of print now. Those medals are one of a kind. I mean, I envy the lucky winner who gets those.
It's one of those things that you just wish you had. I don't think it's more of a flex to either put on a stream or even just put next to your bed and stare at, because I would love one myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that's for the winner of the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2020, presented by Google Play. Google Play, Find Your Arena, and a bunch of other great apps. Thank you to Google Play for sponsoring the SWC 2020. Now let's take a look at our competitors that will be playing today. Obviously, complications with the world right now, but don't worry, everyone's nearby. You see everyone here, including, so there should be someone right here too. I think that's supposed to be TROKAMOO. He'll come back in just a little bit. But those are the 8 competitors that are playing in today's America's Cup. Now let's take a look at the bracket. Myself and Island Grown pulled this bracket in our episode of The Scroll. Here is how it's going to work out. It's single elimination, so it all starts with HEVES versus DRMZJOSEPH. Then you got a big matchup between KENBALLER and JMAK. TROKAMOO and Tree kick off the bottom side of the bracket, and RAIGEKI and POPOPANDA will close out the bottom of the bracket. Guys, when you're looking at these matchups, who jumps out at you first in the battle in the quarterfinals?
Come on, TROKAMOO and Tree. That is going to be a very exciting match. We all know Tree, and we know him for being such an incredible player. We've seen him in the World Finals last year. We're seeing him again this year. And, you know, he's made a couple of mistakes, you know, in preliminaries, but I think he's going to be a very, very tough opponent for TROKAMOO, but I think TROKAMOO is going to do excellent coming into this America's Cup.
How about you, Make It a Bud?
My match to look out for is that KENBALLER JMAK, that rematch of the 2. I think the winner of this match will actually win the whole thing today. Will be $10,000 richer. You have JMAK, who dethroned Thompson, last year's champion and number 2 in Worlds, and you have KENBALLER, who actually beat JMAK earlier. So I think those 2 are the ones to watch out for. Both play very well, very solid. KENBALLER very high up on the ladder, and JMAK very solid plays as well. Can't wait to see who wins that one, and ultimately who comes out and plays against them in the other side of the bracket.
All right, look at that. That matchup already being blessed by Make It a Bud. So I think that's going to be a really cool one to look out for. Here, so let's go ahead and take a look at what is next. Believe that is, again, we want to make sure and remind you, head on over to Twitter and use the hashtag of the player that you want to win. Heves win, Dreams Joseph win, JMAK win. Hashtag send it to us over on social media. And again, the players themselves, if they win and move on to the next round, will select their favorite message. And if they do so, you guys at home will have the opportunity to win some goodies on your Summoners War account. So make sure you do that. It's one way that we want to be able to give back here at the SWC 2020 America's Cup presented by Google Play. All right, now let's set the table. We got the business out of the way. It's time to get to the matches. Let's take a look at our first matchup with Heves.
Heves.
And I think Heves is in a massive advantage here.
I think Heves has that kind of relaxation in this match.
And again, that's a big proc there. Allows him to get buffs on the Bulwark and heals.
There you have it. Heves is taking round one away. Another impressive stun coming from this Joseph with the strip provoke back onto the Vigor. And it's not going to be enough. Heves, and that is going to be it. Heves is going to be taking this round.
All right, so the young man from Toronto, Ontario, booked his ticket, not the easy way, the hard way, taking down Fall Panda and Thompson. It almost forgets like how good that run was because it was in the very first day of the preliminaries, taking down Thompson.
Not an easy feat at all. Again, Thompson, last year's runner-up. I mean, being able to take him 2-1 in a very commanding fashion with very well-rounded drafts just shows that that wasn't by luck, that was by skill. He may be new this year, but he's definitely a very good player.
That's right. So being new, we're going to be seeing how well he's going to be, competing today. Are the nerves going to get him? Or can he show that skill that got him through the prelims? And we're going to find out today. Hopefully he'll do well.
Now, one great thing about SWC 2020 America's Cup are the fan arts that we got at everyone. There's a fan art there for Heves. Good luck, Heves, in this fan art. It's going to be quite the matchup because Heves, the young man, is going to have a big matchup against no stranger to the America's Cup scene, 2017 winner, and back to try and reclaim his throne, it's Dreams Joseph.
Dreams Joseph needs to win this match to stay in it. Can Dreams Joseph show that experience? Josephine looking to finish off, and Dreams Joseph is going to be taking this match away.
Great pick from Dreams Joseph's side. Dreams Joseph will be moving on.
There you have it. Dreams Joseph taking round 3 away.
So Dreams Joseph did it the hard way, had to go into the losers bracket of the preliminaries after defeating Igor in the Battle of South America, Peru versus Brazil, losing to TROKAMOO, and then defeating Topa V 2-1. Stoic, thoughts on Dreams Joseph?
I mean, Dreams Joseph, very experienced player. We know he's talented. We've seen him before. So, I mean, he had that tough match going up against TROKAMOO. He played his game against Igor, and Topa V was not an easy feat. So,
yeah, and I really felt like that Topa V one really could have gone any way here. So, I mean, Dreams Joseph is the one that's moving forward, but I think he does have an uphill battle to climb versus Heves today.
Yeah, so Dreams Joseph looking to revitalize and reclaim his throne from earlier. So not a lot left to do except to get into this match. But before we do, we got a little message for our competitors. Let's take a listen.
Hey, Heves, good luck, man. Make us proud.
And here we go. We have our very first match of today's America's Cup. We've got Heves. We've got Dreams Joseph. Heves with the first pick, but pre-bans are coming out now.
Interesting pre-bans of Chiwu and Josephine. So we'll see. Clearly, Heves is planning on going with the aggression route, but Dreams Joseph has taken kind of eliminating a lot of options. We know that Heves does like to use Savannah a lot, but Heves does also have a very good turn 2 comp. We see a very standard Hathor first pick. Dreams Joseph does rely on Beast Riders, so he's going to pick some first few picks to be able to enable the Beast Riders later on in the draft.
Yep, there's the Fran coming out for Dreams Joseph. He's going to be splitting that Gani Hathor, taking Gani himself. Heves quickly responding with the Ciara and Okeanos.
Definitely needs to split the Gani Hathor here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Dreams Joseph take a more aggressive route here. You know he likes to abuse those Beast Ice Riders. That Masha is very, very well ruined on lots of damage here. So he takes that speed lead of Vanessa and the Masha to be able to compete with speed. Then, of course, Fran has protection against both AoE control units of HEVES.
Now that's double fire coming out of DRMZJOSEPH. Curious what HEVES going to be drafting here after seeing a Vanessa Masha coming into the picture.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of water unit. So very much so a Vigor. And actually, Molly would not be. I know we've bashed on Molly a lot before, but Molly's emerged a lot. Definitely a lot of water because that's a lot of fire that DRMZJOSEPH is representing from his side. So Vigor and Water Monkey King, both very good options. Vigor's going to be able to allow HEVES to be able to take many, many turns and take advantage of this game. Water Monkey, lots of damage overall.
I like that we just saw that Wind Monkey King flash. You might go with this Diana here, but I know we picked that Wind Monkey King before.
Yeah, so when he flashes the Diana or the Wind Monkey King, you know he's going to ban out one of the fire units. Is probably where his head's, or one of the water units, but takes out the Hathor and decides that he needs his Fran to resist this Okeanos. Otherwise, he's in a lot of trouble because if he doesn't have immunity, that could be all she wrote.
That's right. Hathor, Diana getting banned out. HEVES, DRMZJOSEPH going to be round one between the two of them. Very exciting to see this get kicked off. And here we go. HEVES with first turn. Okeanos looking for a reset.
Yeah, and actually DRMZJOSEPH team super well tuned, so it's actually very difficult to know what the turn orders are, and so HEVES actually has a decision point to make here.
Went to go for the reset on the Ganny, but the Ganny did resist, still having that skill 3 up. Seal of Magic coming out on to the Vigor, resetting that Vigor.
We're going to see a unit go down really soon here because DRMZJOSEPH has attack buff from the Fran and then has a Masha following up, so that's going to be a lot of damage that HEVES is going to take. Look to see which unit drops first, and HEVES is going to have to come back 3 to 4.
Pulling out an Alter Ego to deal some damage to this Masha. Masha still taking it very well. Fran with the attack buff, heal coming out. We're going to see some damage coming from Masha. Whoa, Masha getting that defense break, dealing massive damage to Okeanos. Vanessa's going to be finishing off that Okeanos. Damage being dealt to Ciara.
Yeah, and what's also valuable here is that Vanessa still has that skill 2 defense break, so once that gets online, that Ciara's in a lot of trouble. HEVES does have heal and anti-crit from Vigor, but again, 3 units versus 4 does not put him in a good spot.
That's right. Possible glancing going out onto the Ciara. Already has that slow as well. Reventilates back onto the Fran. Bomb coming out on Masha. He needs to stun up this unit now before it starts dealing more damage. That vent did come out onto Fran. Does get that stun, putting Masha in just that human form.
At the same time, Fran does have skill 2, is going to be able to cleanse that Masha, so HEVES is still going to be eating damage on the Ciara that's already at half health.
That's right. There's no reset on that Vanessa. If he gets rid of this Masha, it's going to be reviving back because of Vanessa, and it'll be on a beast this time.
Yeah, and DRMZJOSEPH does need to decide, does he want to protect his team, knowing that his Masha can come back, or does he want to go for aggression? Choose to go for aggression.
Goes for the aggression, gets the additional turn anyways. Immunity and attack buffs coming back.
Immunity and attack buff coming back, and that's a big defense break on that Ciara, so Ciara's not able to drop it.
Another additional turn coming out. You can see taking advantage of that defense break sitting on top of Ciara. Ciara's able to plant a bomb down. Trying to shake that defense break, does so. An additional turn does come out from Ciara.
But it's going to eat damage to the face from this Masha. This Masha is going to be saying, see you later.
That's
and now
right.
HEVES is down.
And
2 units
another additional turn. Oh, man! Masha doing away with that Water Monkey, just a lonely Vigor. And this is going to be it for HEVES. He's got to really think about this one. Maybe not letting DRMZJOSEPH get a hold of that Ganny Vanessa Masha team.
Very well calculated draft from DRMZJOSEPH. Puts HEVES on the back foot here.
There you have it. Round 1 going to DRMZJOSEPH.
What a game there. I actually think this was a very well calculated draft from DRMZJOSEPH here, knowing that the speeds of the Ganny and the Fran were faster than the Water Monkey and Vigor, allowed those 2 to go first. HEVES obviously miscalculated the speeds of the draft here. Oki having one choice to reset. Went after the Ganny and missed that, but at the same time, he was in a weird spot because he didn't know what unit to reset and got popped off the bat.
Yeah, that's right. So even if he did land that reset, I'm not sure we would have too much of a different outcome at this point.
No, at that point, it would not have been any different because once that immunity goes onto that Masha, Masha gets that attack buff. I mean, that's it for 1 unit. 1 unit's gone, and you have immunity from Fran with the Ventilate from the Ganymede. That's a lot of just protection. The Ganny can also skill 3 onto HEVES, no immunity team, too much control and attack bar manipulation swings from DRMZJOSEPH's side, and just HEVES team just melted. I mean, thoroughly well drafted by DRMZJOSEPH, and the opposite for HEVES there.
Yep, that's right. We're definitely going to be seeing a different draft coming out of HEVES, and maybe even a pre-ban affecting what we just saw in that match. We're going to be finding out soon.
Yeah, and I think in that situation, he's probably reached for the fire units a bit too early, or it was the last 2 picks on the 2 water units, I think one of them could have been some piece of immunity or some way to play back. I think going in all in like that with 2 water units, a little bit too risky here. Double bans on the Beast Riders here. DRMZJOSEPH very well calculated, actually thinking through the decision tree, knowing that if HEVES has a Chiwu, that Savannah is a very difficult unit to deal with. So I like that ban from DRMZJOSEPH. HEVES just reactionary ban on the Mosh. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but at the same time, DRMZJOSEPH did use that unit very well.
Yeah, that's right. HEVES going to be drafting the Fran and Ganny. HEVES drafting the Fran and Ganny. DRMZJOSEPH with that first pick, taking in that Hathor, thinking about a Vanessa right now, and I do believe he still has one other Beast Rider. He has that Barbara in stock.
Yeah, and I don't think a Barbara is great into this specific lineup here, but he's thinking probably 2 choices, either going for the kill instantly with some sort of a Daphnis play, something super aggressive, or with a more control play with an Oki, or the slower team route with the Vigor here. I think Vigor is a little bit more neutral, but this type of draft does open him up to some sort of a Sierra X play. Maybe a Sierra Wind Art Master would be very cool to see, but definitely a Sierra is coming in play here. It could be an Oki. Oki's not the best into a Vigor, but Ganny Oki lockdown is very oppressive, so those are the 2 units we see.
Yep, double reset's going to be very, very important. DRMZJOSEPH loves this Josephine, and having that Ganny on the field is going to be very strong with against this Josephine.
Yeah, and he's going to lay a Josephine here, but he needs to play one more unit that provides some sort of a support, some sort of heal. Otherwise, he's going to open himself up to a Diana with a ban onto the Hathor here. So DRMZJOSEPH does need to lay in some sort of other support unit. Honestly, a little light on damage here. So an piece of immunity would be great. Goes with the Wind Art Master.
That's very interesting. I think DRMZJOSEPH already calling the ban on the Ganny already.
So when he lays a Changpong like this is probably actually, I would actually say it's a ban on the Okeanos here, because he needs to be able to establish some sort of control. HEVES needs to establish some sort of control, and DRMZJOSEPH wants to take that away by taking out either the Oki or it could be the Ganny. One of the 2 units has to be split here. But I really like that pick from DRMZJOSEPH here. I mean, it's a lot of damage, lots of control if there's no immunity.
I do like the Wind Druid coming out for HEVES. I think it's a very smart pick, very safe pick coming from him.
Yeah, it's a very safe pick, but one thing I am worried about is the Wind Druid actually does not take care of the Vigor very well. Vigor does allow turn cycling, lots of movement. We do see a split, as you call it, ban on the Ganny. Nice call, Stoic. So the Ganny goes away. We're going to see DRMZJOSEPH here with a little bit of a lack of damage. That Oki needs to land or HEVES is in trouble.
Speed lead for both team. DRMZJOSEPH the 33, though. If DRMZJOSEPH gets the 2-0, he's going to be moving forward. Let's find out. And here we go. First turn is going to be going to, HEVES with the Okeanos. Oh, I'm sorry, not Okeanos, that was the Hathor.
Hathor goes in with the skill 3. Actually, that's a very fast Hathor, going faster than the Okeanos, so it might even be a swift Hathor here. And actually, at this point, DRMZJOSEPH is just going to turn cycle over and over again.
Gets that provoke onto the Fran. Fran's not going to be buffing up any immunity right now.
That's a very giant provoke.
Ooh, going in for a shred, gets the additional turn as well, landing that 3-turn defense break. Ooh, and the additional turn coming from the Fran. Fran chooses to put up that immunity.
Giant proc there, laying up immunity. It's pretty huge here because now it's very difficult for DRMZJOSEPH to be able to lay any type of control onto HEVES' team.
Another additional turn coming from DRMZJOSEPH. He's able to pummel in some damage atop of that Fran. That's defense broken right now. I think we might be seeing a Soul Protect coming out for Fran. Choosing not to, goes for a wild blow onto the Vigor.
Yeah, chooses not to because Hathor does have that sleep with skill 2 and would strip that off, and that would be the end of Fran. So wisely being very patient here, and DRMZJOSEPH should take out that Fran, look to see HEVES, bring up that Fran, and try to find a window to keep it up through the game.
All right, well, here we go. See that additional turn once again coming out of Vanessa, getting stunned up this time. Josephine looking for the stun on Ciara and lands it. Hathor with the attack break to make sure those bombs are not going to be dealing much damage.
Yeah, and DRMZJOSEPH is actually in a really good spot here. If he goes for a defense break on the Ciara and gets it, that's a lot of damage.
There's that defense break sitting on top of Ciara. No additional turn this time, though. We see the revive coming back for Fran. Can Fran possibly get the wheels turning for HEVES?
It's going to be a little bit difficult. That Fran is going after the entire team of DRMZJOSEPH, so he's going to have to eat 3 shots to the face here in order to survive.
Yep, attack break sitting on top of Fran right now. We all know that skill 2 is going to be based off of her attack. She's not going to be dealing much damage after that. Does resist the defense break coming from Vanessa.
It's the world's biggest resist on the defense break because that Fran is up, so he's going to be able to pump in heals.
Woo, and Fran does hold on. Fran's going to be healing itself and possibly healing up the CR as well. That defense break looking very devastating. Chooses to heal himself, hoping for that additional turn.
Yeah, laying on that Rain of Spoons is going to give Josephine a turn, which is going to be some damage as he's going to be able to lay into CR here. So look to see the skill 2 go on that CR strip and do some damage here. But right now it could go to anyone's way here.
Yep, really could. Stun did land on top of Hathor. Not anybody else, though. We've got Windrude primed and ready for a massive wild blow. Not sure it's going to be the damage he's looking for. Does shadow shield on top of the Vega.
Yeah, but at the same time, that wild blow doesn't do a lot of damage. Vigors are built generally on HP build, so very, very tanky units. Lots of speed buffs, lots of defense breaks. Very, very difficult unit to deal with now.
Stun does go out on the Okeanos. Ciara barely holding on here. I think Josephine's going to be doing it right there. Does so, drops that Ciara, and we're looking for an attack break onto Vanessa and does land.
Yeah, and he's lost his primary damage dealer right now. Does not have any more damage in the back pocket. Tyrannies doesn't do anything. So Dreams Joseph is going to sweep this 2-0 and start off strong here.
Another additional turn coming out of Dreams Joseph. Misses the defense break on top of the Fran. We've seen another turn coming out of the Vigor, looking to finish off this Fran. Does get the heal block, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Again, that skill 3 up from Hathor just seals the deal. Heaves is going to go home here, and Dreams Joseph is going to move on and probably win some money today.
That's right. Dreams Joseph's going to be taking his time here, making sure he makes all the right moves. There really isn't much Heaves can do here, but I guess he's going to be holding on for something. There it is. Finishes off the Okeanos, finishing off that Fran as well with the Vanessa. Attack break sitting on top of this Wind Druid. And there you have it, round 2. That's it. Dreams Joseph 2-0's Heaves.
Wow, what a match. Dreams Joseph made that look easy. Easy. And we talked about how good Heaves was taking down Thompson before, but Dreams Joseph made that look like it was a red star match versus a gold star match. That's how one-sided it was. There was no question in terms of who was going to win from draft alone. Heaves just didn't bring enough support, didn't bring enough damage in to be able to counter Dreams Joseph's side. I would have liked to actually see a Molly at some point on Heaves' side, because once you take away some defense breaks from Dreams Joseph's side, you lose that burst, and that's where Molly shines. Heaves is here a little bit too squishy to be drafting the way he did, and that's why he's out of the tournament, and Dreams Joseph is not.
Dreams Joseph, he had a lot of violent procs, but I think the draft is what really spoke the most for him.
Really?
His draft was excellent.
Because, you know, looking over here from the sidelines, I was watching along, it felt like it was all about the runes, the way that the units were runed there. It just felt like there was so much opportunity for violent procs. You guys talked about it earlier, and I felt like a lot of those procs, obviously brought to you by Google Play, really allowed the opportunity for Dreams Joseph to take hold of the game.
He had that very fast Hathor. That surprised me for sure. I wasn't expecting to see a Hathor outspeeding that Okeanos, so that's rune quality for you.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And a lot of times those Hathors nowadays could be built on Swift, right?
Yeah,
I don't think we saw that proc a single time. So that's not rune quality. That's a drafting and matchup issue where Dreams Joseph planned ahead of time, knew that a Swift Hathor would win him the match. And that's exactly what happened.
All right, well, great planning there by Dreams Joseph. Moves him a little bit further along into the bracket as we take a look at our bracket, our Summoners War America's Cup bracket here in a 2-0. Bam, right there at the top. Dreams Joseph, the man from Peru, moves on and is 1 win away from joining the World Championship representing the Americas region. Of course, again, now all this is possible thanks to Google Play. Find your arena and all the latest and greatest new games on Google Play. All right, up next, KENBALLER and JMAK. We know that the winner of this will be playing Dreams Joseph. This is a big rematch that we got to see of the preliminaries, isn't it, guys?
This is the one to watch out for. This is the first round match that I think is going to be the most exciting, interesting, and I would say highest level in terms of draft quality. You're going to see both players know how to balance turn orders of speeds with and without speed lead very well. And obviously, you're going to see some LD Nat 5s from both sides. I think this is going to be a great match to watch.
Yep, it really is. I mean, this is going to be the one that sets the tone for that top side of this bracket. Let's see how it works out for them.
All right, well, again, we here at the America's Cup want to hear from you, so head on over to Twitter and use the hashtag for who you think is going to win, hashtag KENBALLER or hashtag JMAK win. And if they win, your player that you tweet out wins with your favorite message, you are selected. You at home will get yourself a nice little prize. All right, nothing left to do except to introduce these players. They played in the quarterfinals. Let's start off with with KENBALLER.
KENBALLER gets the 2-0 on JMAK. Well done, KENBALLER. What
KENBALLER's team went on auto. I think KENBALLER would have this match.
KENBALLER taking round 1 and finishes off the Vigor. This is not over. for KENBALLER. KENBALLER is going to be taking that round 3 victory.
So KENBALLER was able to get it done in day number 1 of the preliminaries. Went undefeated, 2-0 and 2-1 over POPOPANDA and JMAK respectively. Ranked 14th. Say Swag again, getting their representation. Guys, what more can we say about KENBALLER?
I mean, he has so many L&D units here. He has a very strong box. Clearly does his summons on a Google Pixel phone. That's how he gets all these LD units here. He is currently ranked 14 in season 14, and also very highly ranked on the ladder. I know when the season just opened up, he was sitting at Legend at one point. So definitely one of the favorites of today, if not the favorite here. I like his odds today.
Definitely going to be having him doing my summons from here on. I look forward to seeing how this match is going to go through here. Like we said, this is the one that's going to be setting the tone. It's a very tough match, and it's a repeat match like we've seen in the prelims. Can't wait to see this one go on.
Yep, well, his opponent, JMAK, no stranger to the stage, been around for a while, had to do it the hard way. Let's take a look at JMAK.
JMAK is looking amazing. Well done, JMAK.
JMAK is going to town.
I think JMAK's going to be able to turn this around with passing for JMAK. JMAK looking very strong. Skill 2, looking for stun on both units. Receives those stuns. JMAK takes down the previous America's Cup champ.
So JMAK as well had to take care of business a little bit differently. Had to beat JLN2 and knock out Thompson. And this was the one where it felt like it was a big surprise. And remember, we got to chat with him afterwards. He was so happy, he's so thankful. And now it's time for him to step on up because, great, you made your name after beating Thompson. What do you got left? Can you beat that old demon?
I mean, if you look at his lineup here, it's 3 matches against SSA members, coincidentally. So he's had to go against 3 of our guildies. You see his monsters, they're very standard units here, but he uses that understanding of the turn orders in draft very, very well. This quote of the Kingslayer, he knows that he slayed the king, clearly. And he's just very confident in his game, clearly. And I expect to see a lot of good plays from him today.
Yep, I expect to see a lot of great plays for JMAK as well. You know, like we said, taking down Thompson, that's no easy feat.
That's difficult.
That is a very, very difficult. So to see him going up against KENBALLER, I think he has fantastic odds, almost as good as his choice in motorcycles, which I approve.
Yeah, I know. He had the flamethrower as well in his video. Guys, so I feel like this matchup here, you touched on a little bit earlier, Maked, but is the big one that you want to look for, the one that you think is going to move on, regardless of what happened in that top bracket with HEVES and DRMZJOSEPH. What makes these two players so darn difficult to play against?
It's just the ability to play any style, any tempo, fast, control, slow. They have all the tools in their toolboxes. They have deep rune pools. KENBALLER has that pattern, that ragdoll, which allows him to play slow, but he also has Chiwus and Okis if he wants to take you fast. Being able to keep your draft neutral and then seal it off at the end, picking your direction in an advantageous way is a huge edge in this game here. So both of them have that ability to flex either way, which makes them very tricky to draft against.
Yep, they have a very good understanding of the current meta. They've got a very good understanding of their units and runes. Everything is well thought out and well planned.
All right, well, the first time this went around, only one of them could move on, but they had that consolation prize to get back in here to the America's Cup. Now, it's winner takes all. Got one message for these players before we get into the game.
Yo, Ken, good luck at SWC, man. Hope you win the whole thing.
Let's go, JMAK!
And here we go, our second match. JMAK, KENBALLER going in for their very first match between each other. JMAK does have first pick. Pre-bans coming out here. Ragdoll and Ganny getting pre-banned.
Interesting choice. Well, first of all, I want to note, interesting Stone Star League, as JMAK's patented Stone Star League. I believe that is the lowest rank you can be on the ladder, clearly showing that everyone can play RTA. KENBALLER is actually opted to take second. He can can choose to go first or not. Opted to take 2 picks because he values 2 over 1. JMAK taking the Oki first.
Okeanos getting picked first. I don't know how I feel about Okeanos getting picked first, but a CR and a Fran I'm very familiar with.
Oki first tells us that JMAK is going aggression. He pulled a Changpeng. Okay, we did not expect to see JMAK have this unit. I am not sure about not having a stripper on the field now because he does rely on Chiu a lot, but JMAK is setting up for Daphnesses. He is setting up for lots of damage, and KENBALLER going with the Masha. Interesting picks here. KENBALLER is in the face of a lot of damage here, does not have a ragdoll to be able to disrupt that turn order, so I would say that JMAK is in a very, very big advantage here.
Picks.
And goes with a Beta and a Wind Jamier. We haven't seen that in forever. Okay, so one thing that JMAK is lacking is strips here. So if KENBALLER goes with a double immunity or some way to counter this, he's going to be in a good spot. But JMAK does not have the ability really to strip very well. Changpeng does have strips on skill 2, but it is a slower base speed unit here. So if I'm JMAK looking at this, I'm looking to down a unit off the bat. Juno and Fran do not synergize well, by the way. But at the same time, JMAK does not have great heals over time. I think the ban is going to be one of the main damage dealers, either a Sierra or a Masha here. Chooses to take out the Juno. Interesting choice here, but I guess given that he felt like his Han was being pre-banned, great choice because Juno could have ended up soloing him. But kind of an interesting choice picks here, but I think if Masha can get through, that's a lot of damage coming out. Not a ton of bursts coming out from JMAX, and Ken has a Molly on the field.
Well, very exciting draft coming from JMAK and KENBALLER, both 24 speed leads. Here we go. JMAK taking first turn with a very fast beta.
And Changpeng, obviously everything's tuned here.
No defense breaks coming up from that Changpeng, and we still get the immunity on top of Ciara, and Fran does land the reset onto the Fran, though.
That's huge, not stripping everything, because if he stripped everything, that's so much just control. But at the same time here, JMAK, is in a spot where he has immunity.
Yeah, JMAK was looking for attack breaks, did not get an attack break on everybody, only landing on the Fran. Masha looking to deal some damage to the Okeanos, who do have a bomb that cannot land right now.
Yeah, and at the same time here, KENBALLER does have that Molly, but at the same time, JMAK does do a ton of damage with this Okeanos. We know the artifacts make it really strong. Does not do as much damage as I would have expected, so this Okeanos clearly not on crit damage, might not even have great artifacts on it. Changpeng's going to work here, and does get some resets cooldowns on Sierra, but does not get it on some of the other units here. It's a good amount of damage from Changpeng.
Yep, KENBALLER fully stunned up right now. Jamier is able to get that cycle right back on him, getting that cleanse and skills up.
And if you look at it, Changpeng moves in front of the entire team of KENBALLERs, and with that reset coming up, Changpeng is going to be able to reset again here. So that's a lot of damage that KENBALLER is going to be eating.
Yep, a lot of damage, a lot of control coming out of JMAK. He does land that defense break on top of the Molly.
But not landing that defense break on the other units actually gave the game.
Ooh, massive damage coming from that Jamier. Able to take advantage of the defense break, eliminating that Molly from the field. Not looking good for KENBALLER, really putting him on the back foot now.
No, I mean, not just back foot. It's showing him the door to this game here because JMAK is taking this right now. There's no way a Molly and Sierra coming back from this. Not with the Beta, with Revive, and all that damage coming out.
Ooh, Changpeng finishing up that Ciara, and we've got Jamier dropping the Fran, quickly doing away with KENBALLER. JMAK looking extremely strong going into this first match.
What a draft and what a game by JMAK. I'm thoroughly impressed. We have not seen these units before. Inventing this on the spot and being able to just do so much damage with this Changpeng. What a game.
Totally didn't expect that coming from JMAK. I knew he was going to be doing well, but round one coming to JMAK's side of the field.
And you see JMAK breathing a sigh of relief because this is probably something that's not been thoroughly tested a lot here. Something quite new, and it worked. It's one of those things when you think about trying something new, like, would it work? And it works. And he's going like, yes, it worked. I look great now. Stone Star League taking it. Actually, that looked very commanding. He actually got quite unlucky, missing a lot of strips, right? That Changpeng off the bat, missing a lot of defense breaks, and still won.
But he had the comp. He had these units. He had that safety net with the Jamier as well. Even though he missed it, he got those skills back up, and he still performed.
I mean, that draft just blew me away. What a draft there. I mean, that's just so difficult to comprehend when you're not used to playing against that. It's very tough to be able to counter on the spot. So KENBALLER, using a lot of units he's accustomed to, threw him into a speed that was a lot slower, right? Sierras and Mollys tend to sit slower, and with the Jamier providing speed lead, that's where all the damage units of JMAK were able to just take turns over and over and over again.
Yep, there's the pre-bans coming out for JMAK and KENBALLER. Patter getting banned, Han getting banned.
Yeah, so Patter being banned here, KENBALLER does not have the pad or deal. Takes out the Han. I'm not sure about taking out the Han here. Han might not be the one to take out, but it's always okay. Taking the Oki first is a little interesting. Learning from JMAK last match, but I'm not sure if that's the first pick to take.
I don't think that's the first pick to take. I think he's taking it away from JMAK, but I have a feeling JMAK was ready for that. Chiwoo Gani getting drafted by JMAK.
JMAK is definitely ready for that because you saw him instantly pick Chiwoo and Gani. What that does is it cuts down KENBALLER's time to think, and it also means that JMAK prepped this exact scenario ahead of time. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult to pick 2 picks on the spot like that. So Chiwoo and Gani means that KENBALLER's could think about playing turn 2 a little bit because that Chiwoo doesn't do a lot of damage. But what this does when KENBALLER drafts this way is allow JMAK to double down with maybe a Jemai Chung Hung if he's going this route, or can go slower. He can still play any speed he wants. Daphnis would also be perfectly acceptable here. But lays down the Ileana and lays down the Changpeng.
Yep, Changpeng coming back. KENBALLER with the Fran NCR. Very standard play. I think this is in JMAK's court right now because KENBALLER's not really drafting or really surprising him with anything. And we can tell JMAK's prepared for this.
And I actually really like the way KENBALLER finished his draft here. Ragdoll is going to throw a lot of disruption on the JMAK team because there are 2 big AoE units. That's a lot of a turn cycling. And Juno can actually solo JMAK's entire team. That Daphnis is going to be banned from JMAK's side. I think KENBALLER is going to win this one because he has either more heals or the ability to solo. JMAK does not have enough burst. So I think at the end of the day, JMAK's in a very good spot. JMAK is almost forced to ban the Ragdoll because he has too much AoE and the only way to win is to get through some damage. I don't think he has enough damage to get this stuff.
Well, Gani was going to be the unit of choice. Let's see what the staff is going to be doing for JMAK. Speed leads for the both of them. KENBALLER needs to win this one to stay in it, or are we going to see another 2-0? Can JMAK pull it off? We're going to find out now. JMAK with first turn, getting the strip and attack bar reduction on KENBALLER. There's the defense breaks happening as well. Glancing, laying on top of CR and Fran.
Yeah, that's the same time here. KENBALLER has 2 defense breaks on his team, so Daphnis is going to remove something from the field. KENBALLER is going to be down 3-2 off the bat here. And actually, again, I think JMAK's in a really good spot.
JMAK's in a very good spot. We're going to see this third skill coming out, and there's nothing KENBALLER can do about it. He might be losing his Fran or CR. Going for the overwhelm, gets the additional turn as well. Hellfire landing right on top of that CR. Looking so good for JMAK.
Huge additional turn here because KENBALLER doesn't even have skills right now. When I said Juno could solo, not at this point of the game here. JMAK going up 4 units to 2. This is a very, very dominating draft here. It's pretty much over.
The Wind Art Master, phenomenal in today's performance. Well done, getting that glancing on top of the Okeanos. Okeanos is not going to be landing that skill 2 here.
Wow, what a play here by JMAK here. And again, this is just formalities here, going through the motions here. But one by one, these units are going to go down. KENBALLER's Juno is not soloing these 4 units. Even if you gave this account into the hands of a true Stone Star League player, it would not happen. This game is over.
Even Juno went to go for the strip here, not landing the strip on the buffed up Ileana. And there you have it. We get the 2-0. JMAK is going to be moving forward to go up against DRMZJOSEPH. Well done.
What a draft. We saw 2 very different angles and ways to abuse Changpeng in JMAK's draft here. We haven't seen that ever. We haven't, and you know, obviously Changpeng got buffed recently, right? But at the same time, we just haven't seen that. JMAK, again, it's gonna come down, it came down to who read the speeds of the draft better. But JMAK knew that when he drafted this way, he was gonna get turn 1. Right? When he took speed lead, he had Changpeng, he had Chiwoo. Once he gets turn 1, and once Changpeng goes off, lands some defense breaks, that's over. You want to take out a unit, that's the end of it. KENBALLER didn't quite read that draft as well, so he was always down a unit off the bat and more health.
Oh, preparation. That's all I could smell from here was just an abundance of preparation. JMAK, well done.
So preparation, but also ingenuity here. You guys touched on it a little bit, but I really wanted to get your guys' take on JMAK's ability to innovate. He innovated in the draft live, something that we haven't really seen a lot before. We see a lot of copycat or maybe a little bit, but this was something brand new with the Changpeng.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the Changpeng at all, and actually, if you play on the ladder, Changpeng doesn't get used that much. And actually, game 1 with the Beta, you definitely don't see Beta used that often. Obviously, he picked the Beta because he has the Han, that dark speed lead, giving that Beta the ability to go first and lots of protection. But that Changpeng just has so much utility, ability to strip, lower attack bars, reset cooldowns, defense break. I mean, what else doesn't it do, right? At this point, but that was just so much damage, setup, oppression from JMAK's side. I don't think KENBALLER was ready for that.
It played into JMAK's court very, very heavily. What I saw coming from KENBALLER was just standard drafting. I didn't see a surprise. I didn't see this curveball JMAK wasn't ready for. I think what he should have noticed was JMAK was throwing something that surprised. It surprised us, and I think KENBALLER should have at least countered with something to surprise him as well with. But there was a lot of standard play coming out of KENBALLER in both those matches.
Yeah, always great when you test the meta and you say, hey, does the meta breaker work, or is the meta working because there's a reason why it's the meta? But unfortunately there for KENBALLER, not able to move on through. JMAK will continue his journey and take on DRMZJOSEPH as we take a look at the bracket right here of the America's Cup presented by Google Play. DRMZJOSEPH 2-0s HEVES, and then JMAK defeats KENBALLER 2-0 as well. And these two gentlemen will be the ones fighting for the Americas region spot at the World Championship in our very first semifinal matchup. We got TROKAMOO Tree and RAIGEKI and POPOPANDA left. This is your bracket for the America's Cup presented by Google Play. Make sure to check out Google Play. Find your arena and all the newest games only on Google Play. All right, so now we have the opportunity to sit down and talk with these two winners of their very tense quarterfinal matchup. I mean, it looked easy from here, but those two guys very much took care of business. And we should have them in just a second. There's DRMZJOSEPH. And we should have, I believe, JMAK joining as well there too. Hey, DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK, can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Hey, I can hear you. How are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me. How are you doing? Let's start with you first, JMAK, because we just saw you finish, and then we'll get to you, DRMZJOSEPH. JMAK, you threw the curveball in there. It went really well. Is this what you had planned for?
So, okay, playing KENBALLER and watching a lot of his replays and his streams, we know he plays Pavera Ragdoll, and my usual comp that I run Bruiser into him isn't that good, so I had to figure out something to cleave with him, and I noticed Chung Peng is a pretty insane unit right now, and it really paid off.
Yeah, absolutely did, guys.
I mean, I am honestly very impressed and surprised. I mean, Beta, Chung Peng, that tuning was incredible. I mean, how did you think about this? I mean, this is kind of an out of left field setup here. How'd you get your inspiration? How did you kind of put the pieces together to know that, you know, Chung Peng's the way that I'm going to do it? JMAK, I mean, how'd you do it?
So Chiwu Chung Peng Oki is used a lot on the ladder right now. And then I actually watched EU Cup, and one of the contestants that are going to be in regionals, Obabo, he uses Han, and Han Beta is what he's been using and was really successful. By doing that, I have, I for sure have turn one, I have immunity in case, and the last year unit JMAK is what I actually thought of a couple days ago, because I was missing a speed lead in the comp. I ended up was gonna use Amir, and it was a speed lead and also a nuker, but JMAK just provides a lot more safety in case I need a cleanse, and also I can use the same combo again if I need to.
I mean, very cool. I can tell you from personal experience, Amir is not very good. So glad to see the JMAK come out here. That was a very, very good pick here. And I have one more question, which is, how do you feel about your next? I know he's right here, but how do you feel about your next match?
I didn't know he had a Chung Peng. Let's just say I'm glad he went first.
Very cool.
Hey, DRMZJOSEPH, how was that last match for you against HEVES? How was it?
Can I get a translator, please?
Oh, ¿cómo fue el partido pasado contra HEVES?
¿Usted habla español?
¿Cómo?
¿Hablas español?
Solo un poquito.
¿Me repites la pregunta, por favor?
¿Cómo fue el partido contra HEVES?
Estaba un poco asustado porque creo que nunca le había ganado a HEVES en la arena normal.
I think he said against HEVES it was a normal match and he took care of business. Or I guess he didn't say take care of business, but it was a normal match. And then Dreams Joseph, what do you think about your next match here against JMAK?
Yo creo que contra JMAK va a ser una pelea de pintores de viento, creo.
He's a great player. He said he's going to be a good player and it's going to be a good game. All right. Well, thank you very much, Dreams Joseph. Best of luck. And again, trying to get back to the crown that you had at one point in the America's Cup. And best of luck to you as well, JMAK, in that semifinals match. All right, so you guys had the comments that were given to you from social media. What was your favorite comment, JMAK, of support that you saw so that we can give some of our fans that have been participating in the America's Cup little goodies?
First of all, I saw a lot of the Twitter, social media posts, and I've been getting incredible messages on social media as well. And honestly, there's just too many. Just a lot of names that I know as well that supports me. And the last thing is a lot of people support the Canadian that's still in there.
So which one? You should have, I think you should have a list of a couple that you got to see.
I have the list. I have to give it to our fellow streamer, Surin. She edited my picture onto a Hathor. I don't know why, but it's a really funny picture. And you know what? Getting support from the other streamers as well is absolutely incredible.
All right, so again, make sure if you want to participate in some of the cheering of the teams and cheering of the players, make sure to use the hashtag PlayerNameWin on Twitter. Head on over to Twitter, tweet at the Come To Us account, use hashtag PlayerNameWin for your opportunity to win some prizes. All right, we're gonna take a short break now that we have one semifinal set on up. We have two more quarterfinals matches to play to see who will be joining these two in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Summoners War Arena World Championship 2020 presented by Google Play.
And decides that he needs his friend to resist this Okeanos, but it's going to eat damage to the face from this Masha. This Masha is going to be saying, see you later.
That's
and now
right.
HEVES is down.
And
2 units
another
support.
additional turn.
So wisely being very patient here. And Dreams Joseph should take out that friend.
Round 2, that's it. Dreams.
But kind of an interesting choice picks here, but I think they're coming back from this, not with the better, with the revive and all that damage coming out.
Ooh, Chungbong finishing up that additional turn as well. Hellfire landing right on top of that CR, looking so good for JMAK.
Huge
on the buffed up Ileana in there. An additional turn here. Big Justice coming out of the attack buff Leica, aiming up for Ciara and dropping Ciara with a Justice. As well, dumping attack bars onto that Nephthys. Massive Justice damage comes out, finishes off that Vigor just like that. For that one here, we've got an ignore defense torrent coming out here. Massive torrent damage right onto the friend, eliminating this unit.
49k of damage.
And Velodril with a big skill too coming out on CR.
Yeah, and Velodril does have immunity coming up again, so Faint Memory needs to understand that. Decides. Actually, Tree's looking okay. I mean, his health is pretty full, but we'll see how much damage this bomb does if it's able to go off.
Like you said, War of Atricious. Oh, here we go. Bomb does land on the Nephthys. He's going to set this off. He needs to get rid of the Nephthys, and he does. Whoa, Thompson finally catches the break that he needed.
Or it could be the artifacts from the Vanessa, or it could be 5 runes on this Shiho.
Possibly. Bomb does land onto Vanessa.
Detonate here because Vigor does have a heal, and there are shields coming, and there we go.
We're gaining the additional turns. Bomb is going to be coming out onto the Savamir, or he may just let it go. Plays on. You can see that massive damage coming from Ada onto CR and Hathor looking to put everyone to sleep here.
I mean, this is going to be a long match. We have triple heals on C. Thomas's side. Tree does have to down that Sierra, so that's going to be his target of choice.
Full skills once again. Are we going to see that third skill coming out, or is he going to save it as many units are going to be sleeping? And he does. He uses that third skill, putting everybody down for 2 turns once again.
Fran.
Yep, you can see that revive coming out on the Savannah. So strong with Beast Riders because it is back on the Beast.
Yeah, and again,
possibly we might see a third skill, maybe even a second skill coming out of Vigga.
Huge reset on that Daphnis, guarantees that, and it's super squishy.
Ooh, very squishy, or high damage coming from this Vigor. That's a lot of damage coming towards. He's got to be careful he doesn't put it in Torrent range. Torrent will do a lot of damage right now. Barber looking to finish off the friend, gets the additional turn, and I think that's going to be it for Zephyrius. I don't know if this Fire Out match is going to be able to finish it.
Just because it's new does not mean it's good.
And the Barbara pummeling more damage into this Fire Out match. We get a primed and ready Torrent. Massive damage.
Free gift, wow. Got me a coconut.
All right, it's pretty cute.
Oh, it's a 02 shirt and a pin.
I appreciate it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2020 America's Cup presented by Google Play. 2 people have already booked their ticket to the semifinals, and 2 more will have to do so as we close up our quarterfinals. I'm Daniel Degon Gonzalez, joined again by the fantastic casters, Make It a Bud and Stoic. Guys, fantastic gameplay so far, right?
I mean, fantastic gameplay, but what a day of upsets, and 2-0 in in that manner. My bracket is busted already. I'm 0-2 on my bracket.
I'd have to say I am as well. I mean, 2 2-0s in a row. Like, wow. It's exciting, though. It's very exciting. And this is anybody's tournament. It really is. I think everybody has a chance to win this one. And to get these 2-0s, it's well-deserved. Well-deserved.
And you see the preparation. There's no hesitation when they make the picks. It's written down. They know it. They've gone through this a million times before. And preparation is why they're winning, why they're ahead, of course, on top of the runes in the boxes.
That's right. When you do your homework, it does show.
Yeah, it definitely shows. And you at home, we're trying to get you to do a little work by tweeting at us. Make sure to tweet who you think is going to win the next matchup so that you at home can win some prizes. In this next matchup specifically, will it be hashtag TROKAMOO win or will it be hashtag tree win? This one is going to be an absolute good one here. And if your message is selected, as we saw JMAK select one of his messages, you at home will win some goodies and prizes thanks to Come To Us and over here, our friends at SWC 2020. All right, let's take a look at the players again. One more time, players, welcome back. Again, we're in a interesting circumstance now in 2020, but we're glad that we've been able to have all of them. So 6 remain here, or I guess 5 in an open chair right there. 6 remain here left into the tournament, and they all are vying for the big prize of making it to the World Championship. And of course, these fantastic medals. Look at them, guys.
I mean, they look amazing. I mean, just as good as those Fermions many years ago. One of a kind. I mean, whoever wins it really did deserve it.
Yeah, they really, really do. This is why we're doing all this preparation here. They want to earn these medals themselves.
Yeah, they definitely do, and it all starts here with our bracket. We've seen 2 players plug away at the bracket right here. DRMZJOSEPH and JMAK have punched their ticket to the semifinals. And there's 2 more tickets up, but 4 players vying for them. TROKAMOO and Tree, RAIGEKI, and POPOPANDA. This again is your America's Cup bracket brought to you by Google Play. Make sure to check out Google Play. Find your arena and all the latest games only on Google Play. All right, up next, it's the big matchup here, Tree and TROKAMOO. TROKAMOO just kind of earning his way on through to the bracket. And Tree as well. Tree, veteran of the space, representative of the Americas region. Guys, what do you think about these 2 competitors?
Well, clearly what I think is probably not going to be true based off of the previous 2 brackets, but my bracket has actually TROKAMOO going through, which may actually come as a surprise to a lot of people, but I think the combination of LDs that TROKAMOO has, mainly Gianna, one of the most broken units right now in the game, trumps Tree's LDs. Both of them have very similar runes. I am discounting a little bit of experience here because I'm assuming both players have prepped, and when you prep, that takes away a little bit from nerves because you just go by what you've prepped. I actually give this one a little bit to TROKAMOO, but it could go either way.
I think I would do the same. I would give it a little bit to TROKAMOO. I think Tree's going to have to reinvent himself just a little bit and not play like how he was doing in prelims before. I think TROKAMOO would love it if he played like he did in prelims because that would be right in TROKAMOO's court. But we're going to find out.
Yeah, and if we've learned anything from the first couple of matches here, players can reinvent with the preparation that all these players have put in for the America's Cup. And if you think one of these players is going to take the win, we want to hear from you. Again, on Twitter, use the hashtag TROKAMOO win or hashtag Tree win for your opportunity to win some prizes and some gifts from Come To Us if the winning player, your winning player, selects your message. All right, let's get things started by getting to know TROKAMOO just a little bit better.
Here we go, TROKAMOO. Massive damage coming towards that unit.
TROKAMOO is able to take this down.
Great decision making by TROKAMOO.
Huge plays by TROKAMOO.
Looking very good for TROKAMOO.
Looking very good for TROKAMOO. So good he could keep that.
There you have it. TROKAMOO has taken the round 3 away.
So TROKAMOO, part of that SSA guild that you just see over and over again. Pretty low on the ladder for his season 14, but it didn't matter. He was able to cruise on through with a 2-0 in the preliminaries, beating Zephyrius and then DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, I mean, season 14, 300 on the dot. Maybe he planned that out, but G3, whether you're ranked 300 or ranked 2, is the exact same thing. I would not discount this player. He has some of the best monsters in the game and uses a lot of wind units. And I think, again, to your point, Stoic, if Tree plays that Vigor Molly a lot, he could be in a lot of trouble. So look to see if he's going to deviate from his original game plan or how he used to play.
Yep, we'll see. TROKAMOO doing a lot of homework here. Looking fantastic as Gianna himself. We're going to see plenty of that today.
I love that fan art. That was fantastic. So TROKAMOO with hair is always a great sight, right? Well, his opponent also has hair, also has experience not only in the America's Cup stage, but the World Championship stage. Let's take a look at Tree.
Great show of manipulation by Tree. Tree's just gonna slowly wear his opponent down. Really like Tree's spot here. Tree is able to climb back. That Molly might get its first victory.
Looking extra good for Tree right now.
Tree looking so strong.
I think Tree has this one won all day. He's set. He's ready to auto it. There you have it, Tree.
So definitely a little bit of concerns with Tree when we kick things off. He lost his first match in the preliminaries, and it's like, oh, he's gonna have to battle his way back from the loser's bracket, but was able to do so, and I'm sure we'll be able to take a look at those stats in just a second here of Tree. But I mean, Tree's been around for a while. Tree is, again, coming back from the World Championship. Guys, thoughts on Tree, Stoic?
We're definitely going to see him reinvent himself. I don't think we're going to see the Tree from prelims. This is World Finals. This is also someone who's well experienced, and he usually does his homework. So I'm expecting to see a new Tree, not a prelims Tree, but a new Tree, especially knowing who his opponent here going up against TROKAMOO.
And I think all the same rules still apply. Turn order, aggression, popping a unit off the bat or not. But at the same time, I think we saw that Verd in one of the clips earlier. I think that he's going to be leveraging this a lot. Tree likes to use a lot of his Vio runes and wear his opponent down. That is generally his preferred style. He views it as more safe, more conservative. He does not like to go for one-shots. So I expect to see this style of play from Tree. We'll look to see how he's reinvented himself, as you say, and maybe he'll throw in something different.
Yeah, well, we had the opportunity to chat with Tree after his qualification. Seemed pretty calm and collected, but now it's time to put up between these two guys. Only one can advance and move on to the semifinals before the pick and ban. Had a little bit of fan messages here for him.
Aloha and good luck, TROKAMOO.
Hi, Brian. 이번에 아메리칸컵 꼭 우승해서 바코드 명예를 살려주길 바랄게. 트리, 화이팅!
And here we go, guys. Tree versus TROKAMOO. Tree hasn't even played a match this season.
So we saw the Stone Star League earlier, but what's lower than Stone Star League is the Placement League. So that's where Tree's at right now. Clearly probably has done his homework in the prep phase. Earlier we saw messages from DJ Bizzle and from Lucky God there. So hopefully they're giving the luck to their players, rooting them on here. TROKAMOO at 1594 clearly has not played on the ladder very much this season, so we see some very interesting pre-bans here, Sierra and Artemil. Artemil's a little bit interesting of a pre-ban from TROKAMOO.
Yeah, curious to see why. We may see as this draft progresses. Tree with the Chiwoo and Gani, TROKAMOO with the Hathor, of course. We're splitting the Gani Hathor like always.
Very interesting to take that Chiwoo off the bat from Tree and no hesitation, right? So we know that Tree has done his homework when you lay something down like that instantly here. TROKAMOO fumbled with the Oki here, but he realizes Oki may actually leave him open to some sort of Vigor, Ileana's turn to Molly type plays here that we're seeing. Molly, Juno, very predictable. Tree does lack a lot of burst though and has no immunity, so TROKAMOO should use this window to win his match here.
Yep, Molly Juno coming up for Tree. TROKAMOO looking at double water. Going to be possibly drafting that Barbara. Vigor takes the Barbara back. He might be locking it in now.
Yeah, that Barbara needs to be on Violent if he's going to draft it this way, because Molly is a lot of healing, lots of threat, and at the same time, TROKAMOO doesn't really have a solid heal on his team minus that Vigor. Tree instantly goes to that Nephthys. Nephthys is a very difficult unit to deal with. If I'm TROKAMOO, I don't think I can ban that Nephthys because there's so much healing from the Molly. Decides to go after it anyways, but he might very well be out healed here. Vigor does throw up buffs, but Juno counters that. So there's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors of when you throw up the buffs, when you don't. TROKAMOO also is not representing a lot of burst here, and that could be his downfall. It depends on how squishy that Chiwoo and Juno are from Tree side.
Yeah, it might be war of attrition for Tree. He does have a lot of sustain. Can TROKAMOO get through that? We're going to find out. Is the Molly going to prevail for Tree once again? And here we go. This is going to be round one between Tree and TROKAMOO. Tree with first turn, looking for a full team strip attack bar pushback, not landing it on top of the Vanessa. Ganymede looking for a reset.
And that's an incredibly fast Chiwu, outspeeding a Vanessa speed-led Okeanos here. So Tree definitely has great runes, but again, look to see where TROKAMOO can lay in some bursts to take out either that Chiwu or Juno. He's going to need to poke around to figure out what's squishy, but that's what TROKAMOO needs to do.
That's right. That reset did land on Hathor. Hathor's not going to have any skills up here. Juno with the Despair Sun coming out on Okeanos, and he was TROKAMOO was looking for that defense break on Chiwu, not receiving it though.
And that's a ton of damage at Okeanos, already under half health here, and Tree doing a ton of damage at Juno, definitely on additional damage artifacts.
That's right. So Vigor has no choice but to heal up at this point. He can't buff up that Okeanos though.
Can't buff it up, but at least can heal it. But again, that Juno's going to be able to wear it down. That's a lot of damage. Watch to see how much damage Juno does, because at this point, Tree doesn't really... He's going to strip the team here, but that does a lot of damage. This Juno does so much.
Let's see if we're going to see any Despair Stuns coming out of Tree. Goes for just a single target on the Okeanos. Gets Despair Stun as well.
Decides that he's not really under a lot of pressure, so he doesn't need to strip off that speed buff and wants to go after damage and be able to take out one of unit from TROKAMOO.
TROKAMOO realizing the threat, hoping for that additional turn coming out of Vigor. Does land that 3-turn defense break on top of that Juno.
Yeah, very good evaluation from TROKAMOO, realizing that Juno's probably on crit damage. Doesn't matter though, defense break is gone here. So now again, Tree's at full health again. TROKAMOO doesn't have a way to burst it down.
That's right. We have this Molly, just the incredible sustain coming at, a little bit of poke damage coming towards Okeanos' way. Looking for an attack break on Chiwu, not receiving it here.
TROKAMOO is 2 turns away from using skill 3 on Vigor here, and 1 more turn away from using skill 2 on Vanessa. That Juno is doing work.
Despair Revenge Juno, might I add. It revenged back onto that Vanessa. We're going to see a skill 2 coming out onto the Vigor. He wants to stop these buffs coming up on him, and it does land.
Yeah, and again, that Ganny with that skill 3 resets that Vanessa. This Okeanos is going to go down here, and TROKAMOO is not going to be able to cycle speed on the Vigor, which means he's not going to get enough speed over the course of the game, and he's going to slowly be worn down by Tree and his Molly.
Yep, that's right. I mean, TROKAMOO 100% on the back foot after losing this Okeanos. You know, that's a lot of damage that he's missing out on. It's going to be tough to build up this sustain to stop Tree. He needs to be landing. He needs these additional turns. He needs to capitalize off some defense breaks. He's going to need a little bit of luck here to overcome Tree.
He's going to need more than just a little bit of luck, because right now what he needs to do is take out this Juno, which is the damage dealer of Tree. But this Juno is just not really taking any damage, and TROKAMOO doesn't have a way to burst it down with the Vanessa there.
That's right. A little bit of poke damage coming towards this Vanessa. Ganymede possibly looking to reventilate back onto the Maul. He just wants to get that shield back up there.
Yeah, at this point here, Tree knows that he just needs to out-sustain TROKAMOO, because Vigor's not a lot of healing. Missing that defense break is giant.
On a fire unit, might I add. Missed the defense break onto the Juno. He's going to go for some poke damage. Just get that heal block onto the Chiwu. Trying to pummel more damage. You can see how big those heals are on Molly.
Yeah, pretty big, and at the same time, you look at the attack bars, Tree is going to take entire turns. He's at full health again. TROKAMOO needs to line up some sort of burst, but that window is shrinking. His health is going down. That's as the game goes on, that's a lot of damage he's taking.
Yep, it really is. TROKAMOO's running out of time here. We're going to see this third skill finally coming out with Hathor. Does it land on everybody? It doesn't land on the Chiwu, and we all know that Juno's going to be cleansing itself.
Yeah, and TROKAMOO does need to go for damage on that Juno right now, because at the same, Juno's going to wake up anyway, so he needs to go for the Juno. Juno is the aggressive unit, chooses to go after Chiwu here.
Does get the additional turn, though, removing Chiwu from the field. It's maybe a little bit of saving grace for TROKAMOO. He needs anything he can get his hands onto right now.
Definitely a saving grace, but if this Juno taking revenge, moves up in attack bar.
Yep, I think he's going to go for, chooses just to go with the first skill, not wanting to chance that violent proc, capitalizing off that defense break. We get a proc coming out of the Molly putting a shield up onto the Ganny.
Yeah, chooses not to use it there because he's trying to line up a window to kill that Juno, because Juno shakes off debuffs when it gets a turn. But again, so much attack bar manipulation from Tree side. I mean, TROKAMOO's not going to be able to get another turn.
Yep, there it is. Juno finishing off that Vanessa. The sustain, the damage is gone from TROKAMOO. He's just not going to have enough to make up for it. The Molly's just way too oppressive with this passive.
The Molly's too oppressive, the Juno does too much damage, and TROKAMOO does not have enough burst. That is a recipe for losing a game here. And so TROKAMOO is basically should be taking his time to think about how he should draft better the next game, because Tree showed total dominance in this one.
That's right, Hathor landing these the sleeps here, and you could tell Tree is not worried about this Hathor whatsoever. He's going for his resets, he's keeping the vigor down, he's not allowing him to get that second skill to get that kind of sustain.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Tree right now, he's smiling, he's tilting his neck, he's enjoying this right now. He knows he's got this.
Looking for an additional turn. He did get the additional turn and does drop the Juno, but this is still technically not over. Technically not over at this point. He's going to need a little bit of RNG and a little bit of control and things to work out for him, but we'll see as this progresses.
Technically not over. That Vigor did get a giant proc, but again, it's going to need a proc every single time here. Ganymede does do a lot of damage onto a Vigor at this point.
Does get that defense break on to the to the Molly. Reset comes out, does land on top of Vigor, of course, dumping attack bars on the whole team.
Yeah, but at the same time, again, TROKAMOO is going to need a proc on that Vigor at some point.
There's that proc coming out again. He's finishing off that Vigor, and that is going to be it for TROKAMOO. And you could see him shaking his head. He knew that was going to be it. Second Vigor drop. Valiant effort for the kind of sustain that Tree was rocking here. And there you have it. Tree taking round one away from TROKAMOO.
What a draft from Tree. I really thought at this point, what it came down to was TROKAMOO overextending a bit with that Hathor, that Okeanos, allowing Tree to go straight up turn 2 play here. I think Tree managed that very well. And knew that TROKAMOO didn't have enough burst, so a crit damage Juno is very, very good in that situation. I noticed TROKAMOO was shaking his head there, clearly not happy with this situation, but every round's a new game, so he's going to need to be able to show some fortitude and come back from this deficit here.
Yeah, most definitely. Tree, very comfortable with the amount of sustain that he had. I think we can see a very different draft going into this round 2. I'm not sure we're going to see this Molly Vigor, or I'm sorry, just this Molly team coming from Tree. I think he's going to possibly throw him a curveball. If you end up bringing back this Molly, this TROKAMOO might be able to get a victory out of it.
Yeah, we'll see here. Tree does like that Molly a lot. Again, he likes violent matches that are very consistent, very slow, because he thinks that those are more favorable. It favors the better decision making over time. So that's his style. I wouldn't be surprised to see more Molly, but we'll see. We'll figure it out in the first 3 picks here. So Tree's likely going to take a Hathor or a Gani first pick here.
Yeah, very predictable pre-bans. The Gianna and the Neft is getting pre-banned out here. Hathor being drafted by Tree. And we've got TROKAMOO looking to respond, possibly splitting that Gani and taking that away from Tree.
Yeah, so TROKAMOO should go Gani Sierra here. Instead, goes for Gani Oki. The Sierra and Gani would be very good in a Molly and dissuade a Molly pick, and Sierra's very good in many situations. Instead, opts for the Gani Oki, which makes him still weak to Molly type teams. But so Tree has the option of either going Chiwu outspeed and just go for control, Chung Pongs and whatnot, or can go slower with Molly's, Vigors. Chooses right now to go with the Chiwu, and the second pick is going to be very telling of the style of this draft.
Well, it's a very interesting style of draft when you're going to be bringing a beta out this early.
Yeah, it's a very interesting because at this point, Tree doesn't have a lot of damage on the field here. So he opens himself up to being verded, being mollied. But at the same time, if a verd comes on the field, Tree also knows he has an Artemil in the back pocket. So that's probably why he drafted so low damage. But if I'm TROKAMOO, I'm looking for Sierras. I'm looking for damage. Daphnis is an okay pick here, but it does play into that Chiwu a little bit. But I was hoping to see a little bit more damage from TROKAMOO sustained over time.
Yeah, TROKAMOO doesn't have any defense breaks on this field. Ada looking very, very good if Tree's going to draft him here.
I think an Artemil would be incredibly strong because TROKAMOO does not have damage over time or great sustain over time. So some sort of Artemil mixed with one more Han. Okay, I did not know that Tree had a Han, but a Han and an Artemil would probably seal the deal here.
Ooh, we're going to see a Praha coming out. I love seeing the Praha because this unit was buffed, and I am loving this Praha.
All right, so Tree saying that he's going to reinvent himself really does take a very different style of unit here. Interesting pick here. I do like the Praha pick with the additional damage. It is interesting to note that Praha and Hathor have dysynergies with dots come up from the Praha. Things don't sleep as long. So there's a little bit of that going on there. TROKAMOO just needs to be able to abuse that somehow.
I do like the Josephine coming out here. I have a feeling Tree was predicting the Hathor ban, bringing in that Praha, and brought the Josephine in to cover his back here, but ban's coming out on the damage dealer. He's going to be removing from the Han from the field. Josephine getting banned on TROKAMOO's side of the field.
Draft-wise, this favors Tree a lot because you know that Chiwu is going first. TROKAMOO's going to eat a full team sleep, and some unit, a Daphnis, usually is quite squishy, is going to die from Praha doing a lot of damage.
We can see the nerves coming into this match, and here we go, guys. Tree, TROKAMOO. Are we going to see another 2-0, or can Trok hold on? First turns coming from Tree. We've got Beta buffing up.
Yeah, and you see Praha's lower in speed, meaning it's violent, meaning it's going to do a lot more damage. That Daphnis is so squishy. He's going to be eating a full team sleep here.
Doesn't get the Gani, though. Gani still remains with that immunity, but still full team sleep should be coming out.
Full team sleep is a very big deal here. That Praha, again, will do a lot of damage, and you see how squishy that Daphnis is already at 2/3 health.
Daily Promise does not land on the Okeanos. I'm not sure it's going to matter too much. We're going to see this focus coming out onto Okeanos from this Praha. I would imagine it's on a crit rate build, able to cycle a little bit of attack bar. No! Choosing to go with a skill 3 to put that Okeanos down.
Interesting investment of skills there, choosing to go after that Oki, but I guess he values not being stunned, but having his entire team stunned there.
Yep, Ganymede going for the reset onto the Beta. Beta's not going to have any skills coming up here.
Yeah, but at the same time here, it's interesting. I mean, this Praha is not going to be able to do much for a little while, so that Hathor just used skill 3, so once TROKAMOO gets online, he could be in a decent spot.
No, Hathor possibly looking to put this Ganny down, not allowing to cycle only turns. No, choosing to go for an attack break onto the Okeanos, not landing it though.
Yeah, but TROKAMOO now has a Ganny Oki lockdown with skills up, so I actually really like Troka's position.
Rain of Stones only lands on the Hathor and the Chiwu. You can see that cycling attack bar with the additional turns as well onto this Okeanos. Okeanos looking a little low right now.
It's actually a good amount of damage here, but at the same time, I mean, TROKAMOO does have control.
Ooh, and there you go. France coming back. We get that additional turn. Immunity attack boost coming up, healing up that Okeanos, which is what he really needed.
Yeah, healing up that Okeanos. That Okeanos quite tanky, actually. I would usually expect him to melt a lot faster. TROKAMOO does have Ganny Oki lockdown. Skills are down on that Praha.
That's right. Ventilate goes back onto the Okeanos. He's going to try and lock down Tree's team here with a Rain of Stones. Looking to get everybody. Can someone resist the stun? We get a double resist coming out of Praha and the Beta.
Wow, that Okeanos not landing very much. Usually you see that Okeanos landing everything. So TROKAMOO being really unlucky here. He should be winning this game, but it's kind of back and forth. He does have a Daphnis coming up, though.
But does get that heal and additional turn coming out. Unit of focus right now is the Beta. Goes to the Hellfire, finishes off that Beta. Things are looking very good for TROKAMOO right now. He does have this reset. He might be putting this reset to stop the Praha.
Definitely does, and Ganny has skill 3 next, so once units from Tree side go, Ganny's going to be able to wipe attack bars, and that's another Ganny Oki lockdown here. So if I'm Tree, I'm thinking about game 3 here.
Yep, Chiwu looking to strip that shield, does so. Hathor trying to put this Fran down, does land the sleep, but the additional turn coming out of Fran once again. Glancing sitting on top of Praha. Praha's not going to be boosting up this attack bar with the skill 1.
Yeah, Tree's going to need a lot of procs here, and even a lot of procs not going to save him. Does get one proc,
Does get the additional turn out of the glancing, cycling so much attack bar. You can see it's just around that 50% area right now. Overwhelmed coming out, landing on top of everyone. Okeanos looking to deal some damage to this almost dead Chiwu. Finishing off that Chiwu. Resets coming out onto the Hathor. Dumping attack bars, getting additional turns as well. Ventilate back onto the Okeanos. Things are looking very good for TROKAMOO.
Looking very good for TROKAMOO. We're going to see a game 3 here. Super exciting stuff.
There's our first game 3. TROKAMOO taking round 2 away from Tree.
Tree's so well-mannered, even in defeat, is smiling there, probably thinking about maybe a mistake he made or some other way he could have drafted. I actually think Tree should have had that, but what actually happened is this Chiwu didn't get the all the strips, right? So he had to make choices. That Ganny still had immunity, and then he didn't get that Okeanos. Had he put that whole team to sleep, he would have been able to pick off that Daphnis. Unfortunately, this is the game called Summoner's War. That's what we play. Resists and procs are a thing, and Choka was able to take that, and that's why we have a game 3 here.
Yep, that's right. A lot of additional turns coming out of TROKAMOO. He needed it. He got it. That Fran ended up being the unit that he really needed. That double reset, very oppressive. He had it a little bit unlucky with that Okeanos not landing those Rain of Stones. But well done, TROKAMOO.
Well done. So we're going to see what we have in game 3 here. I would like to see more of the patented TROKAMOO Savannahs and other types of play coming from him, but we haven't right now. We've seen a little bit more of a sit-back type of style, and that's actually not very characteristic from what I'm used to seeing from TROKAMOO. You see he's breathing, big sigh there, kind of relaxing himself. Both players are stressed. This could be experience coming into play here.
They may be stressed, but I don't see a drop of sweat on that glistening head. We're going to see us going through this round 3.
And we see that Artemel pre-ban and the Sierra pre-ban from Tree. TROKAMOO obviously going to take that Hathor first pick here. Tree's going to respond probably with some sort of a Ganny.
Oh, here we go. First pick coming out of TROKAMOO. It's going to be a unit he's taken away from Tree. We see the Hathor's coming out. Tree's going to be splitting that Ganny, drafting the Chiwu with it as well.
And Troka does need to be able to fight for that turn 1. I mean, that first game he got kind of controlled, but will fight for turn 1, but at the same time leave him the ability to play turn 2. He got out-handled by a Juno Molly last time, so he needs to be able to play in some sort of damage earlier in his draft. not so much Okeanos. Okeanos is okay because he's paired it with a Vigor, which allows him to have damage with that defense break and heal. So I think this is perfectly fine here. Tree is going to have to pivot because Molly is not very good into Vigor.
No,
Molly
not at
gets
all.
outpaced by that speed buff. So definitely Molly's off the field here. We might see Josephine's. Nephthys is always great. It's an LD monster, one of the best in the game. So can't go wrong with a Nephthys if that gets off. I mean, it's very dominating. And Juno.
And drafts Juno as well. I think TROKAMOO is setting himself up to be very aggressive. I think these last two picks can be some high dealing damage dealers coming from TROKAMOO. I think so.
And if I'm TROKAMOO looking at this draft here, I'm looking to take out Chiwoo or the Nephthys because once that Nephthys Organic gets off, it's very tough to come back. If you eliminate the Chiwoo or the Nephthys, you have a good spot here. TROKAMOO is going to need to pump in some damage in order to do so here. Time's running out though, so he goes with the Barbara. I'm not sure about this Fran pick. If he goes Fran, he is telegraphing a ban on the Chiwoo, so Tree can play accordingly. Maybe some sort of a Diana or some sort of even a Leo would be quite interesting to be able. A Leo would be a great pick actually because Vigor and Barbara aren't very good, and that becomes a force ban. You never lock yourself into force ban. That's exactly what TROKAMOO has done. So a Leo would probably have won Tree the game here, but instead goes with that Praha.
Interesting, bringing in the Praha in. I think that says he's going to be letting that Fran through. He wants to have that extra strip as well. Curious what the bands are going to be coming out here.
Definitely the Barbara, because the Barbara is the source of damage, or the burst, I would say. And Praha, pick on the Praha means that Vigor and Fran are both staying in the game here. So Tree is going to be able to open up. You know his Chi was very fast with resets, and he's going to be looking to take out this Oki. We know the Oki's tanky, so we'll see how the Vile procs end up on this one.
That's right. So there's no Molly being paired up with Tree's side of the field this time with that Molly Juno. We have a Praha Juno this time. So I'm curious, is that going to be enough sustain? Is TROKAMOO going to take this one? We're going to find out. And we have Tree taking first turn. Chiwoo getting that, not the full strip, not getting it on this Fran, which is very important.
A pretty big resist on the Fran, but at the same time, there are true AoE strippers of Juno and Praha, so TROKAMOO does have to proceed with caution.
Yep, trying to take advantage of that fire unit on the other side of the field, allowing Praha to cycle more attack bar. He's choosing whether to buff up right now because he knows that Juno can strip.
And I think he has to do it there because he needs to force out the strips. Instead does not, but he's going to get pummeled over time. Needed to do that because now he's going to sleep.
That's right, put him to sleep. And that was great that he has this unit on Revenge. You can see how much attack bar it generated with first skill. It revenged and immediately pushed itself in front of the others.
Yeah, so TROKAMOO actually in a lot of trouble. Will need a couple of procs here, not just one in order to come back because Tree is pummeling in a lot of damage. These Oracles gain attack bar on skill 1. It's a lot of damage coming out.
Yep, there's that Ventilate back onto the Praha. We can see the additional turn coming out of Vigor. Does go with that skill 2 to heal up. We're going to see that strip coming out of this Juno.
Yeah, and has to force that strip out of Juno because if he resists, he's okay.
A full strip though, and we can see Praha's going to be using that skill 3 to put everybody down once again.
It does not get it on the Hathor, but doesn't matter. Hathor is on cooldown, but again, did proc there, so skill 2 is up next.
Yep, skill. Oh, but Juno puts a stop to that, getting a 2-turn sleep from skill 1.
Yeah, but TROKAMOO does have Rain of Stones coming online. That is going to be quite a bit of damage here. And TROKAMOO, again, does have that. Once that Vigor gets online with the speed buff, with the defense break, that is his window of opportunity.
He needed the full team stun. He got the full team stun. Resets coming out onto that Ganny. See Juno obviously getting her pass up, healing up a little bit. The additional turn coming out of Okeanos, putting that Ventilate right back onto that Praha.
Yeah, and TROKAMOO may remember that this Juno is on crit damage, so that's why he's thinking about skill 3, where to put it. Decides he wants to eliminate a unit. Always a great choice here. The decision here is, do you go for the kill or do you heal your team? Opts for the safe play, heals the team.
That's right. Oh, but another turn coming out of this Praha to set up to get the full strip. It would wake up this Hathor though.
Yeah, and I think if I'm Tree, I don't do that. I just kind of say don't do that because you don't want to wake up the Hathor. Instead, goes for damage on the Oki, which is a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage on the Oki, but the defense break Chiwoo did not handle that very well. That's an attack buff. Okeanos. Ooh, Vigor might be finishing up Chiwoo and does. We may see that strip now finally come. And it's a terrible strip. We don't get anything except the Fran healing up that Okeanos in favor of TROKAMOO very much.
Not much of a strip there at all, and that's pretty massive because that saved him from taking all those dots. At this point, damage is everything here. TROKAMOO does have 4 units, and again, once those heals come online a bit more, once he gets a defense break, could be over.
Here's the additional turns coming out of the Hathor, landing that sleep on top of Praha. We may see a skill 2 coming out, getting more sustain out here. TROKAMOO looking very strong right now. Goes for the attack bar pushback onto the Ganymede. He's got all his skills up with this Okeanos, not landing a stun on top of the Juno, which works in his favor.
And not landing the stun is giant because Ganymede had skill 3, so that's a whole whole turn cycle of Juno being able to do damage here and that Praha being able to wake up at the same time. TROKAMOO doing a lot of damage to the Okeanos as the game goes.
Going for skill 3, finishes off that Juno with the vigor, looking so good for TROKAMOO. TROKAMOO taking round 3. This man is hyped.
And you saw it in the camera. He started fist pumping. I mean, Tree looks kind of dejected, but again, still smiles. I mean, Tree's always full of smiles here. TROKAMOO's pumped there. I mean, you could see during the match as Prox went certain ways. Very emotional player. You could see that in his streams and whatnot. I mean, overall great picks. Lots of back and forth though. I mean, that was an amazing match.
Awesome back and forth. I'm very proud of TROKAMOO. I think he did excellent. Scary going with such a like a sustained comp up against Tree, because Tree's running that same thing, and like both these players are just kind of waiting for those opportunities, and TROKAMOO got his opportunities in that match.
Yeah, he definitely did, and it felt very fun to watch it go back and forth. And as you said, TROKAMOO very, very emotional as he was able to work his way on through. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time here, as it's TROKAMOO defeating last year's world representative from the Americas region, Tree, to move on 2-1 in one of our closest fights that we've seen so far. It was a back and forth in the first series that went all 3 ways. Again, the America's Cup bracket brought to you by Google Play. Check out Google Play, find your arena, and all the latest games on Google Play. All right, guys, there it is. You got one more quarterfinals left to go, and it's going to be RAIGEKI and POPOPANDA. And these guys have sat and watched a lot. If you're these two guys, what are you thinking from how it's unfolded so far here at the America's Cup?
I mean, I don't know if these other players have been able to watch the other matches, but I think going in, they're going to stick to their prep that they've come in with, which is the balance of Chiwoo, Savannah, Oki, Gani, speed units, and Molly turn 2. We'll see what they have in their boxes, but at the same time, I think it's going to be whoever has the faster units, and then that balance of when do you swing to turn 2.
I got to speak to RAIGEKI this morning, and he said there was one match he was not looking forward to. It's his first match. It was POPOPANDA that he was not looking forward to go up against. I think he's got a plan for everybody, but I'm curious to see what he's got in store for POPOPANDA here. Yeah,
so POPOPANDA, RAIGEKI are 2 final quarterfinalists that are going to be battling here. And if you have a feeling one way or the other and want to get yourself some in-game loot, use the hashtag RAIGEKIWin or POPOPANDAWin on Twitter. You can have that hashtag there. The team will go and find your tweet, present it to the winner of this match, and if they select your message, they'll get yourself some free swag from inside the game. Again, RAIGEKI and POPOPANDA both earning the way on here. Let's take a closer look and get to know these two competitors.
RAIGEKI, let's get into it.
What a game by RAIGEKI.
RAIGEKI's got the sustain. RAIGEKI taking round 1 away.
So RAIGEKI is now going to snipe out a unit, and that's going to be the end of this one. So RAIGEKI in a really good spot here. RAIGEKI's got this one.
And there you have it, RAIGEKI with the 2-0.
All right, and there he is, Mr. Rikiko RAIGEKI. He was one of the members that were able to get through scot-free in the first day of the preliminaries. 2-1 and 2-0, Topa V and Tree was his path there for AB Academy. A relatively high season 14 record rank compared to some of our other competitors. Guys, thoughts on RAIGEKI?
So RAIGEKI had a pretty tough way to get here. Topa V is a very good player, and obviously Tree is, one of the best players in the world. I think a lot of people would have pegged RAIGEKI being the favorite given his pedigree, but I actually think he is an underdog in this matchup because he shares a lot of the same units as POPOPANDA. But POPOPANDA has 33 speed runes, very well runed monsters, and I think when you have 2 very similar styles come out, and it's all about speed, and one has much better speed runes, the match pace is very much decided. So Ricky's going to have to get very creative if he wants to be able to take this one.
Yep, and I think POPOPANDA, he's done a lot of preparation going into this match. He knows the player that he's going up against. So maybe RAIGEKI can surprise him with something. I don't think we're going to see something too predictable coming, honestly, from either one of these men.
I love the fact that that's what we're starting to get here at the America's Cup. You're dealing with other elite players that have their inside games, right? Their own developed metas that we don't know about. And let's take a look at RAIGEKI's opponent, POPOPANDA.
Well, here we go, guys. POPOPANDA
Really favors POPOPANDA's side at the moment. POPOPANDA, all he needs to do is stabilize with that friend, get that Gani Oki lockdown, and it's going to be over. And it's almost like last match where POPOPANDA is playing solitaire.
Well done, POPOPANDA.
POPOPANDA is just exerting a lot of control here. This was the perfect time. What a great pick from POPOPANDA.
POPOPANDA taking round 2, the 2-0.
So there you have it. POPOPANDA had to do it the hard way, went through the losers bracket after defeating JLN2, lost to KENBALLER, and then defeated Faint Memory 2-0. As POPOPANDA, you know, again, just someone who's done it the difficult way, but you see him there, has a full lifestyle behind him, and I think that's how some of his gameplay works, right? It's a very wide kind of pool, and as you said, we're kind of expecting something that probably not standard here.
We'll see how standard or not standard it is here. If you notice, most of their most picked monsters are the same. Okeanos, Gani, Hathor, Franz, Chiwus, Savannahs. So I think they're going to be fighting over these units. It's what comes afterwards. Who doesn't have what unit in their box is going to dictate how this match pans out.
Exactly. I'm very curious to see what POPOPANDA is going to be drafting here. Can he surprise RAIGEKI, or can RAIGEKI surprise him?
I love these fan arts, man. Like, both fan arts were so great there. Again, use the hashtag on Twitter if you want to win yourself some swag. Hashtag RAIGEKI win, or hashtag POPOPANDA win if you think POPOPANDA is going to take the victory. And at the end, the winner will select their message of support, which will also lead to some pretty big swag. All right, these two guys have been waiting the whole quarterfinals to go. Nothing left to do except get ourselves into the game after they get this little bit of message of support here.
All the best, RAIGEKI. Good luck.
Hey, Popo, it's OJ. Wish you the best of luck on making it to the finals.
Well, there you have it, guys. We're going into our round 1 with RAIGEKI and POPOPANDA. Pre-bans coming out, and POPOPANDA with first pick. See the Oberon and the Chiwu getting banned out.
Interesting pre-ban of the Oberon from POPOPANDA's side. I was actually thinking he would probably take out one of the speed pieces of RAIGEKI. Instead, decides to take out an LD. Can't go wrong with that because he does not have an Oberon here. But Ricky takes out the Chiwu here. You know he does not really want to give that to POPOPANDA because that would enable all the Savannahs, all the Okeanos here. So I really like that pre-ban from Ricky.
Yep, well planned. Gani getting first pick by POPOPANDA. RAIGEKI probably splitting that Hathor. We've seen it drafted in some of his units and comps.
Definitely he's thinking either Hathor or the Oki, likely not both. Interesting thing I want to point out here is that he's actually both players who went first, who had the ability to pick first pick or second pick, has opted to take the second pick. So they value 2 picks over 1 here. So RAIGEKI going with the Fran and the Okeanos here. And we'll see if POPOPANDA completes the Gani Hathor, or this might be a Sierra Hathor, or some sort of a Sierra Vigor, or Sierra Josephine here. But definitely Sierra's a good pick into some sort of a Fran type of comp that sits there.
POPOPANDA not looking to take that Hathor to complete a Gani Hathor combination. Maybe it wouldn't work out for him. So Fran Okeanos for RAIGEKI. The response for POPOPANDA, Ciara and Water Monkey King. RAIGEKI hovering over Vanessa right now.
Yeah, very common picks of the Water Monkey King to open up a hole for the Gani to reset, and also quite a fast unit and the ability to do lots of damage onto fire units in general. Ricky going with that Vanessa and going with the Daphnis here. So this signals a let go of the Sierra. Sierra is going to be in this draft here. At the same time, either Gani or the Water Monkey are tentatively the bans for now.
Yeah, triple fire like that. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Vigor coming out of POPOPANDA. Let's see if he takes advantage of those 3 fire units out there in these last 2 picks.
Yeah, this is a lot of aggression here. I think POPOPANDA's window here is taking out that Daphnis. So I think for now, the ban is going to be that Daphnis, and he's going to let that Okeanos go through. Ricky slams that Diana down. That's just too much water from POPOPANDA's side. So that's a very easy pick here. I would have liked Ricky to take a little bit more time and cut your opponent's thinking time down. But either way, this is okay here. He goes with the Diana here. And the ban could honestly be anything. But Gani would probably be the strongest ban here, but it's pretty open-ended at this point.
Yep, definitely is. There's a lot of strips on POPOPANDA's side of the field, so he's definitely should be worrying about that Ganymede because that Fran's not going to have that immunity up for long. And bans are out. Praha is getting banned out. Daphnis getting banned out on Raigeki's side of the field. 33 speed lead for Raigeki, 24 for POPOPANDA.
And I like that, knowing that he knows Daphnis is going to be banned, lays in the Fran, so now Fran's going to be able to keep immunity up.
And here we go, guys. Raigeki with first turn. Okeano setting the tone. Can he land this reset? Goes to the Ganny, does land that reset, allowing Fran to buff up.
Yeah, it does land it, but note that the Josephine is faster than Diana, so he needs to get this taunt up on the Diana, and also Sierra does have a bomb coming to it. Ricky needs to be able to use his Diana and ride it to victory here, and he's going to have a full team stun from Oki later.
Yeah, I was hoping to land the glancing. Does get the glancing on the additional turn. Juno probably looking to set up here. Goes for the provoke onto the Okeanos. Bomb can land on the Diana. Does he choose to detonate? I know the Fran has that skill to cleanse, of course. Choosing not to detonate, gets the additional turn anyways.
That's a really, really squishy Diana there. Lots of damage being taken there. And also that Okeanos being taunted up is huge because Oki moves in front of Fran, meaning that it's not going to be able to stun for a very long time.
Yeah, Vanessa was looking for that additional turn to capitalize off that defense break. Ciara's going to be shaking that defense break right now because a bomb's going to be placed on top of Okeanos. You could choose to detonate, removing that Diana from the field. It will get revived with the Vanessa passive, though.
Yeah, will get revived, but POPOPANDA's team does move in front of Raigeki, so Raigeki at a speed deficit will need to use this Fran's heal very carefully.
Yep, that's right. You can see the stun coming out onto Okeanos. Not what Raigeki needed to see right here.
Yeah, not at all. There's just too much aggression coming from POPOPANDA's side here. Not enough threat coming out from Raigeki, never being able to get that full team stun, and Diana just kind of sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, that's right. Ganny looking to apply more glancing that Diana so it can't capitalize off of any damage. Not able to cycle with having glancing. Choosing to ventilate back onto Ciara, though. Looking for stun, not receiving it. Vanessa pummeling more damage into Ciara, who's looking a little low right now. Bomb is coming out.
Yeah, the bomb might go on the Okeanos with the detonate, and that would be the end of 2 units, essentially, and Raigeki would have to be going into the next game.
That's right. Choosing not to, just skill ones. It finishes off that Diana there. Rain of Stones coming out. Obviously, the passive of Josephine's going to be proccing there, and the stun goes right onto that Okeanos. Looking for stun of Vanessa, not receiving it there.
Yeah, and POPOPANDA being a little bit greedy, applying pressure onto the Vanessa, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, the Okeanos is going down here. Raigeki's down 2 units of 4, and this is pretty much game over.
It pretty much is. We're going into a game 2. Raigeki's got to rethink his draft here. Fran's still barely holding on, probably going to be healing itself up there, and does so. Josephine looking for a provoke, lands it on the Vanessa. Ganymede getting the reset onto that Fran, stopping the healing coming. And there you have it. POPOPANDA taking round 1 away from Raigeki.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice of the ban on the Praha here, but at the same time, it's just so much damage and aggression coming out from POPOPANDA's side. Raigeki doesn't really have enough to be able to play back at that. I mean, you have the Fran, you have the Okeanos, but with the Josephine on the table, you're not really going to be able to do a lot with all that water. Once that provoke comes up on that Oki, because it's on Swift, is also not going to be able to get anything off, ever.
That's right.
And Diana just kind of sat there the entire game. I don't know if Raigeki has a Savannah or not, but I think something faster on that last pick there to be able to apply pressure would have been a little bit better. Even maybe a Wind Monkey or something, but I guess the Diana was the choice and it didn't pan out.
Yeah, I can't remember if he has any Beast Riders or not, but I like that seeing the draft coming from POPOPANDA. I think he had the control. I think it was well placed. He may have done his homework on Raigeki here. We're going to see if we're going to get a change of pace going into this round 2. You can see the pre-bans from last time. New pre-bans coming in.
Yeah, I mean, very standard picks, honestly. You see that Water Monkey, you see Sierra, Ganny. Pretty standard. It comes down to turn orders and speeds and which unit is being bursted down first. At the end of the day, that was just too much pressure and aggression, and also quite a fast Josephine for Raigeki to be able to handle.
Interesting ban on the Molong. I'm actually very surprised to see a Molong getting pre-banned here and Vanessa getting pre-banned.
Ricky's going to go with the Sierra first pick because he's going to ban out that Vanessa so that his Sierra first pick will take away Sierra from POPOPANDA's side. So that's exactly why you saw that pre-ban on the Vanessa. I'm not sure what POPOPANDA's doing with that Molong pre-ban. Raigeki's not really going to bring Molongs into a fast team like POPOPANDA's.
I don't know Ricky for being a Molong drafter. You know, those Molong Harmonia teams. Definitely don't know him for that one, but you can see POPOPANDA bringing in Ganny, taking double reset, bringing in Okeanos. Raigeki responding with a Chiwu Hathor.
And I like that instant laydown of the Chiwu Hathor. Raigeki has laid this draft out on paper already, knows what he's going to do, so he takes away POPOPANDA's time to think. POPOPANDA Panda going with a Gemini and a Fran. Interesting 2 picks here, signifying he's going for speed. Highly aggressive. I do like aggressive plays here. This also signals that he's banning Chiwoo right now. So Raigeki needs to find a way to play knowing that Chiwoo is being banned. A Triton would be a great pick. Leo is a great pick. And if he takes a Leo, he's telling us he's banning Okeanos.
Yep, I love the Leo draft, especially when you see a Gemini. Excellent unit to be bringing a Leo to. Also is going to be bringing in that Juno. A lot more damage for Raigeki's side of the field, though.
So taking in Juno means that he's definitely, I think he's going to be leaving in Gemini and Fran here because the 2 have dyssynergies, lots of dyssynergies, and the Okeanos is oftentimes the damage dealer here. And Okeanos is quite good into Leo when you have that turn cycling. So I think Okeanos is the ban for now. And if I'm POPOPANDA, I'm in a little bit of trouble because I can't ban out that Chiwoo anymore because I have a Leo on the field I have to deal with.
Yeah, due to a lack of immunity, though, Gani can be a very oppressive unit. We don't have immunity to protect yourself. And you can see that Fire Monkey King getting banned because he knows he's going to be sleeping in these turns. Hathor's going through, has to ban out the Fire Monkey King.
Interesting choice here. That ban on the that pick of Fire Monkey signaled that he's letting the Leo through here. We'll see how tanky Raigeki's side is, but with the Gemini Fran, I actually think Raigeki's in a lot of trouble if POPOPANDA's side is mostly on Will.
All right, we'll see, guys. Going into round 2 with Raigeki and POPOPANDA. Obviously, Leo getting first turn, gets the attack bar pushback onto that Okeanos. She was looking for a full team strip. Does get the full team strip, not the attack bar pushback onto that Fran, though, but Hathor is going to be doing her job here.
Yeah, and this came down to speed. That Chiwoo ended up being faster than the Oki. That's why you saw Raigeki go after the Okeanos first. Did get that pushback, and so he had skill 3 from the Hathor, and now he's just going to lay in damage and take a unit out.
Yep, gets that Despair Stun, and gets that Despair Stun again on top of this Gani. Leo pummeling in some damage here. Looking for a 2-turn sleep, not receiving it. Thought would awaken it up anyways, though. Gets the attack break onto that Gani, and more damage getting pummeled into the Gani. Gani does get an additional turn, though.
And you saw Raigeki tilt his head up, very frustrated with that proc on the Gani. Had there been no proc from the Gani or the Fran, Raigeki takes out that Gani, and that's game over. But that did not happen, so that Fran is going to be able to pick up that Gani, and Raigeki's going to eat a lot of damage here.
Interesting, because POPOPANDA definitely could have procced again. I think he was at just 22% easy chance to get that additional turn on top of an attack buff heal, but choosing to go for that regular heal onto Ganymede.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and again, lots of procs come out from POPOPANDA's side, just praying to 22%. Again, does not want to throw skill 2 up because those are 1-turn defense breaks, and Raigeki is moving in front, but there is not enough damage on Raigeki's side. Needs to wait for the game to go on for that Juno to be able to take over.
Let's see if he just skill 1s or skill 2s. Goes for skill 2 onto the Ganymede to get the strip. I know that Juno does have skills up here. Gets the attack break onto that Gani as well. Ventilate coming on to, I do believe, that Okeanos.
Yeah, but look at this way.
Sorry, the Fran.
That Juno's going to be able to take out that Gani right now. That was a lot of damage and enough attack bar that he should be able to take it out.
Goes to predict the future, though. Doesn't get the full strip. Okeanos still has everything up here. Gets a full team stun, stunning all of Raigeki's units.
Interesting.
That heal is back.
Interesting choice there not to go with the skill 1 to take out that Ganymede there. Had he taken out the Ganymede, a lot less control from POPOPANDA's side. POPOPANDA would run out of steam here, but either way, Raigeki is now facing the Ganymede here, and his whole team is stunned, so he's going to need a proc from that Hathor to come back.
Yep, big double reset. Very oppressive. POPOPANDA gets the reset onto that Juno. We can see a skill 2 may come out here to capitalize off these units who can't get any turns, but chooses to skill 1 that Juno.
Yeah, not a single proc from Raigeki's side here. So just going to need to use that Juno to do more damage. But again, that Gani can take another 2 or 3 more hits here. Fran does have a heal, so POPOPANDA's at full health.
Yep, a lot of healing going on to Ganymede. Ganymede looking real good right now, trying to take advantage of these units that don't apply anything with their first skills on top of this Juno. Leo trying to get this Gemini down.
Yeah, but at the same time here, Ricky knows he's in trouble here. He's going to be eating a Gani-Oki lockdown quite soon here. And once this Juno goes down, there's no way to play back against that. Needs clutch skill 2 at some point.
Does get a Despair Stun and removes that Gemini from the field. I do believe that's going to be it for Juno. Juno does hold on. Does he cross his fingers for a full team Despair Stun, but chooses to go for the first skill onto the Okeanos, cycling a little bit of attack bar. Gets the attack bar pushback with the Leo as well. And we're going to get more attack bar pushback if he chooses to go for the skill 3.
Has to do it. Does not do it.
He needs to keep that Ganymede back from getting a reset. No additional turns coming at it. We see the skill 2 and gone to the Okeanos. Healing up here. Does he get a Despair Stun? He does not. Rain of Stones coming out. Finishes off that Juno. Everybody got stunned up.
A proc here would be huge and seal the game, but does not get the proc. So now he is going to eat a full Gani-Oki lockdown, and that might be it for Raigeki.
There it is. He's going to get the Rain of Stones, stunning everybody up here. A lot of damage coming from that Okeanos, dropping the Chiwoo right there. There is sustain There is control. POPOPANDA came in ready for this round 2, and there you have it. POPOPANDA taking round 2 away from RAIGEKI. Massive 2-0.
Wow, what a game. I mean, I think it all came down to RAIGEKI's decision not to use Juno's skill 1 onto that Ganymede. Had he been able to remove that Ganymede off the table, you wouldn't see a Ganyoki lockdown. You would have enough sustain and from that Juno and enough playback that POPOPANDA side would run out of gas. Instead went for the Hail Mary skill 2, which was unneeded. Fran threw up the buffs, and now you have immunity up on POPOPANDA side. That's game over.
I think this is one of those situations where you got to slow down. You have a timer. Use that timer, because I do think if RAIGEKI held it back, looked at the situation, we may have seen a different result, but I think they were very, very quick to doing those things. Like, he went right after unit and chose not to drop that, drop the Ganymede.
Yeah. A couple times there where you guys said, hey, skill 3 here needs to do it, or it needs to do this thing, wasn't quite able to, and Fran just really coming up huge here, constant heals, and we've seen a lot of the time where Fran just gets knocked out early, you can't even heal through it, but multiple times there, and POPOPANDA looking pretty good, saving lives, fairway drives, and moves himself even further to the semi-finals. Let's take a look at the overall bracket now that we've finished all of our quarterfinal matchups here in the America's Cup, brought to you by Google Play. It's DRMZJOSEPH and JMAK, then it's TROKAMOO and POPOPANDA. 2 of these competitors will move on to represent the Americas region in the World Championship. Again, this is your America's Cup bracket, brought to you by Google Play. Google Play, find your arena and the newest games over at Google Play. All right, let's have a quick chat here with our 2 winners from these 2 semifinals. Guys, congratulations in making it through. TROKAMOO, POPOPANDA, you guys have earned it. TROKAMOO, let's start with you. You had your match earlier. That was a big one against Tree, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was a big one, especially when the odds were 6 to 15%. Sometimes you gotta beat the odds, right?
That's right. Trok, I got a question for you, man. How much preparation have you done going up against Tree here?
To be honest, probably like 2 weeks since I knew I've been prepping.
There you
go. I knew I've been talking. I've been long nights talking on our chat with the team, and I'll be honest with you, if it wasn't without the team, this would never happen.
Love hearing that, dude.
You know how that is. You know how we love each other in the family, so the community and everything. So,
I mean, great picks, great bands. I mean, I really enjoyed your playstyle. What did you think of Tree's picks, his Praha? How were you? Well, yeah. How'd you feel about that Praha? What was your approach? What did you think of it once you saw that?
I was definitely not expecting that, since it's Tree. Tree likes his tankiness. He likes he just wants to beat you little by little and get that long game, you know what I'm saying? So whenever he brought that in, I knew that the extra damage, the sleep, and the heals, so I knew that he was going to do that, but I was focused, and all I had in my head was, we need to burst down. Once we get the opportunity, we need to burst down 1 by 1, and that's how you get it, right? 1 by 1. I did prepare, and I came a little thicker, so that's the game plan always.
As long as you're able to book your ticket to the semifinals, you're going to be playing against POPOPANDA. Now, POPOPANDA, you just closed it out here. You got to see the whole bracket. Let's start in your match first, the RAIGEKI. How much preparation did you put in for the match? Did it go the way that you thought it would?
I didn't have a lot of expectations coming in. I know RAIGEKI's a really smart player. I mean, he beat a lot of players in the preliminaries. I thought I got a little lucky with some island procs in the first game where he didn't proc as much. But I mean, I'm mostly stuck to playing my game. I don't think he has any really huge LBs to prepare for necessarily. He's kind of like a standard smart player, so I try to just play my game as well.
Yeah, man. I'd have to say your drafting was almost as good as your golf swing. Was there any units that you were really surprised to see coming out of RAIGEKI?
The Leo and Juno pick threw me off a little bit at the end. I definitely don't use Fire Monkey King a lot, but I felt like I was in a tricky spot. Other than that, I felt like, it's mostly elementals I see in the ladder.
Yeah, well done, man. Really, well done.
Well played. I mean, I don't really have a question. It was a very standard matchup. I thought plays and drafts very well done, very well executed from a speed matchup and all that. You understood the matchup well. And I hope to see something cool from both of you in the next matchup.
All right, so for both of you guys, need y'all to pick your winning comment. We've been having all the fans at home clamoring for their support for you guys. TROKAMOO, let's start with you. Who and what is your winning comment?
My winning what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Your winning comment on the social media feedback that all the fans have been giving you. What is your winning comment?
I was just looking at the ones, the ones that say Giano go for the win and stuff like that. So those are the win. I'm really sorry I was looking at that, but I'm still focusing on the matches. So.
No worries. I'm sure we'll get that one from our social media team. Popo, you've gotten a lot of fans as well, giving you the love on social media, specifically on Twitter, using the hashtag POPOPANDAWIN. What is your winning comment that you've selected?
I'm looking at him right now. I forgot to look at him earlier.
No,
I like the one where it's like, let's go panda, fight like a real panda, use your claws. I like how they're all surrounding pandas.
No, well, that's what happens when you name yourself after a panda, Popo Panda. All right, thank you guys so much for your picks. Congratulations on your wins, and good luck. One of you guys about to head to the World Championship.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket one more time to reveal our semi-finalists, DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK, TROKAMOO, and Popo Panda. Yeah, I see you there. Okay, there. We got a little bit of a head scratching there. Brought to you by Google Play. Yeah, there it is. All right, let's see your competitors one more time up at the screen. Just like that, he just left. Oh, my bad, TROKAMOO.
Scared him off with the head scratch.
DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK.
Ken is looking or not?
Oh, man.
Ken is looking.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Right here.
DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK, TROKAMOO, and Popo Panda. There they are. Those are your 4 semifinalists. 2 of these guys will be representing the Americas region in the World Championship. Okay, we are going to take a short break. Now that we have that done, they can take a reset their mental, and prepare for their match. When we come back, the semifinals will be underway. But before we leave, got a little gift for all y'all that have been sticking around. Yep, that's right. We see you in YouTube. We see you on Twitch. We see you anywhere clamoring for that code. There it is. Together, SWC2020, spelled with the 2, because, we're a little smart here, a little punny, 50 energy, and 300,000 mana stones. Together, SWC2020. Go ahead and plug that one in. Thanks to our friends over at Com2Us for supporting the SWC2020 viewership. And thank you again to Google Play for supporting the Summoner's War World Championship 2020. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the semifinals of the America's Cup. Don't go anywhere.
Burst here, and that could be his downfall. Vanessa, this Okeanos is going to go down here, and TROKAMOO is not going to be able to cycle speed on the Vigor.
Focus right now is the beta. Goes to the Hellfire, finishes off that beta.
TROKAMOO doing a lot of damage to the Okeanos as the game goes
Going
over.
for skill 3, finishes off that TROKAMOO. TROKAMOO taking round. Deafness getting banned out on Raigeki's side of the field. That's not receiving it there.
Yeah, and Popo Panda being a little bit greedy, applying pressure onto the Vanessa, but doesn't lockdown, and that might be it for Raigeki.
There it is. He's going to get the rain of stones, stunning everybody up here. A lot of damage coming from Came in ready for this round 2, and there you... getting an additional turn here. Big Justice coming out of the attack buff. Leica aiming up for Ciara and dropping Ciara with a Justice. As well, dumping attack bars onto that Nephthys. Massive Justice damage comes out, finishes off that Vigor just like that. For that one here, we've got an ignore defense torrent coming out here. Massive torrent damage right onto the friend, eliminating this unit.
49k of damage.
And VeloJoel with a big skill too coming out on CR.
Yeah, and VeloJoel does have immunity coming up again, so Faint Memory needs to understand that. Decides it. Actually, Tree's looking okay. I mean, his health is pretty full, but we'll see how much damage this bomb does if it's able to go off.
Like you said, War of Atricious. Oh, here we go. Bomb does land on the Nephthys. He's going to set this off. He needs to get rid of the Nephthys, and he does. Whoa, Thompson finally catches the break that he needed.
More could be the artifacts from the Vanessa, or it could be 5 runes on this Shiho.
Possibly. Bomb does land onto Vanessa.
Detonate here because Vigor does have a heal, and there are shields coming, and there we go.
We're gaining the additional turns. Bomb is going to be coming out onto the Savannah, or he may just let it go. Plays on. You can see that massive damage coming from Ada onto CR, and Hathor looking to put everyone to sleep here.
I mean, this is going to be a long match. We have triple heals on C. Thomas' side. Tree does have to down that Sierra, so that's going to be his target of choice.
Full skills once again. Are we going to see that third skill coming out, or is he going to save it as many units are going to be sleeping? And he does. He uses that third skill, putting everybody down for 2 turns once again.
Fran.
Yep, you can see that revive coming out on the Savannah. So strong with Beast Riders because it is back on the Beast.
Yeah, and again,
possibly we might see a third skill, maybe even a second skill coming out of Vigor.
Huge reset on that Daphnis, guarantees that, and it's super squishy.
Ooh, very squishy, or high damage coming from this Vigor. That's a lot of damage coming towards. He's got to be careful he doesn't put it in Torrent range. Torrent will do a lot of damage right now. Barber looking to finish off the friend, gets the additional turn, and I think that's going to be it for Zephyrius. I don't know if this Fire Out match is going to be able to finish it.
Just because it's new does not mean it's good.
And the Barbara pummeling more damage into this Fire Out match. We get a primed and ready Torrent. Massive damage.
Hello, Summoner.
Hello, Summoner. Hi, Summoners.
Hello, Summoner.
Hello, Summoners.
Since my birth, I've had to beat the world. I never lose, though I don't hate you. I'm designed to beat you. Everybody is my enemy. Till the time you see me in a crowd. Don't know how to pity you, get out of my way. Every pain I've been through makes me stronger. Too many days I've been waiting, I've been training. I'm not afraid, 'cause war is my fate. Break the barrier, it's my area. Need no savior, I'm the rule maker. No matter if it's criminal in this area, I'm the rule maker. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'm the rule maker. Whoa, oh. Take it all. This is a great victory. Keep on all your eyes on me. Now I feel it's not far away. Sword in my hand tells me I'm the one. Don't know how to pity you. Get out of my I've been through makes me stronger. Too many days I've been waiting, I've been training. I'll feel the time comes. I'm not afraid 'cause war is my fate. Break the barrier, it's my area. Need no savior, I'm the rule maker. No matter if it's criminal in this area, I'm the rule maker. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'm the rule maker. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'm the rule maker. Now I'm walking into history. You're never gonna see me destroyed. 'Cause always war is my fate. Now I'm walking into history. You're never gonna see me destroyed. 'Cause always war is my fate. Break the barrier, it's my area. Need no savior, I'm the rule maker. No matter if it's criminal in this
America's Cup contestants now have been whittled down to 4, and only 2 can represent the Americas region at the World Championships. This is the America's Cup, part of SWC 2020, presented by Google Play. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and I'm joined again by my fantastic casters, Make It a Bud and Stoic, who have brought us all the way through the action so far.
I mean, this has been some action. I mean, we've seen some crazy picks, very innovative plays, and a lot of upsets here.
That's right. Action perfectly describes what's been going on today. Just lots of action, lots of violent procs, RNG, all of it. It has been a very exciting SWC.
It absolutely has, and that has led us to our 4 competitors, which you can see right here to my left, right on the big stage. Bam! DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK, TROKAMOO, and POPOPANDA all making their way on through to the semifinals, and 2 of them will be joining the China region that have already qualified with a couple of their worlds, with the 2 worlds, that is. And if you want to cheer on at home, make sure to head on over to Twitter and use the hashtag of your favorite player win at the very end. So for this next matchup, it would be DRMZJOSEPH win or hashtag JMAK win. Now let's take a look at the format one more time here, as we're right on the cusp of qualifying 2 members here from the Americas region. It is the America's Cup. 8 players from the preliminaries duked their way on out to get here today. 4 have been eliminated, and only the top 2 from the America's Cup will qualify to the World Finals, with the winner of the America's Cup getting themselves $10,000. And today is the America's Cup. As you can see the other cups there on your screen. Asia Pacific Cup next weekend, Europe Cup after that, and the granddaddy of them all, the World Finals, November 20th at 9 p.m. Pacific Coast time. Prize pool, of course, $210,000 in the winner will get themselves, look at this, the beauty, the medals right there. Oh man, and that you guys have already said almost anything can be said about it, but that is so cool.
It could be pure gold. It could be pure silver. That would be super cool. Just saying, those are some prizes.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket for our competitors and see how they've gotten here today. Again, started with 8, but then DRMZJOSEPH took care of business over HEVES. KENBALLER fell short against JMAK. TROKAMOO booked his ticket up against a very difficult opponent in Tree, and POPOPANDA took care of Mr. Ko RAIGEKI 2-0, which leads us to our next match, DRMZJOSEPH and JMAK. And guys, I just wanted to get your thoughts here just on this matchup specifically.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is going to be, again, there's going to be a lot of speed involved in terms of which unit goes first. Where does the aggression come out? I would be surprised not to see a Josephine come out from DRMZJOSEPH's side. I know he has a very, very fast Josephine, and Jeff tends to run a lot of fast control units. You're going to look to also see a lot of very different picks from Game 1 versus KENBALLER to Game 2 versus DRMZJOSEPH. I think versus KENBALLER, you have to play a little bit less standard. I think now you're kind of in your element. DRMZJOSEPH is lacking a lot of units. I think you can play a little bit more standard and probably just ride your runes of victory.
Yep, that's right. And I can't stress it enough. Preparation. Preparation is going to show so much going into this match. There is so much video feed of DRMZJOSEPH throughout all of SWCs every time that we've seen him. So JMAK has a lot of things he could have went through for information. I think what we've seen for DRMZJOSEPH is a lot of units that we have seen before. And I think what DRMZJOSEPH has to worry about is what does JMAK have in store.
And if you looked at the camera, JMAK did have a notebook on the side. That goes to show you the preparation that he has. He has these drafts written out, so I can't wait to see what scenarios he's planned out for, but he's a man of preparation.
Yeah, practice drafts, always a big part of it, as well as the experience that DRMZJOSEPH have. So again, you at home, you want to support your team, you want to get some swag, make sure to use the hashtag DRMZJOSEPH or hashtag
JMAK win.
JMAK win. All right, cool. Yeah, I was getting something in my ear there for a second. That's all right. DRMZJOSEPH will be up first here. As you see, his journey so far hasn't gone unblemished. TROKAMOO is his only loss earlier, but has bounced back with wins over TOPOV to qualify to the America's Cup, and then HEVES as well, a 2-0 victory earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, total domination of that HEVES matchup. So, I mean, HEVES is definitely no easy opponent, but DRMZJOSEPH made it look like he was pummeling some C1 player. HEVES is definitely not, but that shows you that preparation that DRMZJOSEPH has brought to the table.
Yep, that's right. I mean, are we going to see some Beast Rider works from him? Because I know JMAK's got some Beast Riders in store as well. Curious to see this draft going through.
Yeah, Dreams Joseph possibly bringing out the Dreams Josephine, and you love that fan art again. Dreams Joseph representing all of the Latin America region right there from Peru. But then JMAK, of course, his opponent here has prepped. He's gone through a lot of different legacy names. Let's take a look at JMAK's card as he's done it this way through after a loss to KENBALLER, able to bounce back and beat KENBALLER here. What a great story. And then also defeating Thompson again. The King Slayer has to go through one more legacy player in Dreams Joseph, who is looking pretty good. But JMAK, he's done the work, he's done the prep. We've talked about it, you know, the notebook itself. Stoic thoughts on JMAK?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the King Slayer and then the crowd favorite, taking down Thompson, taking down KENBALLER. What a resume for JMAK. Just honestly astounding, and I love the work that he's putting into this SWC.
And I've called it from the start. I think the winner of JMAK and KENBALLER is going to win today. I think Jeff is going to come out with some very solid drafts here, and I think he's going to win this one in pretty commanding fashion.
All right, well, there you have it. The casters have already talked through all of the matchups. Nothing left to do except get ourselves into the semifinal match, the decider, to see who will be going to the World Championship in 2020. Let's find out. And a couple of other people have some messages for our competitors.
Let's go, JMAK!
And here we go, guys. First match between JMAK and Dreams Joseph. Pre-ban's coming out. Dreams Joseph with the first pick.
So goes Stone Star League makes its appearance again versus barely Red Star League of Dreams Joseph here. JMAK going second here and pre-banning that Vanessa. I would be surprised if Dreams Joseph did not take a Sierra. Goes with the Chung Pung, flashing the Chung Pung as a joke. Interesting to see that. And of course, JMAK opting to just straight up take the Chung Pung early.
Yep, takes Chung Pung, goes with that Okeanos as well. How does Dreams Joseph not take a CR at this point?
Yeah, I mean, how does he not? And especially with Vanessa being pre-banned and that Chiwoo being off the table, it's going to make it much harder to cleave here. So Dreams Joseph going with that Fran for protection from Oki and Chungpong. Look at how fast JMAK is picking. You know, when someone takes two picks, obscure picks like that you don't see on the ladder very much, that he has this draft written down. So he knows exactly how he's going to attack him.
But now what I've seen from JMAK, well, from Dreams Joseph, he just drafted very standard. This is something that JMAK has already been ready and he's prepared for. The Hathor, the CR, into the Fran. So the only units to surprise him right now is this Josephine and now Masha coming from Dreams Joseph. Is that going to be enough to surprise JMAK? I mean, we're seeing this Han and Beta coming out.
Right, so he's going to eat a Gani Hathor here, but at the same time, we know that Dreams Joseph is going to try to use that Josephine to his advantage, but there's not a ton that's going to be able to stop JMAK here. And again, laying down that Jamier wants a fight with double speed lead and with the strip up top with Chungpong and immunity from Beta. So either way, Dreams Joseph has to get through that. Tells me Sierra is not the ban. It's either Gani or Hathor, I think, in this situation.
Could it not be a possible ban on the CR to eliminate a speed lead? And I guess not. Hathor's going to be the ban here, and Chungpong's going to get banned out as well, and JMAK's out of the field.
Yeah, definitely not, but in this situation, there's a lot of damage coming out from Han going on to Sierra, so it's going to come down to how tanky either that Sierra or Fran are, as JMAK is going to be able to lay some damage early.
Well, let's find out going in this round one between JMAK and Dreams Joseph. Let's see who's going to be taking first turn here, and it is going to be JMAK with that very fast Beta.
Yeah, Beta's super fast. It might still even be on Violent here. And then Okeanos actually does move in front of Dreams Joseph's team, but Dreams Joseph is on Shield Will.
Yep, looking for the reset, doesn't land that strip reset onto the Fran. Josephine looking to control the Han and does not get that strip provoke.
That's a giant miss on that strip provoke there, but at the same time, you know that JMAK does have cleanse from that Jamier coming up. It's going to be a lot of damage that's going to be able to be dealt here, but immunity means no defense break coming out from JMAK.
Oh, goes for that AoE, not afraid of the revenge coming from that Josephine. Han looking to deal some damage here, just a little bit of poke damage coming towards the CR. CR cycling a little bit of attack bar going right after that Hathor.
Yeah, and JMAK here needs a balance when he uses Jamier's skill 3 and trying to keep immunity up on his team here. Dreams Joseph does have immunity for 2 turns, and not getting that strip of immunity is pretty giant there.
Yeah, that's right, crossing his fingers to land that strip there. He wanted to keep this unit back. We're just going to see a skill 1, might start to pump a little bit more damage into that Ciara, or choosing to go for that third skill anyways.
Goes for the third skill anyways because he has Jamier with skill 3 to refresh that skill 3. Just needed some more damage. I think Jeff is in quite a bit of trouble here. That's a lot of damage.
Detonates that bomb, almost drops it, but I think this Josephine might be able to finish it off here. Keep in mind that Beta can revive with skill 2.
Yeah, but at the same time, keeping that immunity up on his team here. Although Han was going to move and do a lot of damage on the Sierra, but there is immunity now, so that damage goes away.
There's the initial turn, finishes off that Okeanos now. We're going to be expecting to see a revive coming out of that beta. Does he choose to do that third skill? Just skill one's the Sierra.
Skill one's the Sierra, but again, look, this Han's not going to be able to do enough damage to that Sierra. Does quite a bit, but again, it's still not going to be enough to take it out.
That's right, still not going to be enough. He really wants no immunity on that unit. You can see the revive coming back onto the Okeanos. Okeanos going to be back here. Josephine looking to stun up possibly this Okeanos, choosing to go for the Han.
Interesting choice there not to use that boost on the Han to take out Sierra. That would have taken out Sierra. Instead does not, and he's going to get reset by the Ganymede there, so I think a little bit of a misplay from JMAK.
Oh, reset comes onto the beta, gets the attack bar reduction. Ganymede gets that additional turn. Glancing gets applied to this Han. You can see the heal coming out onto the Sierra, and we have the illusion of time. Gets all the skills up on his team. Also, the additional turn comes out, gets that attack break onto the Fran, which is a great place to have that.
Yeah, but again, this Jamire not doing a ton of damage here, and the Sierra being able to cycle, that's an attack buff bomb going down on the beta, so that blows up. That beta's not going to be able to revive.
And we saw massive damage before. He chooses to go with that Serenity to get that immunity up. Thank God he had that due to the Jamire.
So quite a greedy play by DRMZJOSEPH, actually not taking out that, not detonating there, and actually just going for the auto. Did not take out the Han there, so JMAK still has his team up.
Yep, choosing to go for Rain of Stone. Shields coming up, do the Josephine passive. Gets that provoke onto the Han. Does not finish off that Han yet.
Does not, and that's actually pretty big provoke here, because now he's not going to be able to target that Sierra. Oki does not have skill 3. I think DRMZJOSEPH is in a pretty good spot.
Yep, Oki possibly looking for a reset onto the Fran. Can he get the strip? Does get the strip, and the reset does land as well. Bomb detonates. That is going to be it for the beta. That is going to be it for the Han. DRMZJOSEPH looking super strong right now.
DRMZJOSEPH looking super strong, very standard units. I think it comes down to not taking out that Sierra with that boost onto the Han there. Very difficult play to make, but at the same time here, DRMZJOSEPH being able to control the field with immunity, with that Ganny. JMAK's going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, that's right, looking for a stun on the Okeanos. Does get the glancing started, looking to cycle a little bit of attack bar, possibly going for this Okeanos. Chooses to go for the Jamire for that attack bar. Not going to be critting on that fire unit.
Yeah, and here JMAK's not giving up here, thinking he can do enough damage.
And there you have it, round one going to DRMZJOSEPH over JMAK. Well done.
Yeah, interesting matchup there. I actually thought this could have gone either way, but based off of speed, JMAK went first, but due to the speeds of the secondary units, meaning the Han versus the other units of JMAK's side, JMAK was not able to land a defense break. He missed that skill 2 of Oki onto that Fran, but there's shield will on there. So with their shield will, I think you're about a 50-50 or even less to get it. So can't really say that's unlucky or not, but I think JMAK had an opportunity to take out that Sierra and actually did not see it or just did not execute on it and ultimately just took too much damage.
Yep, very standard draft for DRMZJOSEPH. Sometimes it's just the way to go and it'll work in your favor. So it really did for DRMZJOSEPH. Can JMAK turn it around going into round 2 between DRMZJOSEPH and JMAK? You can see the pre-bans from last time. Vanessa Chiwoo. 2 new pre-bans coming out. Possibly want to eliminate one of these LDs from JMAK's side of the field. Not too sure if Joseph's that afraid of it. We may see a Josephine ban being a very impressive unit that DRMZJOSEPH loves to rely on.
Yeah, I could definitely see a Josephine pre-ban just so it's off the table, it doesn't have to deal with it, but instead takes out immunity, which favors or signals more of a Chiwoo, maybe a Sierra type of play here. Han pre-ban, very normal, very expected. That's an LD unit and a speed lead, so cuts off Jeff's options of taking a beta. So you're not going to see beta. Opts for the Ganny over either Sierra or Hathor.
Yep, goes for that Ganny. And you can see DRMZJOSEPH responding with that Hathor, splitting the Ganny Hathor, taking that Vanessa as well.
Yeah, and actually Jeff should be very cautious if he takes a Sierra, because if he does, there's a Masha coming out from DRMZJOSEPH's side. So I don't think Sierra is the right pick here, but this is a very sticky situation where, again, he's going for something in the middle speed range, something within Ileana, maybe an Okeanos, takes the Masha so DRMZJOSEPH can't use it on him first. So it's a little bit of a preemptive pick, knowing that DRMZJOSEPH is also not taking a Sierra when he has a Vanessa on the field.
Yep, I do like the pick taking that Masha away, but I like Joseph's respond as well, going for a Vigor.
Yeah, I think a Vigor is a great pick here. I mean, it's just very standard unit, lots of heals, defense breaks, speed buff. There's a lot that this unit does. DRMZJOSEPH right now should think about some form of immunity, but that Fran is pre-banned. So JMAK has definitely thought down the decision tree as he made this pre-ban.
Ooh, he went for the Chong quickly, took it back, almost running out of time, goes with the Diana instead.
Yeah, so this is begging to be controlled by AoE stuns because DRMZJOSEPH does not have immunity. So Okeanos is a guaranteed pick here. I would like to see a round out with the Sierra or something like that, and then possibly a ban on the Hathor, but goes with the Blution here. Who needs a Sierra 5-star monster when you have a Blution on the table?
JMAK busting out that Lively. I do really like JMAK's draft here. DRMZJOSEPH always relying back to that Josephine. Josephine possibly going to be the 5th unit here. To have double reset Ileana is a very strong comp alone with JMAK.
So I think it's either going to be the Hathor or Josephine ban here, and I think it's likely the Hathor because JMAK is probably going to ban out the Hathor because Okeanos is not going to be able to outspeed that Hathor. You need to bomb it anyways. He's going to leave in the Josephine or chooses to ban it, but at the same time he has Ileana and Okeanos.
Choosing to ban out that Josephine. Ganymede getting banned out here. Accuracy lead for JMAK. Speed lead for DRMZJOSEPH. He's going to be quick enough to take a turn over JMAK. We're going to find out, guys, as we go into round 2 with DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK. Could we see a 2-0 on JMAK? I don't know. JMAK can possibly turn it around going into a game 3. Let's find out. Hathor, this very fast Hathor, getting first turn here. Strip Sleep should be coming out onto the Ileana.
Thinking about strip sleep here, but at the same time, he's thinking about does he want to control that Okeanos? Instead, gets absolutely nothing, just lowers the attack bar of the Okeanos, but a defense break and then some damage onto Okeanos is quite dangerous here.
And there is that defense break on top of Okeanos, not looking good. This Vanessa was dealing lots of damage before. Let's see this massive second skill. Okeanos handled it actually very well.
Yeah, and actually unlucky for DRMZJOSEPH that he did not get a proc, or I should say normal, because now Ileana's going to be able to move this Okeanos up and remove that defense break here.
Yeah, as the Rain of Stones coming out, doesn't land on the Vigor, doesn't get an additional turn to possibly land a reset here. Diana looking to shield up, protect the team.
And we have a ticking time bomb. That Blution is about to go off, and JMAK does have a lot of damage coming out from the Masha soon, so I like JMAK's position here. He needs to land his defense breaks, land his damage, and he's going to be in a good spot.
Yep, Masha gets that strip damage defense break onto Vanessa. Bombs land on every, not a soul resisted a bomb.
Not a soul resisted a bomb. If this reset goes onto that Vigor here, there's no heals, no speed buff.
Yep, he does get that reset, lands on the Vigor. Vigor looking to try and deal some damage to this Okeanos. Diana possibly looking for a stun. Onto the Ileana, does receive a stun, does get stunned up by that bomb as well.
It's a lot of procs that DRMZJOSEPH's getting here, so does land that stun too, which is also quite lucky. And so JMAK does need a couple procs, should be getting some at some point, but does not so far.
Great heal block on that Vanessa, by the way, because the skill 2 from that Vigor will eventually happen. Doesn't get an additional turn there. Possible shields coming out to protect himself from that bomb, maybe keep that Vanessa alive.
Yeah, interesting choice of shields. I actually thought DRMZJOSEPH would have gone for it and tried to kill that Okeanos there because this Okeanos might get skills up soon and be able to stun the team again.
Yep, Hathor looking to put somebody to sleep here, going for that Blution, does land the sleep. Lively's going to be down here. Masha finishing off that Vanessa, getting the additional turn, looking to deal some damage to that Diana as well.
But again, this Okeanos has invincibility here, so unless DRMZJOSEPH is able to take care of that, he's going to be eating a full team stun the next turn. So again, thought he should have taken out the Okeanos earlier, but not being aggressive is going to cost him here.
Oof, there's that stun and an additional turn coming out of DRMZJOSEPH. Does he go for this move, though? That's an SWC play. If he goes for it on the Okeanos, chooses not to. Goes right after that Ileana.
Yeah, actually, I think he really should have thought about going for it because Okeanos has a full team stun, but apparently DRMZJOSEPH does not know how to count cooldowns. He's going to be eating a full team stun here. And again, Blution is cycling turns, has bomb up very soon.
Yep, trying to put that heal block on the Diana to stop that unit from getting any more health from the second skill coming from Vigor. You can see the damage coming out, no additional turns right there. Rain of Stones locking everybody up here. Gets a stun on everybody, no resist here. Got a reset coming out. Can reset the Vigor, chooses to go after that Diana, so the Diana cannot put it up any more shields. Looking for glancing, not getting any glancing here. Can Masha finish off Diana? And does so. Looking very good for JMAK.
Looking very good for JMAK. Good plays. I saw DRMZJOSEPH kind of move his head up as that Okeanos stunned his team, so clearly he lost count of the cooldowns and therefore did not see that coming, and that's why he's going to lose this game.
Yep, there's the attack break going on to the Ileana. Can choose a third skill, remove the Okeanos from the field, chooses to go after the Masha. Masha did stay alive. Boosting up Mr. Lively here, getting a bomb on everybody. Those bombs are going to be wrapping it up here.
Yeah, and DRMZJOSEPH, the seasoned veteran, knows to take his time, even in a losing matchup, so that he can think about the next match.
And there you have it. JMAK responds. Round 2 going to JMAK.
Yeah, I really like his response. That Blution pick was a great pick there. Actually, I think better than Sierra. He knew his opponent did not have immunity and abused it. Taking that Blution and also having a lot of damage from Masha, that burst damage, that defense break into attack based off of speed, Vanessa dropping, and honestly, DRMZJOSEPH got a lot of procs that game too. So JMAK thoroughly out drafting DRMZJOSEPH. DRMZJOSEPH not counting in Okeanos' cooldowns. When there are, I know that Dianas don't like to attack Okeanos', but when there's a unit that's about to blow up your team, you need to stun it, did not take that, or need to kill it, did not take that move. That's why he lost that match.
It was surprising units like Liebly. I think Liebly was an excellent unit for JMAK to draft there. He has to surprise him. He needs to throw something at DRMZJOSEPH that he was not ready for, and I think that was a great response.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great response. I mean, at the same time, JMAK just balancing, again, speeds very well. Being able to predict what the turn orders are, how many units can get reset, how many units he needs to be able to come back in, knowing that he's okay not completely taking turn 1 all the time because he has immunity from the Ileana. Remember, opening, DRMZJOSEPH had a decision. Does that Hathor go after Oki? Does it sleep the Ileana? He had a decision to make. Ultimately whiffed on this Oki, but it is what it is, and Jeff planned this out from the draft.
Yep, well done. We're going into a game 3, and we always like to see these game 3s. JMAK DRMZJOSEPH winner moving forward to the final.
And we see the Chi-Woo Vanessa pre-bans as expected here. I would be surprised to see DRMZJOSEPH take anything but either Sierra or Hathor here. I think Sierra is probably the best first pick here, but I think Hathor is probably going to be the pick. It's generally what people are taking here.
Yeah, that's what he went with last time we had this pre-ban set up here. Hathor was the first pick for DRMZJOSEPH. JMAK, very quick response with that Okeanos Changpeng. And then we have DRMZJOSEPH bringing out the Ciara, the Fran. Very standard draft, and this is what I had said before. It was standard. Is it predictable? JMAK is going with the exact same draft that he went with the first round, and DRMZJOSEPH doesn't even think about it. He brings in that Josephine, locks in that Ganymede, and JMAK's going to be bringing a Daphnis. Very interesting.
So, almost identical draft, but changed it up and added the Daphnis here. When you run it back like that, it's like telling your opponent that they luck-sacked you and that you thought you should have won. He does actually change it up with the Daphnis, though. So that tells me that he's thinking about probably taking out maybe the Ganny, maybe actually the Josephine, but Sierra and Fran are likely in here. So Josephine is out here. JMAK does actually have a stripper with the Changpeng in front, but Hathor is likely going to be moving in front of any of JMAK's units here. So it's going to be on what Hathor goes after and then how the speeds lay out of the rest of the team.
Nope, JMAK's not going to have that better here. No more sustain, choosing to go with the speed lead for the Han. 24 speed lead on DRMZJOSEPH's side of the field. Can he outspeed JMAK, or can JMAK take first turn here, guys? We're going into round 3. DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK. Here we go.
Yeah, and I actually really like JMAK's chances here because even though he's not going to get complete first turn, he has enough immunity up on his team that with some sort of a Changpeng setup into the rest of the team, DRMZJOSEPH is going to lose 1 unit. If you notice that Fran is going after JMAK's team, so something is going to die.
That's right, Hathor getting that sleep on top of the Changpeng, and we've got Okeanos looking for that reset on a Ganymede. Nails that reset. No reset coming out of this Ganymede here.
Wisely resetting there, knowing that Ganny moves in front of Fran. Had he reset Fran, Ganny would just ventilate. That's a great pick there, and going after the Hathor.
Ooh, Hathor does get that defense break, but the Fran is right there ready to cleanse up.
Yeah, the Fran should be cleansing this, otherwise it's dead to the Han here, but Han does have skill 2 to stun up, so I think he's going to do it here.
Does stun up, gets an additional turn as well. That third skill is already up.
Yeah, and he needs to kill out the Sierra because Sierra can bomb the Okeanos. Does nuke it.
The defense break. Can he finish off that Sierra? Sierra still holds on.
Yeah, and if we remember from last couple of months ago, the Sierra was very tanky here. This DRMZJOSEPH probably likely has minus fire damage on his artifacts.
I would have thought he had to put the bomb on top of this Han. Han's got all skills up here. He's could be possibly losing 2 units here. Does get the additional turn, though. A little bit of poke damage coming back on Changpeng. We see Sierra's got its bomb up again. Bomb coming out onto Han. Can he finish off Chung? Does not do it yet. Reina Stones getting the stun on everybody.
Yeah, that's quite a big proc by Sierra, being able to lay that bomb on. Changpeng was controlled there because Changpeng with skill 3 is quite oppressive. This Han has 1 chance to kill a unit. What does it choose? Chooses to take out that Hathor.
Yep, Hathor is going to be dropped here. Gets stunned up by this bomb. We've got the AoE coming in here, getting the reset, finishing off that unit. Glancing's getting applied here. This is anybody's game right now. Ganymede is going to be dropping. We have just a Okeanos Daphnis right now. which is looking very good for JMAK. Gets that reset on top of Ganymede. Attack break, attack bar pushback onto the Daphnis. Daphnis with the Hellfire primed and ready. Going right for this Fran. Can the Fran hold on, though? And the Fran does hold on.
Yeah, Fran does hold on here, but JMAK does have Okeanos moving in front of Fran. JMAK choosing to use that skill tree from the Daphnis because it is violent and can use skills liberally here.
Applies that glancing to the Okeanos, and we've got skills up with the Fran going for attack buff immunity, healing up just a little bit of poke damage coming from this Daphnis. Is DRMZJOSEPH have enough sustain to hold on here? Not applying glancing to this Daphnis. Rain of Stones is out. He can do it to cycle a little bit of attack bar and some damage here. And does not drop this Fran yet.
Yeah, Okeanos doing it to do some damage there, but unfortunately not quite enough damage. That is quite a tanky Fran. Needs to reset the Ganymede because skill 3 is up soon. Does get that reset, which is giant.
Yep, lands that reset. Does go for the overwhelm. Gets the additional turn as well. Hellfire dropping that Fran. JMAK is going to be taking this one right here. Well done.
Wow.
And there you have it. JMAK is going to be moving forward. Huge sigh of relief.
And you can see how emotional he is. He's just sighing. He's looking around, thanking the RNG gods. But obviously, this is a best of 5.
It is a best of 5.
So there are 2 more matches here. But of course, every match counts.
Every match does count.
Every match counts. Going to the World's Finals is a huge deal. So JMAK here, all he needs to do is win one more.
Yes.
Right. And I think in that situation, there was not really a heavy bit of RNG on either side. I think JMAK played that very well. Vio Daphnis is huge. That's also quite a tanky Daphnis. So over time, it's just going to wear DRMZJOSEPH down.
Yep, most definitely. Well, let's see if it's going to work out for JMAK. It was a very strong match going down to the wire in that last match in this game of 5. Might I add.
Yeah, and in this one, moving forward, I think it's going to be very standard, similar to what you saw in Game 2. I obviously favor JMAK here. I think he has the better box, better runes, and I think he's going to be able to survive. DRMZJOSEPH, again, needs to use that Josephine, and JMAK is just it's going to be revolving on Josephine. When to control, when not to. How am I going to be able to out-damage someone while dealing with this Josephine?
Yep, Fran getting pre-banned out here. Han getting pre-banned once again. We've got JMAK with the first pick here. Let's see if he chooses to take away from DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, goes with the Ganny first pick. So again, instant picks. The players know exactly what they want here. They both prepped this out probably on pieces of paper. And so you see instant Vanessa Hathor picks. And then JMAK reaching for that Ileana. Has the Ganny. And last time he took a Masha. We'll see if he takes it again. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Masha again.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Masha as well. But I would also like to see a little bit different coming from JMAK. I think he needs to surprise DRMZJOSEPH, catch him off guard with something. DRMZJOSEPH bringing that Masha and the Josephine. We've seen these units before.
So Okeanos is kind of a weakness here because it is off will, and we know that DRMZJOSEPH runs a Swift Hathor. And that Masha is likely to outspeed that Okeanos anyways because of its base speed being 123 here. So Okeanos is a little bit of a weak spot in this draft. But either way, JMAK now needs a fight for speed. Goes with the Sierra and probably a Changpong works. I was thinking probably a Vigor, but goes with the Changpong. You've seen him go aggressive. This signals a ban on the Vanessa.
I love how much we're seeing this win at Master. It's awesome to see a new unit like this coming into SWC. And we're seeing a last pick come from DRMZJOSEPH. He's hovering this Amelia. Does choose to lock in the Amelia.
So the bans are going to be both speed leads in this situation here. Not both speed leads in this situation.
Amelia getting banned, Ganny getting banned. Speed leads for both teams, but a 33 for DRMZJOSEPH.
Interesting choice there, but not speed leads are both still in the game here. You're going to see the Swift Hathor move over this Okeanos that doesn't have will. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to have a similar decision point, but I think it's going to go after a different unit, knowing that Masha can take out Oki.
Well, we're going into a game 4. Can DRMZJOSEPH take it to game 5? Gets a 2-turn sleep onto that Okeanos. It does not resist. And looking at a strip coming from this win at Master.
Yeah, but look at how fast that Josephine is. That Josephine moves in front of that Ileana, and that's why Changpong had to skill 3 there to lower attack bars of that Josephine.
Ooh, Masha does deal massive damage to the Changpong. Not looking good for Changpong right now.
Not looking good for Changpong at all, because if JMAK wants to bring that Oki out of sleep, it would leave Changpong vulnerable. So instead throws up skill 3. Great choice here, and wants to see another cycle of turns.
Yep, puts that invincibility on him, protect him from that defense break. Ciara's got a bomb coming out here.
Yeah, at the same time, Hathor does have its skill too, so it does matter a lot here. It's going to be able to control a unit. That proc is quite huge because now JMAK can drop one more bomb.
Yep, that's right. Ooh, does get the slow onto Ciara. Not going to matter here because Ciara's going to be able to get out of these by placing a bomb and cycling out. We're going to see the second skill coming from Changpeng. Lands that defense break.
Yeah, defense break land is huge because once something's defense broken, it takes a ton more damage from a Ciara with additional damage artifacts. Okeanos also does a lot of damage to defense broken units, obviously with its skill 3 now.
That's right, and that was a great stun onto the Ciara from that Josephine. Don't forget about that. Rain of Stone's coming out looking to stun everybody up here, but we know the passive of the Josephine is going to be up.
Passive of the Josephine is up, but no proc means it's not up anymore, so that Ciara is going to be able to go do a lot of things here. And so Changpeng also going to be able to disrupt attack bars.
We'll see if the stun's coming out onto possibly this Ileana. I think he wants to stop this unit from cycling back, getting the immunity up. Doesn't get the stun, does get the additional turn. Once again, no stun coming out. Can boost itself up, chooses to boost up the Ciara.
Chooses to boost up the Ciara, goes with a lot more aggressive route, goes on to the Vanessa there, and likely signaling that he could probably just turn cycle more, but decides he just wants to take out Vanessa. Not sure if it's going to kill this unit.
Ooh, it does. Dropping that Vanessa from the field. Looking very good for JMAK right now because there's no sustain on DRMZJOSEPH's side of the field.
Yeah, looking incredible for JMAK, actually. DRMZJOSEPH doesn't have much burst and also has cooldowns coming up soon. If Changpeng Violent procs, that could be the end here. Also has Ileana with us with a lot of skills coming up. So JMAK, I think JMAK's taking this one.
There we go. A little bit more poke damage onto the Josephine. Josephine looking to control. Can we get the provoke onto possibly this Ileana? Nope, choose to go for the Okeanos because we're going to know this immunity's popping up, and that's going to be stopping this Hathor.
Yeah, with immunity popping up and then skill 2 coming up, that's a lot of control that JMAK has. Has a Ciara that can basically solo the entire team. I think JMAK's in a really good spot.
Yep, looking for those defense breaks again, not receiving anything there. Ooh, just a little bit more damage onto the Masha. Masha still standing tall, can Ciara knock it right off the beast, and does so.
Yeah, knocks it off the beast, so there's no more defense break coming out from DRMZJOSEPH. DRMZJOSEPH is enjoying his last moments of this year's SWC. Still concentrated on his screen, but there is no way he's coming back from this.
There's the skill 2 going on. Glancing does land on the Hathor. Rain of Stones coming out to lock everybody down, and it's not enough damage yet. And there you have it. We have the 3-1 round 4 victory coming from JMAK. Congratulations.
And now you see an even bigger burst of emotion. The fist pumps, the claps, the sighs. He's looking up at the skies there. He's done a great job. He knows he's going to the World Finals at the very least and getting at least $5,000 today. Yep. Very well played.
Huge congratulations to JMAK to be the first person to make it to the finals.
Oh yeah, definitely. And again, another year of just falling just short here for DRMZJOSEPH. I wanted to take a second for him. Again, carrying all of the hopes and dreams of Latin America with him. I feel like he put forth a good effort, but just falls short yet again here in this semifinal stage.
Yeah, I mean, those hopes and dreams went away when Jeff was his opponent. Jeff just had too many units, too many runes, and did drafted very well, controlling the speeds, understanding how not to be blown up on turn 1, and having enough aggression to push through a team. I think Jeff played with very good decision-making all the way through, and that's why he is one of the finalists today.
That's right, and I mean, he is creative. We saw units like the Blution, that Lively. The more return, the more use of Changpeng. Just excellent drafts, excellent units. I love seeing the diversity of that box.
Well, congratulations to JMAK for booking his ticket to the World Championship from the Americas region, but we're not quite done yet as we update our bracket here as he will be waiting the winner of TROKAMOO and POPOPANDA, which is exactly our next matchup. Again, our bracket brought to you by Google Play. Head on over to Google Play, find your arena, and check out all the newest games on Google Play. All right, TROKAMOO and POPOPANDA. That is our next match. There it is on the screen here. And for you guys at home, it's time to put it in. Who you got? Hashtag TROKAMOO win or hashtag POPOPANDA win. Again, your message, if it gets selected, will be netting you some nice little goodies, of course, thanks to Com2Us. Guys, this matchup here, two guys, I think, two different stories here on how they got here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TROKAMOO had to take out a tree to get here, and POPOPANDA obviously had a little bit of a different route. I think in this matchup here, I would actually say it's very close to 50-50. Most people would think TROKAMOO's probably favored given the box, the Giannas, the Nyx, the Asimas, you know, all these LD units that were probably summoned on Google Pixel phones. POPOPANDA does have very fast units, and your standard ones at that. Chi-Woos, Okis, that you don't need LDs for that. And speed takes a lot out of the equation. So it could go anyone's way. It's going to depend on how they fight for these units.
Yeah, I think speed lead is going to be a very big thing here because TROKAMOO, he's also a very fast player, so don't get that wrong thinking he's slow or anything like that. But I think when a speed lead is going to be favoring one another, it could be anyone's game here. So there might be a fight and possibly a 33 lead over a 24 lead in this point.
All right, well, TROKAMOO, we saw the emotion and how much it means to him. There it is. Is that them Bison? That's such great fan art there by our TROKAMOO fans. But he's up against the Mind the Med student himself. It is POPOPANDA. Worked his way against RAIGEKI earlier in the bracket as we take a look at his player card. And, what is POPOPANDA's way on in here, Stoic? If you're POPOPANDA, how do you want to play through this?
He's a speed player. He's looking for that first turn. He's looking to control. You can see units like the Hath or the Okeanos. And then even like the France-Savannah combinations, obviously, Gain is going to be used by just about everybody in these tournaments. But he's looking for control. He's looking to outspeed TROKAMOO and maybe possibly whittle him down like a surgeon.
Yeah, we'll see if he drafts with surgical precision here. We'll see if TROKAMOO can perceive that and pre-ban accordingly. If you take a look at that fan art there, you see a lot of pandas. POPOPANDA's favorite.
Yeah, POPOPANDA's favorite. Again, both these guys one step away from making it to the World Championships and representing the Americas region. Obviously, with Tree getting knocked out earlier today. No returning members from last year's World Championship here in the Americas Cup. Guys, it's time for your predictions. I need to push you just a little bit here. You said it's close to 50-50. Who you got? Make it a bud.
I mean, it's close to 50-50, but I think TROKAMOO takes this one from, I would say, 55-45.
All right, so
I mean, it does come down to 50-50, but I do favor TROKAMOO.
All right, well, there you go. You heard their picks. That's also who they picked to get the rewards. You make sure you head on over to the prediction event inside the app for your opportunity for more goodies from SWC 2020. All right, nothing left to do except to get into the game. Both these guys one step away, and here's a little bit of encouragement from a couple of their fans.
Hey everyone, it's Obey Trey here, giving a special shout out to POPOPANDA. Good luck in America's Cup. Use that Violent Proc tower that we got. Good luck out there.
And here we go, guys. POPOPANDA, TROKAMOO in a best of 5 with pre-bans coming up here. TROKAMOO does have the first pick.
Violent Proc Tower, as Obey Trey says, so we'll see if POPOPANDA has it on his side. I do think this is going to come down to the battle of speeds and then balancing with the battle of Molly and Vigor here. But of course, TROKAMOO does have Giannas that POPOPANDA needs to play around. So TROKAMOO taking out that Okeanos so that POPOPANDA has one less option from the speed standpoint to fight him with.
Yep. Very predictable pre-ban. We knew that Gianna was going to get pre-banned first. Okeanos getting pre-banned. TROKAMOO with the first pick because he chooses to take something away from POPOPANDA, possibly gaining Hathor. And there is the Hathor being drafted.
Yeah, Hathor being drafted and taking away the Okeanos means that the Chi-Woo Gani combo is nowhere near as strong. So you see that POPOPANDA doesn't reach for that Chi-Woo, obviously also because Chi-Woo tunnels you into a turn 1 comp. You see a very standard Sierra Gani opening.
Yep, that's right. And these standard picks, I mean, it's a very, very predictable draft. They stay standard. We'll see where one of them varies. The Chi-Woo and Savannah coming out for TROKAMOO.
And I love the picks of the Chi-Woo Savannah. This is something POPOPANDA uses a lot, but we haven't seen it from TROKAMOO much, but this is a very fast Chi-Woo and a very hard-hitting Savannah here. So TROKAMOO going with the aggression route. POPOPANDA's, we're going to see if POPOPANDA decides to go turn 2, and as you see with the Vertihile, is likely going turn 2 here.
Yep, more than likely a triple revenge Verd. When we see these Chi-Woos out there, it's very, very common to draft your triple revenge Verd. Multiple people have multiple Verdi heals.
So this is where pre-banning an Okeanos actually works against you a little bit because TROKAMOO needs to play around the last pick Leo here because he can't go full-on aggressive because there could be a last pick Leo. This Verd needs to be the ban here, but TROKAMOO needs to balance with that potential last pick that POPOPANDA has left.
Yeah, Vigor, Daphnis coming out of TROKAMOO, very aggressive to be drafting like that.
Yeah, interesting pick here. It means it leaves it wide open that Verd could be the ban or could not be the ban here. It's very hard to tell. And also, likely the ban, but at the same time, he's okay letting it through because he has aggression from the Daphnis and aggression from that Hathor there.
Yep, very dangerous with this Chiwu in the field and a Verdi heal, because that could just turn the tides immediately. We're seeing a Leebly being drafted by POPOPANDA.
We see the Blution being drafted, and at the same time, I think TROKAMOO needs to address this because he does not have immunity on his team, and Sion does come back once it's revived. So at this point, TROKAMOO does need to be aware of that and probably needs to just take that out because he's not going to be able to avoid an immunity. Sion actually chooses not to ban it. A very surprising move here. So TROKAMOO needs to take something out, needs to survive this Blution.
Yep, thank you. Sion, that is correct. You see the bans coming out there. Chiwu getting banned out here. Fran getting banned here. We can see speed leads just for POPOPANDA, though.
Yeah, so in this situation here, I think TROKAMOO is going to take out a unit with the Daphnis and likely take out or lock down others with the Savannah Hathor. It's going to depend on how much damage he takes from that Blution.
Nope, speed lead for POPOPANDA, resistance lead for TROKAMOO going into round one with TROKAMOO and POPOPANDA. We already know who's going to be taking first turn here. POPOPANDA with that speed lead. Here we go. Ganymede, very fast, but everybody's going to be willed up.
Yeah, and a very fast Ganymede is actually very bad in this situation because it basically does nothing. And the proc's also not great because now it allows TROKAMOO an extra chance to proc here. So once this goes off on that Sierra, POPOPANDA is going to be exposed.
Daphnis does get that defense break. Is it going to be enough damage to finish off the Sierra? And it is. That's an immediate 1 unit down for POPOPANDA. Not looking good. And the additional turn coming out of the Savannah as well.
That's huge. I did not like the risk of taking skill 3 in case of the Verd Revenge, but TROKAMOO does have a skill 3 from that Hathor coming up. So at this point here, POPOPANDA is basically just staring at a field here, watching TROKAMOO have his way.
That's right. I mean, we're going to see this skill 1 probably go out onto the Sion, looking to finish off this Water Joker.
Yeah, I'm not sure he wants to have that Water Joker revive here, but decides to go for it. That is immunity, invincibility, and immunity up, but that proc is huge.
Yeah, big proc. I think that was supposed to strip. Did not strip there. Vigor just looking to just poke damage here onto the Sion. We got the Hathor fast enough to get in front of it. Looking for the strip. Does not put it to sleep, though. Bombs are going to be coming out. There is no immunity. There is no resistance, even though he did go with that resistance lead.
Yeah, so Sion's going to be going down here, so it depends on how much damage those bombs are doing, but that Sion resisted a ton there. Might be 100 res, but quite lucky for POPOPANDA.
Yep, TROKAMOO trying to take advantage of that defense break sitting on top of Ganymede. There's the additional turn. Does get stunned up, though.
Yeah, and you saw that Hathor took about half health damage, so that's actually not quite enough here. I think TROKAMOO is actually going to be just fine.
Yep, we'll find out. Oh, there you have it, an immediate forfeit. And TROKAMOO taking round 1 away from POPOPANDA.
Yeah, and POPOPANDA shaking his head there. He knew he got thoroughly outdrafted there. Sion was a great last pick, but at the same time, given the speeds of the units, the full will on TROKAMOO's side, that was very decided from the opening turns of the draft. That's decided by draft, not by play, and that was over from before the match started.
That is correct. That very fast Ganny, it didn't matter when everybody got willed up like that.
Didn't matter. The Daphnis blew up the Sierra there, and at the same time took out the Sion. The opportunity was right, and POPOPANDA just never found a way to get into it.
There was some oppressive violent procs coming from TROKAMOO, though. He did get some very lucky violent procs to help keep that weight on top of POPOPANDA.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that Violent Tower, as you're saying, goes to the other side here. But I really like that draft. I think if this continues this way, we might see a 3-0. I look to see, I'm going to be very curious to see how POPOPANDA pivots. Last game, there was no Okeanos. Are we going to see a Chiwu pre-ban from TROKAMOO's side? No, instead goes after the Hathor, and POPOPANDA takes out the Ciara.
Well, TROKAMOO knows how fast that Ganny is now, so that's something to definitely keep in mind. Hathor getting banned out, CR getting banned out, POPOPANDA with the first pick.
Yeah, likely going to take a Ganny. Ganny synergizes very well with the Chiwu and Oki they like to lay behind. Instead, goes to the Chiwu off the bat. So if I'm TROKAMOO, I'm thinking maybe let's take the Sierra, the Savannah, maybe let's take the Okeanos here to take away POPOPANDA's fast options. Or you can totally go turn 2 with some sort of Vigor Molly. Instead, goes for the fast units. Great picks, neutral picks, Okeanos, Ganny.
Yep, double reset. We know how oppressive that can be. Well done, TROKAMOO. In response, POPOPANDA has to protect himself somehow.
Yeah, and we also know from the earlier matches, TROKAMOO's Okeanos is actually quite tanky. So even if TROKAMOO has to rely on some sort of a Vigor Molly later, he can likely survive whatever POPOPANDA throws to him. So I like those 2 picks. POPOPANDA is committed to a Chiwu, so he has to throw in some sort of damage now. goes with the Savannah Fran.
Yep, Savannah Fran, it's aggressive. Is it going to be enough? He's got 2 more units after this one. TROKAMOO looking to respond after seeing Savannah Fran.
Yeah, so the Savannah with the Fran is quite dangerous, but if you remove the Savannah, the Chiwoo and the Fran together have a lot of dyssynergies. You have a stripper and then you have an immunity buffer, but the Chiwoo doesn't do anything on its own, and the Fran doesn't take advantage of the Chiwoo. So those aren't great picks, and of course TROKAMOO has that Gianna in his back pocket, takes a speed lead and a Gianna, great picks.
Yep, definitely like the Gianna. I was waiting for when we were going to finally see this unit. Vanessa being drafted by TROKAMOO. POPOPANDA looking to respond. Is it possible ban on this Gianna, or is he going to bring something to deal with it?
Yeah, and this looks like a tentative ban on either the Chiwoo or the Savannah from TROKAMOO's side here. POPOPANDA knows he needs a pivot to turn 2 because that's a lot of speed that TROKAMOO's presenting. So some sort of a Josephine and 1 more healer support would be a great pick. Instead goes for the Water Monkey, which tells me that Gianna has to be the ban here because there's too much immunity that POPOPANDA has on his side. TROKAMOO is likely going to take out that Chiwoo wanting to go first, but he can think ahead and know that this Gianna's gone, maybe he'll leave the Chiwoo in.
Yeah, very curious to see here. He brings out a Diana. Even a Leo isn't too bad going into these 2 water units and a Savannah, but we're going to see a Diana coming from TROKAMOO.
Interesting choice of the Diana. I actually would not have minded seeing a Molly pick here, but I think a Diana is also perfectly fine. That tells me he's leaving both water units in, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, well, Diana's getting banned out. Chiwoo's getting banned out here. We do have the Gianna going through.
So unless this Josephine does a lot here, you're going to see a Gianna open up, followed by a Gani Oki lockdown here.
Yep,
so
that's double reset. You can see 33 speed lead coming up for TROKAMOO. That 33 speed lead may be enough to stop POPOPANDA. Let's find out as we go into Game 2 with TROKAMOO and POPOPANDA.
Yeah, and again, POPOPANDA being on full will is a huge disadvantage. TROKAMOO does have Gani Oki lockdown, so this Josephine is going to need a proc. Gets a resist on that Savannah, though.
Yeah, Savannah does get to keep her immunity here, not getting stunned up. You can see that their second skill getting the strip provoke and stun onto the Okeanos as well.
It's a pretty massive resist from POPOPANDA into landing onto the Okeanos there. A huge turn of events because now that Savannah is going to be able to give speed buff and defense break.
That's right. Seal of Magic coming out on Fran. POPOPANDA's form of sustain. Looking for some defense breaks here, and it does land on everybody. Except the Vanessa, of course.
I think TROKAMOO needs to think about dismounting this Savannah right now because it's going to do a lot of damage over time with that speed buff.
That's right. There's that defense break sitting on top of Savannah. Savannah going to be able to get out of this. I'm not too sure if it's going to be on violent or not. Massive damage coming towards this Gianna. Now he does have the passive of that Vanessa, and he can reventilate with the Scanny.
And there's a skill 2 coming out from the Water Monkey, so that's going to be a lot of damage. There are defense broken units everywhere on TROKAMOO's side.
Doesn't stun up the Ganymede, though. You can see the bomb's going to be coming out. Could put it on the Savannah now, because the reset did go on the Fran. I don't believe Fran has second skill up just yet.
And TROKAMOO needs to vent the Vanessa with the Gani so that he's going to be able to cycle with the Gianna to get the strips on. So TROKAMOO is actually in a decent spot here, but needs to get the Savannah dismounted.
Yep, there's the ventilate back on Vanessa. We get that passive up. We have that defense break sitting on top. Vanessa is going to take advantage of it. Does not drop it off that Beast Rider just yet. We've got a third skill here with the Water Monkey. Can go to eliminate the Gianna. It's going to get revived back up here. Gets the additional turn. Can drop the Okeanos. That's defense broken here. And doesn't drop it just yet. But I think Fran can finish off that job here.
Yeah, that's exactly what Fran's probably going to do. Actually decides he wants to attack break the Gianna. Interesting choice.
Yeah, very interesting choice. Not enough to drop this Gianna just yet.
Yeah, at the same time, TROKAMOO not looking very good. Either of these units are going to die in one pop. That Josephine does have skills up, so Gani Oki lockdown is not going to work here because this Josephine is going to be able to turn around and kill that Okeanos.
Yep, that's right. He could go for the Rain of Stone. Does go for the Rain of Stones. Looking to stun up everybody. Doesn't even get the Wind unit Savannah, but does knock it off the Beast.
Yeah, so TROKAMOO's going to lose another unit here, and this is going to be pretty much game over. This game was decided the moment that Gianna missed that stun on the Savannah from the opening moves. Had that landed, POPOPANDA would be under control, but RNG goes in favor.
And there is the additional turn coming out of the Fran. Fran's able to sustain up here. Vanessa looking to pummel some damage in here. Does get the additional turn. It is not going to be enough here.
Definitely not going to be enough, but TROKAMOO knows this is a best of 5 and knows as a now seasoned veteran to take his time and think through his picks and how he can play it, draft a little bit better next match.
That's right. Seal of Magic coming out on probably the Fran. Stop the immunity, stop the sustain coming up here.
Yeah, but it's a pretty tall order to ask a Vanessa to be able to take down 2 water units, especially those 2. So TROKAMOO taking his time. It is SWC. Winner goes to the finals here. So definitely important to think through every single move.
Yep, definitely has that thinking cap on. You can see TROKAMOO definitely deep in thought, trying to figure out what he wants to be doing here. And round 2 is going to POPOPANDA.
Yeah, again, I think TROKAMOO actually had that on draft. He had the Gianna moving first, and then he had a Gani Oki lockdown. It came down to Savannah resisting, which allowed him to defense break and provide speed buff to his entire team.
Yep.
So had that 15% not gone through, we would see TROKAMOO up 2-0. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on whose side you're on, RNG happens, and now we're tied at 1-1.
It's definitely sad when you see that strip from Gianna not working because it's so oppressive, and for it not to happen, it's very disappointing for the owners of a Gianna.
I know that all the non-owners of Gianna are probably cheering when it misses, but I can tell you that all the owners of Gianna definitely feel that pain a lot.
That's right, pre-bans from last time. You can see the Ciara getting pre-banned by POPOPANDA. TROKAMOO with the Hathor pre-ban for last time. New pre-bans coming in here. Gianna once again getting pre-banned, followed up by the Okeanos getting pre-banned by TROKAMOO. TROKAMOO does have the first pick.
Yeah, and if you think back to the first match, TROKAMOO did very well on draft there, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same run out happen from TROKAMOO's side. I would expect to see POPOPANDA vary his draft a little bit.
We'll see. TROKAMOO with that Hathor first pick. Of course, POPOPANDA's going to be splitting that Gani Hathor, bringing out a Chiwoo as well.
So in the first match, you saw a Ciara pick, and now you actually see a Chiwoo pick here. So Savannahs are live, and if he potentially has Chungpungs and other AoE units, those are live. Choka has to take the other speed lead, goes with the Ciara, and we likely will see some other fast unit and maybe take out the Savannah away from POPOPANDA.
Yeah, I really would like to see the Ciara coming out of TROKAMOO here. I'm curious if he's going to land. It looks like he's really trying to think about what he wants to do, possibly to surprise POPOPANDA, bringing in the Savannah and the Viga.
I think a Vigor is a very fair pick, but it incentivizes POPOPANDA to take Ciara, which is a decent pick against all of TROKAMOO's units. TROKAMOO's Savannah does synergize with the Vigor, where the Vigor provides a speed buff and allows it to hit a lot harder. But at the same time, TROKAMOO has 2 units that give him speed buff, so it could be a little redundant there. Ciara's definitely a pick, and then you see the Fran to give protection. Decides he doesn't want Fran, which would be interesting, but I expect some sort of heals. He's probably thinking some support, some heals, or just straight aggression.
Water Monkey King, interesting. I knew he was going to be picking up that Ciara. I don't know how you don't pick up Ciara when TROKAMOO wasn't drafting any speed leads himself. So snagging that Ciara up, chooses to go with that Water Monkey King, which is very interesting. TROKAMOO looking to wrap up his draft here.
Yeah, POPOPANDA actually representing a very scary draft here. I think TROKAMOO needs to ban out that Chiwoo and just let POPOPANDA just resist a bit from POPOPANDA, or just kind of let things go beyond turn 1. He's going to be content to give up turn 1 because POPOPANDA is so highly invested in it.
And there's the Fran coming out for TROKAMOO. A lot of sustain on TROKAMOO's side of the field, and the Diana getting locked in as well. POPOPANDA with 1/5 unit here.
So TROKAMOO is going to ban out that Chiwoo here. It absolutely has to be banned out. We see the Ethna take, so what we're going to see is an opening from the Water Monkey and Ethna into a reset on the Gani. So a lot of control and aggression coming from POPOPANDA's side. Not sure if TROKAMOO has enough in the back pocket to be able to survive that much aggression.
That's a lot of damage coming from POPOPANDA. And the newly buffed Ethna, very, very strong unit. Even for a unit having Vigor on the field as well, Ethna's still very strong.
Yeah, that Vigor might melt off the bat, but we do have Savannah and the Fran, so if that Savannah's not dismounted, it might be able to win the game outright.
All right, we'll find out. Going into round 3, TROKAMOO, POPOPANDA. Let's see who's taking first turn. I believe first turn's definitely being taken by POPOPANDA. And we see this Ethna being faster than the Ganymede. We knew that Ganymede was fast before. This Ethna is even quicker.
Absolutely. When you're tuning a team this way, the Ethna and the Water Monkey have to move in front of the Gani, and that's exactly what you're seeing. You're seeing 2 holes being opened up, and Gani's going to be able to reset both, presenting POPOPANDA with a lot of control.
Yep, here comes the reset onto the Fran. Wants to stop that immunity attack buff coming up. And there it is. Drops the attack bar. Attack bar resisted on the Savannah as well. Diana possibly looking to shield up, maybe even a stun.
I think Diana does need to shield up because otherwise he might melt. But now he does decide to shield up and has Vigor to provide speed buff, which will allow him to come back into the game.
That's right. Bomb does land onto the Savannah. He could be stunning this unit up. There's no will protecting it right now.
Yeah, but the Ethna and that Water Monkey are going to go next, and they do a lot of damage with that defense break from Ethna and the Water Monkey.
Bomb gets detonate. Stun does happen on the Savannah. No resistance there. Looking for a stun onto Ciara. Does receive that stun. Possible attack break going out onto Ciara. Maybe attack bar reduction on the Ganymede.
Yeah, that's a huge stun on that Ciara because its cooldowns do not recycle. But again, that Ethna and the Water Monkey King, it's going to come down to how many defense breaks land and how much damage happens.
Ooh, everybody takes on a defense break here. Can Viga get his? He's got that 3-turn defense break. Possibly coming out onto the Ethna as the unit of choice here. Big second skill could stun everybody up because there is no will up yet.
Yeah, there's definitely no will up yet, but at the same time, this Diana can move and take out this Ethna, so that's exactly what's going on in POPOPANDA's mind right now.
Yeah, crossing his fingers for stun. Does land the glancing onto this Diana, though.
And the question is, do you go for it? He decides he does not want to go for it. Can go for it another time here. Wise, safe, conservative move. Can cleanse the Savannah and then go to work here.
And there is the cleanse on the Savannah. Could capitalize on top of everybody here. Gets a defense break onto everybody. Vega with a skill 1. Onto the Water Monkey King, does get a heal block.
And you're going to see Savannah move in front of every other unit on the team here. So POPOPANDA is going to lose a unit, if not 2, because Diana does a lot of damage and Savannah's going to take out another one.
Yep, here we go. Diana looking to drop this Ethna. Finishes off that Ethna here because it's going to cycle back. Does it? Violent proc is going to be the question on everyone's mind right now. And it gets that additional turn. Not stunning up that Water Monkey King. And here we go. We're going to see more damage and another unit drop from TROKAMOO going right after that Ciara. And here we go. He's going to concede right there. TROKAMOO taking round 3 with that devastating Diana Violent proc.
And you see TROKAMOO using the cheeky stay in human form skill 2 on the Water Monkey and actually saluting the camera after he wins there, knowing that he won that match very confidently. He's feeling it right now. He thinks he has a good chance. And honestly, given the way that these 3 drafts went, I like TROKAMOO's odds.
TROKAMOO had a very, very strong draft. Like I said, it was that Violent proc going out of Diana, and it happened. It's just so impressive with all those defense breaks from Savannah, capitalizing with units that can help cycle and even keep your team alive with all those shields. Diana did exactly what she needed to do.
Yeah, and that's TROKAMOO understanding how not to get popped and how to have enough heals and the ability to play back. I think POPOPANDA's units did not do enough damage for the way he played, how aggressive he played, and ultimately that's why TROKAMOO was able to come back. Once that Savannah came online, it was game over.
Yep, that's right. Well, we've got game number 4. TROKAMOO can win it out if he does take this round. He's got Gianna in his wheelhouse now.
Definitely does have Gianna, which is huge. If you saw how game 2 went, if that same draft comes out, TROKAMOO wins 85% of the time here, Resist being 15%. So we'll see if POPOPANDA decides to change up his strategy.
Yep, smart. CR is a very smart ban. You don't want to let that CR Gianna through. POPOPANDA wants none of that, and the ban on Hathor does happen for TROKAMOO as well.
Yeah, so POPOPANDA took Chiwoo first last time. I don't think he's going to take Chiwoo first this time. Would be very surprised because TROKAMOO would respond with the Ganning Oki, which again makes it very challenging for POPOPANDA. Instead, he still goes with that Chiwoo. I'd be surprised to see anything different.
Yep, there's the double reset for TROKAMOO. Can he land it? Can he hold off? Can he take this round 4? We'll find out. Very good drafts from POPOPANDA. I like this Josephine, and I like the Savannah coming from him.
So POPOPANDA's decided to move the Josephine up 1 position in draft, which actually is quite a smart move here because he's able to basically, he's telling TROKAMOO that he's going to let that Oki through, and he's going to be able to counter that a little bit earlier as opposed to later. TROKAMOO not phased by this, goes with the Gianna, goes with the Changpeng. I would have actually liked to see a speed lead coming out of TROKAMOO because he can have a flex 5th pick on what he wants to supplement his team with, because now without a speed lead, he's almost forced to take out this Chiwoo.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he could draft Vanessa. I'm not too sure if Vanessa is really going to be helping POPOPANDA. It does synergize really well with having that Savannah on the field. So curious if we might go with that, having another speed lead to lock in, because clearly a lot of controls coming from TROKAMOO's side of the field.
Yeah. So TROKAMOO is banking on banning out that Chiwoo a lot. POPOPANDA is going for turn 2 now. So takes the Fire Monkey, which we saw earlier. But at the same time, I think TROKAMOO has the edge here. He has first turn initiative and can take turn 1 if he wants. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of ban on Chiwoo, take of Barbara.
I was going to say, Barbara would be an excellent unit coming from TROKAMOO.
Or maybe some other pick, maybe even a speed lead of his own is fine, or some, I'm thinking either Water or some other's speed of his own, or Water's fine here. So Vigor's great, allows him to play back a little bit. When he does this though, it's signaling a ban likely on the Savannah, or likely on, it could even be the Josephine, and he could go off here. But
yeah, Josephine Chiwoo chooses to go for that Savannah, and Viga's going to be the unit to be banned out here. No more sustained for TROKAMOO. Keep that in mind, where POPOPANDA does have that Fran, he does have that Josephine, that's shields, that's healing. POPOPANDA does have a little bit safer of a draft. Can TROKAMOO control with this double reset? We're going to find out, guys, as we go into round 4 with POPOPANDA and TROKAMOO. POPOPANDA definitely taking first turn here. He's got that speed lead. He's got that Chiwoo. Chiwoo looking for a full strip attack or pushback on TROKAMOO and doesn't land a full strip. The Okeanos is still going to be remaining with his immunity.
And actually that Gianna resisted that pushback. So Gianna's going to move in front. Huge proc because he's able to turn the attack bar of the Gianna down. So quite lucky by POPOPANDA. And also immunity attack buff makes it very hard for Oki skill 2 to go through.
Ooh, looking for the reset onto the Josephine. Fire on water. Doesn't work as always. And here we go. Defense break onto the Gianna. Gianna was provoked. forced to go right back to that Josephine. Gianna not looking good right now, not healthy. Full strip coming out of Chung Peng right there, and the reset going on the Josephine.
So great reset on that Josephine, and actually now POPOPANDA's going to eat a Ganny Oki lockdown and a Gianna and a Chung Peng going on it. I think this is looking highly in the favor of TROKAMOO here. He has that full control. Josephine is reset. There's nothing POPOPANDA can do but watch as his opportunity to go to the finals and $2,000 goes away.
Well, let's find out if that's going to stand true. He's able to finish off that Josephine. Josephine's going to be gone here. Chung Peng coming in with a second skill, gets the additional turn as well, capitalizing off that defense break, sitting on top of this Fran, and we're going to see a skill one coming from Gianna onto the Fran, looking so good for TROKAMOO.
And TROKAMOO's clapping excitedly. He knows he's got a trip to the finals here. POPOPANDA staring, knowing he's out. He knows it's over.
Yep, there it is. Gets that additional turn, finishing off that Fran there. Double bomb does land on top of the Fire Monkey King. Looking so good. TROKAMOO taking round 4, going to the final.
And TROKAMOO can't believe it. He's got his hand on his head. He's got his head on his desk. That was a lot of stress he went through, but such a well-drafted. He's praying right now, saying all kinds of prayers, but congratulations. That was really well played. Masterfully drafted.
Yeah.
There was nothing POPOPANDA could do about it. I mean, it all came down to draft. Things were decided on the draft, and it was over. He actually got very unlucky game 2. Could have been a 3-0 here, but I guess RNG gods decided to throw one the other way.
I'm proud of TROKAMOO. He really did it. I'm so excited to see him moving forward. Well done. Awesome drafting, awesome play. Congratulations, TROKAMOO.
A lot of will rune type things that, again, preparation in the back end. And then, as you said, it felt like a lot through draft. So great job, again, to TROKAMOO and both JMAK for qualifying to the World Championships. And then got to tip your hat again to both POPOPANDA and DRMZJOSEPH to making it to the semifinals. Not quite able to get over the hump. But again, as we take a look at our bracket presented by Google Play, we take a look. It's JMAK and TROKAMOO, your two representatives from the America region heading to SWC 2020 World Championships. And now we have them standing by to chat with them in just a second. Our two guys that have made it on through. Yeah, outlasted everybody, JMAK, TROKAMOO. You know, the emotions running high. TROKAMOO, how are you feeling after that last match against POPOPANDA? That's that one more time.
Still focused.
He's still focused.
Man of focus. Still thinking about his next match.
Hey, JMAK, TROKAMOO, can you hear me?
Yes!
All right, good. All right. Hey, TROKAMOO, how are you feeling after that last one against POPOPANDA?
Oh man, you don't understand the dreams, man. The dreams, I want to cry right now, man. No lie, it's overwhelming. I'm holding this real tight. I'm holding this real tight right here. You're gonna stay right here with me.
I'm gonna be biased. I'm gonna be biased for a quick second. TROKAMOO, you absolute animal. Super proud of you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say both.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Both matchups are great. I'm going to ask similar questions, but I mean, how did you feel in your matches as you were drafting through games 2 and 3? When did you know, or did you ever know that you were going to have this in the bag? Because it looked like you had this under full control.
I'm gonna be very humble, and I felt like, you know, I was very relieved that there was no crazy LDs. I'm not gonna lie. So I just played the game. When you play the game, it just comes to you, man. You know, if you have OPLDs, you know, that's a different thing. You know, I do have Gianna, so, but that's part of the game.
Hey, so last question I want to shoot over you to TROKAMOO. What does it feel like knowing that you have qualified and you will be representing the Americas region at the World Championships?
One of my amazing friends that taught me how to play Boo Boo, starting from watching YouTube, watching the game, learning the game, meeting all the cool people that I've met in this many years, like Bud, my guildmates, everybody that helped me prep. It feels like I made them all proud. And I feel like I made myself proud, and I feel like I made, you know, I'm not gonna lie, you know, this is a game, but we played the game to make it up there, and I just did. So if just trying to set an example that whenever you put something in your head, you can do it.
All right, well, there you go,
can do
TROKAMOO. You definitely did do it. Congratulations in qualifying for the World Championships. JMAK, you took care of business earlier against DRMZJOSEPH. It was a big, big fight there. Talk us through what that match was like for you.
I couldn't believe it. First of all, Josephine on Shield really did me good, let's just say that. And fighting into Joseph, his runes are incredible. They're so tanky. I couldn't believe how much damage the Sierra put out, and also was able to withstand Adaptive Sneak as well. It was nuts. I was super shocked by it. Lucky for me, especially the last match, he did Amelia last pick. By then I knew that was a ban, and honestly running into Oki talk like that without immunity is pretty strong on my side, I would say.
So Jeff, I mean, I know last year you opted out of SWC, you were busy and whatnot. So now you've had the chance, now you're going to Worlds, and you're gonna have a chance to go for 100 grand up top. How does it feel?
Honestly, to this day, I do admit that I regret declining my invitation to SWC last year. A lot of my friends were pretty upset about it, talked to me about it, and said that, hey, you played this game for so long. This is what you play the game for, right? And which is true. And I've been dwelling on it for the whole year, but so that's why this year I want to come out and compete and try my best.
Yeah, JMAK, I've got one thing for you. It is not a question, but I want to thank you for being entertaining. Your drafts have been amazing. You're bringing stuff that people weren't expecting to see. Just thank you for being an entertainer up there, dude.
So,
can I say something real quick?
Yep.
Oh, go for it.
What's up?
For all my, we're talking about the fans and everything, Giano is coming out. So if you know who Giano is, coming out in the next match, so you guys gonna enjoy the Giano.
Hey, TROKAMOO,
you guys know what Giano is.
I'm gonna give you a chance to go ahead and address your opponent here. Let's give JMAK one more opportunity to bask in the sunlight of redemption after dropping down from his invitation last year. So JMAK, one more time, what do you want to say to your fans and friends now that you've qualified for Worlds?
Obviously, it's cliche at the end, but just thank you. Tons of messages coming in. After every match, people are going crazy. My Discord's going crazy. My phone's going off. But mainly, thanks for standing by, supporting me. I've been kind of a content creator for over 3 years now, and every step of the way they've been there. And tons of amazing friends who support me as well.
JMAK, so you've seen, you had to do it before, you've seen us do it all day long. Why don't you select what your favorite message was from all the support that you've had over the last little bit here so that we can help out one of your supporters that have been using the hashtag JMAKWin.
I see a hashtag right now that popped in my eyes. Christopher, JMAK, the Mac Daddy of Summoner's War. You got this. JMAK is #1.
Yeah, I like that one there. TROKAMOO, how about you, man? You've had a lot of supporters throughout your journey. You already thanked a ton of them. What about one of these messages here in the hashtag TROKAMOO win for you, brother?
All the support and all the let's go TROKAMOO and all that, that's what makes me, saying that's what keep moving. It makes me keep moving, Sorry about earlier, by the way.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Hey, select one of the messages for us, TROKAMOO.
You should send that back to Ken.
I'm sorry? I know, right? Yeah.
Look at these two guys.
So all the GG, let's go Troka, everything, like all that, all the support from them saying, like, let's go, baby, let's go, Giano. That's I love that, man. I love that.
So, guys, you guys are going to be playing for the title of America's Cup champion. Now's the time to go ahead and stir the pot just a little bit. We already heard a little bit from TROKAMOO. We'll get back to you. JMAK, what do you got to say to TROKAMOO?
I don't say anything. Just good games. Hope the game is entertaining, and let's see who do better.
All right, TROKAMOO, your time to shine. Here we go. What you got?
Hey, man, you know what? Let's just leave it to 12% because I've seen your 12% lately, buddy. So let's leave it to 12%, all right? Them bioproducts.
All right, well, there you go. Your two competitors setting the stage here for the America's Cup Finals. They know that they've already qualified for Worlds. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time for SWC 2020 America's Cup presented by Google Play. There it is. JMAK and TROKAMOO are your two finalists heading to Worlds, but they still got to decide who will be #1 in the Americas region. We'll get to that after a short break. But while we take that break, we're supporting all of you that have been watching the whole time here. Go check out Always Together is your code, 100 energy plus 1 fire scroll. So make sure to head on over there and get that Always Together. But, you know, there's a couple A's missing, so make sure you spell that one correctly. I'm sure Evan will get that in the chat for all of you that are spamming. Hey, where's my code? Meow, meow, meow. Right there. Always Together, so that you can get 100 energy in the fire attribute scroll. All right, guys, almost done. One more match to settle it all. We started this journey months ago, and now we are one match away from deciding who's going to be #1 and be winning the America's Cup in 2020. Don't go anywhere. You're watching SWC 2020 America's Cup.
Out of the field.
Yeah, definitely not, but in this
Overwhelmed, gets the additional turn as well. Hellfire dropping that Fran. JMAK is going to be taking this one right here. Lancing does land on the Hathor. Rain of Stones coming out to lock everybody down, and it's not enough damage yet, and there you have it. We have
take out a unit with the Daphnis and likely take out a lot. So once this goes off on that Sierra, POPOPANDA is going to be exposed.
Yeah, Daphnis does get that defense break. It's going to be enough damage to finish off the Sierra.
TROKAMOO here, he has that full control. Josephine, as we said, there's nothing POPOPANDA can do but watch as his opportunity to go to the finals and $2,000 goes away.
Well, let's find out if that's going to stand true. Looking so good. TROKAMOO! An additional turn here. Big Justice coming out of the attack buffed Leica, aiming up for Ciara and dropping Ciara with a Justice. As well, dumping attack bars onto that Nephthys. Massive Justice damage comes out, finishes off that Vigor just like that. For that one here, we've got an ignore defense torrent coming out here. Massive torrent damage right onto the Fran, eliminating this unit.
49k of damage.
And Veladril with a big skill too coming out on CR.
Yeah, and Veladril does have immunity coming up again, so Faint Memory needs to understand that. Decides. Actually, Tree's looking okay. I mean, his health is pretty full, but we'll see how much damage this bomb does if it's able to go off.
Like you said, War of Atricious. Oh, here we go. Bomb does land on the Nephthys. He's going to set this off. He needs to get rid of the Nephthys, and he does. Whoa, Thompson finally catches the break that he needed.
More could be the artifact from the Vanessa, or it could be 5 runes on this Shiho.
Possibly. Bomb does land onto Vanessa.
Detonate here because Vigor does have a heal, and there are shields coming, and there we go.
We're gaining the additional turns. Bomb is going to be coming out onto the Savannah, or he may just let it go. Plays on. You can see that massive damage coming from Ada onto CR and Hathor looking to put everyone to sleep here.
I mean, this is going to be a long match. We have triple heals on C. Thomas' side. Tree does have to down that Sierra, so that's going to be his target of choice.
Full skills once again. Are we going to see that third skill coming out, or is he going to save it as many units are going to be sleeping? And he does. He uses that third skill, putting everybody down for 2 turns once again.
Fran.
Yep, you can see that revive coming out on the Savannah. So strong with Beast Riders because it is back on the Beast.
Yeah, and again,
possibly we might see a third skill, maybe even a second skill coming out of Vigor.
Huge reset on that Daphnis, guarantees that, and it's super squishy.
Ooh, very squishy, or high damage coming from this Vigor. That's a lot of damage coming towards. He's got to be careful he doesn't put it in torrent range. Torrent will do a lot of damage right now. Bobber looking to finish off the friend, gets the additional turn, and I think that's going to be it for Zephyrius. I don't know if this Fire Out match is going to be able to finish it.
Just because it's new does not mean it's good.
And the Barbara pummeling more damage into this Fire Out match. We get a primed and ready torrent. Massive damage.
favorite gift. Wow. Got me a coconut.
All right, it's pretty cute.
Oh, it's a 02 shirt and a pin.
I appreciate it.
everyone, and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2020 America's Cup. Got a lot of the business out of the way earlier. We had 8 players go down to 4 players, and now you have your 2 qualifiers from the Americas region duking it out to be called the best player in America's region. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, as you saw on that screen right on there. Still on the casting desk, the casting booth, the casting duo that has gone every single step of the way. It's Stoic and Make It a Bud. Guys, let's recap everything that we've seen so far, because it's been one heck of a tournament, hasn't it?
Really has been. It's been incredible. We saw JMAK taking out KENBALLER 2-0 early. The favorite, actually. KENBALLER is the favorite. Got taken out 2-0. JMAK taking out DRMZJOSEPH 3-1. I mean, JMAK had opted out last year, and now he's in the finals, going in, in the finals, competing for an extra $5,000, and then going into the World Finals. So what a journey it's been for him. And then we saw TROKAMOO also getting through Tree. And then also in the World Finals himself, he is now wearing hair.
We have Giano.
Is this what we were waiting for? I didn't know what this was. What is happening over here? All right, before we finish the cosplay over there, let's take a look at the schedule, of course, for the rest of the qualifiers. America's Cup obviously happening right now. Asia Pacific Cup will happen next weekend, October 31st. The Europe Cup after that, to see who our European qualifiers will be. And then, of course, the World Finals will take place November 20th. That's where all the action will go down, where the total prize pool will be $210,000. Oh man, the journey of SWC, almost there. And at the end of it, the medals that will be awarded to the participants that rank themselves well at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, these are great medals. I mean, you don't get to see prizes like this often. So happy for everyone who's going to get these.
Yep, of course. One of a kind to win one of those. Definitely is.
And the hair.
It's our players.
This is what's on our mind. The hair.
Just like I was taking a second here to just kind of take it on in. We got our 2 competitors here. It's been a fierce competition, and all of a sudden, TROKAMOO is just TROKAMOO right there, and just all of a sudden switch it on over with all this hair. You see JMAK as well, preparing for the match. Holy moly.
Yeah, and this is what he meant when he said Giano. Giano is the cosplay that his wife sometimes wears to events where she dresses up as a Gianna. Now he's borrowed that, and you see that that's going to help him focus. I believe that that's how he's feeling at the moment. He just flipped his hair back. That's usually a sign of concentration and focus. Jeff is praying. They're all praying. I can't wait to see what happens here.
Well, let's see how we got here. I'm still all messed up here. But TROKAMOO. All right, let's take a look at it. It's JMAK and TROKAMOO after a long journey here. HEVES and DRMZJOSEPH went at it 2-0. JMAK and KENBALLER 2-0. TROKAMOO defeating Tree 2-1. POPOPANDA defeating RAIGEKI 2-0 in the quarterfinals. Then JMAK taking care of business against DRMZJOSEPH, while TROKAMOO defeated POPOPANDA in the semifinals, with both guys booking their ticket to the World Championships. And now it's just up to these two guys. They got to go ahead and play one more best of 5 to crown who is the best in Americas. Let's take a look at our two competitors to kick things off, though. JMAK should be the first one that we're taking a look at here, because JMAK, he's the one that's been playing well, had such a great journey. His story was that he skipped last year's World Championships invite and then has worked his way on through. And look at those names that he's taking care of business of, especially being able to bounce back against KENBALLER. That was such a great story here for JMAK.
There's legend names up there. Thompson, DRMZJOSEPH, both champions. KENBALLER was supposed to be a huge legendary player for this tournament, taking them all down. The giant killer, JMAK. Wow.
True to his name, he is the Kingslayer. I mean, that is a large resume of names that he's taken down and defeated. Standard units, but playing very solidly. I can't wait to see how he's going to play around what TROKAMOO has in this draft.
There we go. The arts are just devolving into straight fandom here as we just slap on the typewriter font. And there it is, JMAK, the flamethrower. There's a blue fire at the bottom introducing you to your new SWC champion. The fan art for these players is fantastic. But of course, it's not just JMAK in this one. It's Giano on the other side. It is obviously TROKAMOO, who's earned his way on here from Orlando, Florida. The emotional player. You know, sometimes you think it might go against you. Not in the case here for TROKAMOO. 2-1 against the Fires, 2-0 against DRMZJOSEPH, 2-1 against Tree, and 3-1 against POPOPANDA. Has not tasted defeat in a series this whole tournament, has he?
Definitely has not. I mean, he knows how to use that box very well. He took out last Tree, right? He took out Tree, who's always been to the finals and is finally not going to be there, and then really made POPOPANDA look very easy there. Been dominating his way through, so it's going to be interesting to see the clash of titans from this tournament. Both have been playing very well here, and I got to say that hair looks great on TROKAMOO.
It really does, and if I know TROKAMOO well enough, he's already happy enough. He's made his way to the final, and he's already, like, whatever the outcome of this match, he doesn't care. Heels and all.
Yeah, heels and all, doesn't matter. There it is, Giano fan art right there. TROKAMOO got the head, kind of like a One-Punch Man right
I love
there.
the glisten.
You know, it takes a little bit of work to get the glisten, but also takes a little bit of work. Look, he's got a perfect part right there as well. Celebratory for both of these players. That's a lot of fun, and I'm happy that both of these guys have made it on through and can understand, hey, look, we made it here. Let's have a little bit of fun. I guess, you know, maybe on the upside, JMAK just really locking in and focusing up right now. But these guys should be ready to go in just a second, and we should be getting ourselves into the games. Casters, how are you thinking this is going to shake up?
I mean, right now, I can actually see that JMAK is still I think JMAK is a little bit more focused now. TROKAMOO's donned the wig. He's got the little fan on. Jeff is still focused. He knows that there's $5,000 extra on the line here and the title of America's Cup champion. This is the grand finals for America's Cup. So I can see that Jeff is very focused. It's not over for him. So if he carries that focus through, that might give him a mental edge in this situation.
Well, TROKAMOO got exactly what he wanted. He's going to the world final, and I guess it's all bonus from here for him.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We'll get to see how this one shakes out. The title of America's Cup champion and the extra $5,000 to boost up their winnings to $10,000 in the America's Cup starts right now after a couple of messages to cheer on these two guys. Let's take a listen.
Let's go, JMAK.
Player and as a friend of TROKAMOO, I felt like he was a great inspiration to my success of learning how.
So clearly a lot of words there, but that's a lot of words of encouragement. Too long for a clip here, but we're ready to go into the next match, which is the finals. We're finally here. We're at the finals. Winner gets the title of America's Cup champion and an extra $5,000, bringing the total to 10. So.
That is correct. TROKAMOO and JMAK. Here we go, guys. We're going into round one between the two pre-bans going out. Han getting pre-banned by TROKAMOO. Giano getting pre-banned by JMAK.
That's right. Giano being pre-banned here. JMAK does not want to deal with the Giano as much as possible here. Han obviously would enable JMAK's beta, and so Choka does not want to give JMAK that opportunity. Otherwise, that means he has to play Chiwoo a lot more.
That's right. Well, the Chiwoo's getting first picked by that TROKAMOO. And JMAK going to be bringing in the Okeanos Ganny with the double reset.
Interesting take of the Chiwoo first pick. I'm not sure if Choka should have done that because it tunnels him into speed plays only, but this is the perfect follow-up to those two. I would expect a Ciara later in the game, and if I'm Jeff, I actually go and take the Ciara earlier. At the very least, you need one speed lead here and probably one more aggressive unit.
JMAK looking to respond after seeing Savannah and Changpeng. Could be two fire units, could be one fire unit at least.
Yeah, definitely. And so if you want to go turn one, you go Sierra and go aggression. If you want to go turn two, you're going to go some sort of Vertihile, some sort of Molly's, maybe even like a Juno. Vanessa allows him to be able to play both ways, but then he's going to lack the ability to heal.
I really like the Vertihile here. There is 3 AoE units, and they want to use all of those skills. And we're seeing double Beast Rider coming out of TROKAMOO with a Vigor as well. A lot of power in TROKAMOO's wheelhouse right now. I don't know if JMAK's going to be able to... just takes it all back.
TROKAMOO's taking it back because he's thinking about speed here. If he lays down those 2 units, Chiwoo becomes a ban and he gets outsped. So TROKAMOO does need to think this through. He might end up changing. He's changing his mind a lot. Goes with the Rika and the Asima, taking advantage of the fact that JMAK has no immunity.
Yep, I think it is showing here. He's happy to already be where he's at right now, so we'll see where his draft's going to go here. So he's got the Asima, he's got the Rika. Last pick for JMAK's going to be that Fran.
So that Fran's going to be banned out. TROKAMOO's going to be able to get an AoE unit through anyways, whether it's Rika or whether it's Asima. So I actually really like these two. It's not about being too relaxed or whatnot. These are great last picks here because Oki's going to be able to reset 1, but he can't get resets on 2. So one of those has to be banned.
Yep. Let's see who's getting banned out here. Rika is getting banned on TROKAMOO's side of the field. Fran's getting banned out on JMAK's side of the field. Guys, we've got the World Final. I'm sorry, not the World Final. The SWC Americas Cup Final right here. TROKAMOO and JMAK. Expect to see JMAK taking first turn here. Let's go, guys. Getting into our round 1 between JMAK and TROKAMOO. Here we go. JMAK with first turn. He is not willed up whatsoever, except that Vanessa looking for the reset onto the Asima.
Yeah, and actually JMAK does get a reset on, but he's facing lots of AoE from Changpeng and Savannah, so it's not quite over. I actually still like TROKAMOO's draft here. I know JMAK has a Vert, but this is probably not a triple revenge Vert given how fast it is. So JMAK's just going to go for the... TROKAMOO's going to go for conservative skill 2, but does not get it.
Yeah, he was hoping to get that strip onto Vanessa, not receiving it. Their only defense break sitting on top of the Ganymede right now. Possibly looking for that strip reset.
He needs to get a reset with skill 3 because that Okeanos is going to eat him alive next, so he's going to have to go for it.
Ooh, and the resistance right on that Vanessa, not working out for him.
Yeah, well, Vanessa with immunity is very tough to resist, to go through resistance there, but does lay down defense break onto the Asima. Okeanos being reset is pretty huge because TROKAMOO's not going to face a lockdown for a little bit. He has some time to take out a unit.
Yeah, the Asima going right for that Ganymede, that defense broken Ganymede. You're going to watch Chiwoo looking for a 2-turn sleep onto the Okeanos. Wasn't expect to see that come out there.
As a massive sleep there, and you see TROKAMOO flex into the camera, knowing he got lucky there. TROKAMOO's going to look to see TROKAMOO take out this Ganny through the Vanessa passive. That's his window to win while Asima gets its skills back up.
Glancing did apply to Savannah, but it's not going to matter here. That defense break's really going to take advantage on the Ganymede. Finishing off that Ganymede is going to get revived back with the Vanessa.
Yeah, and again,
trying to drop this Ganymede, take advantage of that low HP. Changpeng with the additional turn as well.
Yeah, and again, this Asima's going to go down here, so it's going to come down to see how much damage that Chiwoo does.
Beautiful Despair Stun on top of Ganymede, stopping the Ventilate back onto the Vanessa.
Yeah, stopping that, and at this point here, you're going to see a unit go down. Vanessa passive is down. TROKAMOO does have some damage online.
Yep, you're going to see him possibly just go for the Ganymede. Chooses not to go for the Ganymede. A little bit of damage getting poked onto the Okeanos. Second skill coming from Changpeng.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have to chooses to go with this.
Not to. Interesting. Finishing it off, not wanting to chance the possible counter coming out of the Vert, and there is that counter.
So he eats the counter from the Vert, and then Okeanos has skill 3. It's going to do a lot of damage.
Whoa, Rain of Stone's only stunning up that Win Master, not stunning up the Chiwu or the Savannah. Looking for a defense break on top of Savannah. Gets it. Okeanos taking it right off the beast.
But at this point here, JMAK has 3 fire units, and one of them being Vert, so actually I do like JMAK's ability to do damage unless the Savannah crits.
Savannah needed a crit, finishing up that Okeanos there. It is not over. That defense break's going to go a long way on Savannah, helping that Vanessa finish it up, getting the additional turns. Defense breaking Chiwu and capitalizing off of it.
Yeah, TROKAMOO here, just not enough damage here. JMAK's Vert is just too powerful, too much damage here.
I really like the Verti heal, and there you have it. JMAK taking round 1 away from TROKAMOO.
Yeah, JMAK still feeling the pressure. You see that he is breathing that sigh of relief. He understands that this is for the title of America's Cup champion, so it is not over yet, even though you're going to Worlds. So JMAK playing that very well. I do like that pick of Vertihile. Did get that lucky revenge. I do think it's a violent revenge Vert, given how fast it was, so 15% quite lucky. But either way, TROKAMOO got outsped there, 2 units controlled, and wasn't able to take it home.
That's right. I really like the Verti heal. Verti heal was that unit that really helped JMAK get that advantage over TROKAMOO. Smart drafting, well done, JMAK.
Yeah, so going into the next one, I think we're going to see a little change of styles here. I think TROKAMOO might not lean into that all-in off the bat. He might decide to try some sort of a different style of lineup, maybe some vigors that we've seen a lot from him. It is a best of 5, so you do have the ability to try out different matchups versus your opponent. Han can't be pre-banned, so you know you're going to have to fight immunity in beta.
Yep, that's right. You can see the pre-bans from last time. That Han, that Gianna getting pre-banned. Double Chiwu. It's so rare to see a double ban in SWC. It's not often, and we're getting a double Chiwu right here with TROKAMOO JMAK. Very interesting. First pick's coming out. JMAK looking to possibly take a Hathor, maybe even a Gandy away from TROKAMOO.
Yeah, I think Hathor is just always the safe conservative first pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Sierra, but I think Hathor is usually that first pick, just if you want solid play. Or JMAK is actually always favored as Ganny, because Ganny synergizes with a lot of what he's got. So Ganny makes sense. TROKAMOO here likely going to take a Sierra Hathor or Sierra Oki in this situation. And JMAK going to respond with Changpeng, and probably at this point, something to set up that beta later on.
There you go. We're going to see that Han coming out here. Also could really benefit with that Bena, giving that 30 speed lead with the Dark Tribute.
Yeah, so JMAK is looking to play one more speed lead and a beta to round out his comp of AoE, strip, and then all kinds of heals and resets and all that stuff. So TROKAMOO needs this is a speed matchup. TROKAMOO needs to respect that or make the decision to go into Leo's now. So this is a choice where you're going to see he's either going to go super fast or super slow. Decides to continue playing the speed game, goes with that Gianna to fight for turn 1.
Yep, see what JMAK's going to be responding with. We see that beta coming out once again. Last pick with Gianna. Last pick with JMAK looking to respond to that Gianna Savannah.
So wouldn't be surprised to see one more speed lead coming out from JMAK that would enable the Changpeng in case the Han gets banned out. So this might actually be the Jamayer pick, but instead actually decides to finish off with Ganny Hathor. Perfectly fine to take Ganny Hathor. There's nothing wrong with abusing those two.
Yep, there we go. So Ganny Hathor is locked in for JMAK. He does have the sustain, where TROKAMOO is not showing any sustain right now.
So TROKAMOO is going to have his Gianna banned. This signals a Gianna ban, so TROKAMOO needs to lay a second stripper to be able to take advantage. Triton would have been great so that he can go off. Instead, he has to go with the Fran to play turn 2. So JMAK is going to likely take out the stripper here. And TROKAMOO, in this situation, it's tough to nail down a ban because there's just Ganny Hathor, Changpeng's, Han, just so much aggression coming out from JMAK.
Yep. That is correct. Beta getting banned out. Gianna getting banned out on TROKAMOO's side of the field. Speed lead's going to be coming out for TROKAMOO. Resistance lead for JMAK. We're going into round 2, guys. TROKAMOO, JMAK, SWC America's Cup Final. Here we go. And TROKAMOO is going to be taking that first turn because he had the speed lead as well. Okeanos looking for that reset onto Changpeng, not receiving it.
Yeah, missing that is huge, so it depends on the tuning of JMAK. If JMAK's tuning is very good, the Fran does not cut, but unfortunately tuning is not that great, so he does have the ability to go with skill 3 here and take that Ganny's attack bar down.
There we go, defense breaks on TROKAMOO's side of the field, not looking good. Does get that resist from Okeanos, not getting slept here.
Yeah, and actually now, if you're JMAK, you just go in on the Okeanos here, and then you lay your Ganny Hathor combination, and it'll be over.
He goes right for that Savannah, though, knocking it right off the Beast defense break. Obviously, he's going to be remaining here. Is this Han going to do enough damage to remove the Savannah from the field?
Yeah, so he does that because the Ganymede does have skill 3. It's going to be able to reset that Okeanos, and so JMAK does have the Ganny Hathor, but with a Han now. So what's more impressive than just Ganny Hathor? It's Ganny Hathor plus LD units.
That's correct. We're going to see a sleep coming out on the Okeanos. Does resist it, but there you go. That's more damage, and we're going to see that third skill coming out again, but this time it's going on to Ciara. Not finishing it off just yet.
Yeah, not finishing off, but at this point it doesn't really matter. JMAK is going to go up 2-0 here. TROKAMOO just being dominated off the bat. That Ganny Hathor proving too much with that Han. There's just so much damage coming from it.
There was that skill too, dropping the CR from the field. It is just these lonely 2 units. TROKAMOO knows what's up. That's round 2 going to JMAK. JMAK wins one more. This is going to be it for Troc.
Yeah, this might be it. 3-0 in the finals would be a very interesting score here. I think TROKAMOO may want to pull it together and think about how he can draft around speeds a little bit more and understand that even if he just has 1 reset on the Okeanos, now your opponent goes and your team is dead. I think that's exactly what happened in that draft. Jeff planned this out very well, where he knew that he was going to get a reset, but it didn't matter which unit got reset because he had enough to dominate the board once any of his units got picked.
Yep, that's right. Ganny Hathor with that Han as well. Super impressive, and it shows. Well done, JMAK, taking that round 2 away from TROKAMOO. Guys, we're going into our round 3. We've got Troc, we've got JMAK. Can Troc respond and possibly take a game away from JMAK, and JMAK get the 3-0?
Yeah, and again, we're going to see that Gianna pre-ban from JMAK's side. Very, very common pre-ban. You see it all the time. I wouldn't mind seeing, well, we see the Han pre-ban. I would not have minded seeing some sort of a Changpeng pre-ban or something to disrupt JMAK's combo, because that's doing very well at the moment. TROKAMOO might not have a Triton to be able to combat from a speed standpoint. So TROKAMOO does now have first pick, likely going to take a Hathor, as we've always seen, but again takes that Chiwoo, as we saw in the first match.
Yep, possible Ganny. I think Ganny, like we said before, synergized with more of JMAK's team, so he's going to be locking in that Ganny, maybe even a CR taking that away from TROKAMOO.
I think it's going to be a Ganny Okeanos here, because if you leave Okeanos in the hands of TROKAMOO, TROKAMOO can easily take the Oki. So decides not to, actually goes with the Changpeng Oki. This sets up into a Jamire later on in JMAK's draft, because the Jamire acts as a pseudo Ganny with that skill 3. So that's what JMAK is kind of setting up at this point. TROKAMOO with the Chiwoo needs to make a decision if he sees that Jamire later. Probably still needs to fight for turn 1, because that's a lot of damage coming out from Changpeng, Oki, and the middle 2 picks.
Let's see what TROKAMOO is going to be responding with after seeing that Changpeng and Okeano. Is going to be taking the Ganny away from him and bringing a Barber as well.
I love the Barber pick here, because TROKAMOO has to fight for turn 1 here. That's just too much aggression and damage coming out from JMAK's side. JMAK goes with the Sierra Fran in case he wants to dip into a slower type of lineup. So solid picks by him. Leaves this draft very open-ended. It's looking like a Chiwoo ban, just because Chiwoo sets up everything TROKAMOO could pick. But this is where things like Triton become very valuable, or Woonsas, or things like that. No Gianna here, so unfortunately TROKAMOO, unless he has a Gemini, won't have double strip.
Well, he does have that Ganny Hathor in there. Let's see if TROKAMOO can be oppressive, locking in a Ganny Hathor, taking the Hathor away, bringing in a Savannah, going double Beast Rider with a Vanessa as well.
Yeah, so going with the Vanessa and double Beast Rider tells me that Chiwoo is the ban, because if Chiwoo is not banned, that's too much of a setup coming out from TROKAMOO's side, so Chiwoo has to be the ban. So Jeff is going to have to play thinking about how to let everything else and that through, and that's exactly what he does with the Leo. Leo's great into everything else on the board, takes out the Chiwoo, he's going to take out the Chiwoo, and if I'm Troka, I'm thinking, I'm not in a great position here, because I have to take out the Leo, otherwise my Beast Riders are dead.
Yep.
But Beast Riders don't exactly lock down a unit off the bat.
Yep, that is correct. Both 24 speed lead coming out of JMAK, 33 speed lead coming out of TROKAMOO. Double Beast Riders is going to be enough to take a round 3 away from TROKAMOO, guys. Here we go. We have our not final match, but it could possibly be it in America's Cup tonight.
So we see JMAK has a super fast Changpeng that actually outspeeds all the Beast Riders. You don't see that often.
Ooh, but we only see a strip there on the Barber. That is it.
If that had landed on everything, that would have been over, because Okeanos follows up very quickly. But unfortunately for JMAK, does not gets a reset onto Savannah. But again, TROKAMOO's going to be able to set up now.
Yep, does get that reset. Barber looking to pummel some massive damage. Does it go for the Fran or not? Does go for the Fran, gets the strip as well. We're going to see some big damage coming out of Savannah. Savannah going after the Changpeng instead. Reset coming out onto I want to say the Fran, to be honest.
It's got to be resetting the Fran here, and then on the backswing, you do have a lot of damage coming out to Okeanos. And that's the play that TROKAMOO's looking to set up. We're going to nuke either the Changpeng or the Okeanos here. Let a Beast Rider finish it off. Sierra's going to need to stun one of them.
Yep, resets that Fran, gets the attack reduction on every single unit, gets that defense break on the Changpeng. Going to see a bomb coming out on the Barbara. Doesn't have to detonate this because there's going to be no form of resisting unless he wants to try and stun it up. Chooses to stun it up, possibly knock it off the Beast.
A possible misplay because Okeanos does have a full team stun here, so JMAK is in control. He's in the driver's seat right now. TROKAMOO is fully stunned up and on the back foot.
That's right. He's going to be taking both these Beast Riders off the Beast. Now, we do have the Vanessa passive still up here, unless he was able to reset that. I'm not sure I caught that or not. And it might be coming up right here. No, goes for the Ganymede instead.
Yeah, goes for the Ganymede, but doesn't matter. I mean, the Vanessa is reset. That's a lot of damage. That Savannah is dismounted, so there's nothing TROKAMOO can do, and that's
there
it.
There you have it, guys. We get the 3-0. JMAK is our America's Cup champion.
Wow, what a dominating performance. I mean, that was a faster finals than any of the other rounds coming up. It was like clockwork. JMAK knew exactly what to pick, balanced that speed very well. I mean, congratulations to JMAK, 2020 America's Cup champion.
Well done, JMAK. Excellent plays coming from that man. Huge sigh of relief. Look at him.
And deservedly so. Again, you know, you could see TROKAMOO easing up a little bit. We knew what his goal was, which was qualify to Worlds, but JMAK had unfinished business. He definitely needed to get it done, right? After skipping last year's America's Cup, then was prepared, fully prepared, and it showed in every single match he played in, didn't it?
I mean, absolutely everything. You saw fast picks, indicative of prepping the draft ahead of time. You saw his respect of the speed differences in drafts and when to go, when to outspeed, when not to, when to take first turn, when not to. I mean, and that just made for a quick finals here.
Yep, he did his homework, and it shows every single match. Just JMAK executed everything so nicely, and every opponent that he's had today. So congratulations, JMAK, for excellent play.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the journey one more time here at the America's Cup, presented by Google Play. It was DRMZJOSEPH, JMAK, TROKAMOO, and POPOPANDA in the semifinals, with JMAK and TROKAMOO getting all the way to the finals, booking their ticket to the World Championships. And then again, JMAK on top, 3-0, the best player in the Americas region for 2020. Congratulations to JMAK, and we should have him waiting on the line so that we can have a quick word with him so that we could hear his thoughts. Hey, JMAK, man, you done it. Last year is all in the past. Now you can say you are the best player in the Americas region.
It was so nerve-wracking going in.
Keep taking it in, brother. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on like how it feels right now, because you're putting all of it right now in your hands right here. Why don't you let us in just a little bit? How does it feel?
It feels incredible. The thing is, I've played this game for over 5 years. Seeked a lot of help from friends. Tons of amazing players are my friends, including Mika the Bud right here. Helped me a lot when I was growing in the game, and I can finally say I would hope so. I made them proud.
All right, JMAK, you achieved your goal now, making it to Worlds, becoming the #1 player, the #1 seed in the Americas region. What you got next? What do you want to accomplish when you get to the World Championship?
Honestly, I'm going to be honest, I was coming in here very nervous. Obviously, I had to play KENBALLER right off the bat, and he 2-0'd me, so that was very nerve-wracking. And I got lucky. Chongpeng got a insane buff, and it really fit into my playstyle. I played a pretty fast comp, I would say, with tons of heavy damage. That helped. I actually pulled a Barbara, which I wanted for so long. I didn't even get to use it. And then other than that, going to Worlds, I'll be honest, I don't want to get too old in America's Cup, and coming this far, only dropping 1 game, it feels absolutely incredible.
Great. Casters, any questions?
I mean, I just got to say, all your friends are proud of you. That was incredible to see your journey, where you've come. We've known each other for many years, and it's cool to see you evolve as a player, your play style change, more balance, being able to fight for turn 1, understand that speed meta. I mean, I know you've grown a lot, but how are you going to continue to grow going into World Finals? What are you going to do to prep and take home $100,000?
First of all, I'm going to continue speaking to a lot of my friends. And Chris, you got to, open up your phone because I do have some questions, because just getting different angles from different players who are incredible players, they see the mistakes that I make. A huge thing I think really boosted my confidence was when Chris came to my stream Monday. He's like, Jeff, you have improved a lot in your pick and ban. And I see that. He tells me that improvement, right? And then you go like, oh, I am doing a good job. And one big thing for me this year was, due to COVID, I was able to not work much, and I got to stream over 100 days in a row. I literally streamed every single day, did wings every single day. Season before that, I did every single wing that was possible. And I think that helped me a lot understand the meta and just also learn how to play turn 2, not just turn 1 as well.
All right, man. Hey, well, congratulations yet again. Let's take a look at the medal that you've won since you are heading on over to the World Championship. There it is. Take a look at that beauty. Man, where are you going to put that one?
I actually, behind this green screen is actually a cabinet of Summer's War merch, like figures and everything. And I'm just going to put the medal right dead in the center.
Right there, right in the center where it belongs. JMAK, you are 2020 America's Cup champion, the best player in the Americas region. Congratulations, and thank you for all these entertaining matches and spending a couple seconds with us.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, there you have it. JMAK is your champion of the America's Cup. And we got, again, the code there for you, for all of you that have been here this whole time, the coupon code there for you. Next up, APAC 20. There are many ways that you could read that, but that's the way I would read that. Next up, APAC 20. One more time. Next up, APAC 20. There we go. All right. Has nothing to do with any rappers. All right. 100 crystals with 2 scrolls that you can use if you use next up APAC 20. And again, Worlds happening later on next month, November 20th, I believe, at 9 p.m. Pacific here on this channel. You don't want to miss it. The world's best, including JMAK and TROKAMOO, will vie to become this year's World Champion. Casters, any final thoughts before we close it out? It's been one heck of a ride here in the America's Cup.
I'm just happy to have had the opportunity to cast this and have a front row seat to see some of the most innovative and creative drafts that I've seen. I think this was probably one of the highest quality gameplays we've seen in a while. And it's just cool to see the emotions on the players' faces up front and center, the fist pumps and all that. I know due to COVID, we don't have a live event, but this was pretty cool to be able to see that.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that as well. Like, as for drafting, phenomenal. It was so exciting to see every one of these matches going forward. I love seeing the reactions there in person, just like that. It was amazing. It was awesome. So many upsets, so many up and downs, you know, to the giant killer, to the rise of someone who didn't get to make it this far last season. It was just an absolutely amazing SWC.
Yep, it absolutely has. And again, more action next weekend. The Asia Pacific Cup will be happening, where we get to see who will be the APAC region representative. Guys, that's all that we've got here. On behalf of everyone here in the America's Cup staff, come to us, our studio here, the casters, myself, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you guys next week to see several more tickets booked for the World Championship. Until then, this has been the Summoner's War World Arena Championship 2020, presented by Google Play. We'll see you later.
That he needs his Fran to resist this Okeanos, but it's going to eat damage to the face from this Masha. This Masha is going to be saying, see you later.
That's
and now
right.
HEVES is down.
In
2 units
another additional turn.
So wisely being very patient here. And DRMZJOSEPH should take out that Fran.
Round 2, that's it. Dreams.
But kind of an interesting choice picks here, but I think they're coming back from this, not with the better, with revive and all that damage coming out.
Ooh, Chungbong finishing up that additional turn as well. Hellfire landing right on top of that CR, looking so good for JMAK.
Huge
on the buffed up Ileana, and there you have
representing a lot of burst here, and that could be his downfall. Vanessa, this Okeanos is going to go down here, and TROKAMOO is not going to be able to cycle speed on the Vigor.
Focus
which
right now is the beta. Goes to the Hellfire, finishes off that beta.
TROKAMOO doing a lot of damage to the Okeanos as the game goes
Going
over.
for skill 3, finishes off that TROKAMOO. TROKAMOO taking round. Getting banned out on RAIGEKI's side of the field. That's not receiving it there.
Yeah, POPOPANDA being a little bit greedy, applying pressure onto the Vanessa, but does a lockdown, and that might be it for RAIGEKI.
There it is. He's going to get the Rain of Stone, stunning everybody up here. A lot of damage coming from Came in ready for this round 2, and there you have it.
Yeah, definitely not, but in this
Overwhelmed, gets the additional turn as well. Hellfire dropping that Fran. JMAK is going to be taking this one right here. Lancing does land on the hat, though. Rain of Stones coming out to lock everybody down, and it's not enough damage yet, and there you have it. We have
take out a unit with the Daphnis and likely take out a lot. So once this goes off on that Sierra, POPOPANDA is going to be exposed.
Yeah, Daphnis does get that defense break. Is it going to be enough damage to finish off the Sierra?
TROKAMOO here, he has that full control. Josephine, as we said, there's nothing POPOPANDA can do but watch as his opportunity to go to the finals and $2,000 goes away.
Well, let's find out if that's going to stand true. Looking so good. TROKAMOO! That's the final SWC Americas Cup final. Right. Second skill coming from Chung Pung.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have to chooses to go with
the Vert, and there is that counter.
So he eats the counter from the Vert, and then Okeanos has skill 3. It's going to do a lot of damage, his ability to do damage, unless the Savannah crits.
Savannah needed a crit field.
Yeah, so he does that because the Ganymede does have skill 3. It's going to be able to reset that Okeanos.
Off the beast. Now we do have the Vanessa passive still up here, unless he was able to reset that. I'm not sure.
There's nothing TROKAMOO can do, and that's
there
it.
There you have it, guys. We get the 3-0.